Hello, one and all, and welcome to the final night shift of 2025. I'm your host, Chris Bucket, alongside Jake and HDZP. Brand new camera. The lighting is dialed in. You're looking money shot, ZP. How you feeling?
Feeling good. You know, this camera was your recommendation. It was time to upgrade. I was like, okay, I'll change the lighting a little bit, go from there. But we're not the only things that have been changing here, Puckett, where we not only got a patch in between the weekend and now, we got another patch like 15 minutes ago. So things are changing here in the Deadlock space.
Yeah, we got some major patch updates. And while we jump into these, I want to give a big shout out to Sergeant Sadsack. 15 shows in a row, Jake. He's a regular around here at the night shift. The Sadsack, always a member that we're proud to see standing up in the chat. Let's dive into with these item changes because there's going to be a lot slower players, I assume, this week. How's this all breaking down?
Well,
Jake.
I mean, I guess my first thought is, there's a ton of these changes that theoretically, reduce your raw move speed, but overall, I think it's like relatively small, and I think because they changed some of the resistances, they also have removed in the hotfix patch the gun slow on movement. And so for me, I'm like looking at these patches, I'm like, I don't know how much this is really going to change. It's a ton of small tweaks. Maybe in theory, people are going to move slightly less fast at a base level, especially characters that scale their movement or sprint speed off of Spirit, like Wraith and Seven. But at the same time, maybe some of the slows are going to be a little bit less impactful. I think while these are a huge number of number tweaks, they're not really going to be a big game changer. One thing that I think will be a big game changer is now that the green investment is going to give a flat HP bonus instead of a percent HP bonus. So characters who are super squishy might actually get more value out of investing into green items. And characters who are super tanky are not going to be quite as broken in terms of the investment they put in to getting, that 3, 4, 5,000 health stack on some of your heavier tanks. So, I think this kind of brings some of the characters a little bit more in line with one another, things getting a little bit less crazy. Some item tweaks here and there, but I don't think anything that is going to really change the game too drastically. I think this is kind of like an interesting tweak patch, and I don't think it's really obvious from an item perspective, like what heroes are going to be buffed or nerfed.
What is the ZP take on the changes? What do we like? What stands out to you so far?
I mean, overall, I think one of the bigger hits here is that, we'll get to it on the next slide, but Spirit definitely got toned down across the board. But one of the key Spirit items that a lot of people built for burst damage was Tank Buster. And it basically went from one of the core items on a bunch of heroes to now something that is a little bit more conditional. It's effectively the opening rounds of Spirit now, where it's really effective against people that are full HP and progressively less effective and definitely nowhere near as good for actually finishing people off. So, yeah, I mean, these are just the item changes. We got other changes that came in on the patch too, and it's a lot to take in, but honestly, I'm excited to see how it's going to be changing the gameplay. Now, what I will say here, a lot of the hero changes are a little bit on the minor side. Like Billy is still probably very good. I think Wraith is still pretty decent. Mirage is the one I look at here. I'm just like, I wonder, okay, did Mirage actually just get hit in the kneecap? So Mirage nerfs seem a little bit more severe when you look at both Jin's Mark and the bullet scaling.
Yeah, it's a lot of small nerfs, but I think in general, these nerfs are really well targeted, with like all these characters kind of being top of class. Maybe Dynamo a little bit more surprising, but I don't think these nerfs are really going to break the back of Dynamo. It's probably pretty marginal. I mean, the kinetic pulse spirit scaling range, like when you had a ton of spirit, this ability just went across the entire map, and I don't even know if that's particularly good. It's just like a little bit weird, so it's probably good they got rid of it. Or at least, halved that scaling potential. But I think, when you're going to pick Dynamo, they're still going to be good. Vindicta is like a super tiny tweak, reduces some of the power, especially of the rushing max snipe build, but it's absolutely still viable. And I think that's maybe what the goal of this patch is, to try to bring down some of these, cores and heavy frontliners that were getting a little bit too far ahead of the pack. But I don't think this takes them out of contention. And honestly, all these heroes, I kind of expect them to be relatively contested picks, except for Dynamo. I'm just hoping we see a little bit of Dynamo. It's never a bad day when you're getting a little bit of black holes in the night shift.
We've had some McGinnis in here recently. Why not some more robot friends? ZP, can we talk a little bit about how the meta is going to change, though? Because we have some pretty significant changes to the base, right?
Yeah, we do. There's changes to the base that just came in the hotfix. There's also more general changes to the entire game that we just saw. And this is basically the summary. Like, it goes a little bit deeper than this, but the number one change by far in my mind is what has happened now to the shrines, where the shrines, if you kill them, you now get mega creeps, 30% more HP and damage. And basically, if you've played any sort of MOBA before, whether it be League or Dota, you know that this sort of mechanic kind of puts you on a timer to, losing the game effectively once that's there. So this is a huge change. It really affects decision making on, if you go a little bit deeper to go into the base, shrines are going to be a little bit more difficult to kill. On top of that, other changes that came in here, the vitality changes were generally a nerf to people that had high HP pools, like Mo and Krill is probably in a really bad state right now, if I had to guess. And then heroes like Mina, way better. They can actually build green a little bit more effectively. Then you take a look at some of the other things here in terms of rotations around the map and smaller skirmishes. Getting a killing blow matters way more in general now, and even more so if it's a solo or duo kill. You can pool souls more effectively with the urn. It's now 35% over 25. And also, this is probably the best one when it comes to spectating. People take longer to convert their unsecured souls. When you kill a creep camp, you get souls, but if someone kills you right away, you drop all of them. Now the timer to drop the souls you collect is way bigger, so the idea of getting like a 1,500, 2,000 soul bag is a lot more viable now than it was last patch.
Jake, we've got some significant changes to the patches, and the chat is seeming to react more to the one that just dropped 5 minutes ago. How is it going to impact our players competing tonight?
This is, I think this hotfix is actually almost bigger than that entire patch, despite the fact that it's a small number of changes. These are really, really big changes. Taking away the initial wall jump stamina cost, as I think, really popular. Number one, just because a lot of these 2 stamina characters, made it really awkward, or trying to jump out of the secret shop with the wall jump and a double jump just felt really inconsistent or really annoying, rather. If you just had the 1 stamina, it's not quite enough. And so taking out that initial wall jump gives a little bit more consistency, a little bit more skill expression with how much we see like the top players using the wall jump. A little bit more stamina overall in the game for everybody is nice. Taking away the on-bullet hit move slow as well is this is a big change. I mean, this was in for a couple weeks of DLNS now, and I don't know that it was super noticeable, but removing it, people should maybe be moving a little bit quicker. We'll see how that nets out though with the item sprint and movement speed changes, a little bit faster sprint in general. These changes, meaningful, interesting. But the patron, this is, I think, maybe one of the biggest changes we've had in terms of the base siege end of game moment that we've ever had. And we have not seen any games. I mean, this hotfix just dropped now, but the way I read this final note is, if you have 2 defenders in the pit at the end of the game, you cannot damage the patron. If 100% resist means what I think it means, you can defend that weakened patron as long as you can win the fight.
We just got to jump in.
Exactly. You got to get in there for a couple seconds to enable that reduction. So basically, trying to just burst down the patron with your rejuves isn't going to work anymore. You need to win a team fight in the enemy base as long as they can keep a couple players in the pit. So I think that's going to really change the game in terms of people's willingness to try to end or trying to fight, how they approach the later stages of the game. We've seen some insane rejuve contests, mostly because people feel, look, if the enemy gets 3 rejuves right now with our patron dropped, it's over. I have to go for a psycho 1v6 patron contest, or rather a rejuve contest, and usually they just die. Usually the game ends. It just doesn't seem to work. Now I think you can kind of maybe more realistically give up rejuve in the end game and still be able to win fights on your patron. So I'm very curious to see. I'm hoping this doesn't lead to like interminable, unendable games, but we just have to see how this one plays out. We're going to see some crazy stuff, I think, in people attempting and succeeding at patron defenses now.
All right, ZP, as we come back on camera, go ahead and break this one down for me like a 5-year-old. If you are going to make the thumbnail, the 3 big changes.
3 big changes.
Now prolong the game, much longer games, and slower players. Is that accurate, or how would you list the 3?
I mean, that is mostly accurate. I will say the bigger part to me when I look at the overall meta, I would look at more from the realm of spirit nerfs coming in. Base is a little bit more defensible relative to what it was before, certainly even more so when you look at the patron. And it is a nerf, not to overall movement, but a nerf to W1 movement. Like that's what I'm seeing especially from the hotfix that's coming in here. You can still get around fast, but the people that were relying more on doing it via items and holding WM1 are getting less out of this patch than the people that actually are really good at doing wall jumping, sliding, and all the other movement techs that are within the game.
Gotcha. Okay, so the movement techs are still going to get you around faster. Jake, let's go ahead and start the show the normal way by giving a shout out to all of our patrons, all of our members, all of the supporters from around the internet. Thank you guys for being part of the Night Shift crew. Every week, your guys' contributions go to helping put on the show behind the scenes as we're paying the observers, Solomon, our producer, and everyone else who makes the show happen. But Jake, if they're not a patron, they want to join in on a graveyard shift in the future. How do I get involved? Is it hard?
No, it's easy. It's not just patrons. It's also Twitch subs and YouTube members. Just make sure your account is linked on Discord and you join our Discord. We'll get you all set up in the right channels to see everything. But of course, the show sponsored by you guys right now. And so really huge shout out to our patrons in particular. That is the best way to support the show, with like the best cut for us in terms of your money going directly to running Night Shift events, allowing us to put on this Deadlock esports scene. So huge shout out to our patrons, but also our Twitch subs, our YouTube members, anyone just watching, you know, turning off ad block. Hey, it all contributes. Even if you're not in a position to be able to donate right now, we appreciate the support.
Just turn off your ad block. Do us a favor. Appreciate you guys.
That's all I ask. That's all I ask.
We're gonna have some fun tonight, ZP. As always, we're starting with EU, then we're going to NA, and you have put together our rosters for this evening. Walk me through that EU side of things.
Yeah, EU side of things is going to be a run back that was seen a few weeks in a row. Where, by the way, future comings, Fearless Furies will be back at the beginning of the new year. But we're going with Leviathan and Lowkey W again. Leviathan, of course, they've basically been the #2 team in Europe since the departure of Buff Enjoyers, made of a lot of the former one-win players. And, you know, honestly, didn't look too bad, even when playing in high ping over on NA last weekend in Death Slam Invitational. And, you know, again, this is a team where you look at who, you know, is really notable. I think the #1 player over the last few weeks, it's not OCs for his farming, it's not Obikim for his flexibility from the Buff Enjoyers era. It has to be, to me, I mean, Overseas has been good on things like Bebop, but Empty Dreams has been the ultimate playmaker for me on Leviathan, probably the most improved player. That it doesn't really matter what you see Empty Dreams on. Empty Dreams has been the heart and soul of Leviathan that has really made not only their best of 1 games look good, but at times when they've had Abrahams a little bit on the ropes, it's usually because Empty Dreams had a good early to mid game. So to me, that is a storyline here player-wise for Leviathan, and also just kind of as you look at, players keep getting better. I never talked about Empty Dreams this much back in the 1-win days, but I certainly am now.
Empty Dreams, player to watch. If you ask ZP, Fremont has bounced around and found success, as well as Obikim, of course, on this show. On the other side of this matchup, though, Jake, we've got the Lowkey W's. Let's take a look here at our challengers tonight. They had a close matchup, and then they got blown out in the very end. How does Cosmetical Crew bounce back from a rough Week 18?
I mean, this is still a team that I think is in the relatively earlier stages, but you've got players like Cosmetical, who looks insane on some of these like highly mechanical heroes, can really like take over sometimes in the mid game, getting really active. Captain has looked great on the Abrams. The squad overall, I think, yeah, they're still early on in their history, and I think they're pretty significant underdogs with how well we've seen Leviathan play. But this Lowkey W team is a team that you don't want to sleep on. There's a lot of skilled players here, and they're looking to make their mark on the scene. So while I think this is going to be a tough match for them, they're going to have to really play well, considering Leviathan has competed with Abrams, and not many other teams in EU can say that they've actually given that team a close game. So Lowkey W, we'll see what they can show today in this, of course, crucial match. BO1, you got to win to stay alive and get a chance at that money.
ZP, who's the ranked heroes in this lobby for our EU challengers? Is there anyone who's a streamer or just constantly pounding people in pubs?
I think one of the most notable players, I don't even know if he's been doing a ton of streaming, but he's in and around pubs all the time. Probably Cosmetical, especially when Cosmetical is on the pocket. Probably, you know, I would say of everyone here, you could argue, you know, the most famous player as far as, you know, community interactions go for there. But we got our Mo 1v1. It's back. We got a real lobby this time.
So who's yellow? Who's blue this time? I think yellow. I see Doi there in yellow.
Doi
right?
is Lowkey W.
Yes.
Little touch gloves.
Mm-hmm. And they're off.
Actually, man, the metagame with the parries is getting crazy. Oh, is that a heavy melee? Risky. Doi getting shut down there.
Yeah, Doi's getting the business
big
right now.
heavy
He's down to like 25 health here, Zeeps.
That's right, and they put Empty Dreams on, who's normally not in Mo, but hey, when you need big plates, goes in off the dash parry. That's gonna put it to the end, and give Leviathan the choice of first or second pick, which, by the way, over the weekend in the Death Slam Invitational, getting first pick was really important. Like, you wanted to be Amber.
Yeah.
Doi from Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
I was going to say, Doi from Hanoi is not our boy, is what I'm hearing from the chat. Doi needs to step it up going into the next Mo 1v1. For now, it's Empty Dreams, the guy that ZP said was the most dangerous in the lobby, showcasing he can play everything. This is the portion of the draft that I disappeared. Jake ZP, get wicked smart on me.
So
Jake.
I think for me, ZP, my biggest question is this. Where is the first pick prio? Because we've seen Geist, Shiv, and Billy, I think, all kind of competing for those slots, but all three of those characters, remember, they did just take a nerf. So I feel like the field is, I don't know if it's open. I think maybe those characters are still strong, but there's a lot of questions in my mind. Do Lowkey W just ban the Billy? That would be the most straightforward thing, and they go for it here, still thinking the Billy is just too strong. But now Geist is kind of the last man standing, the last woman standing here of these core high damage frontliners that have been so crucial to the meta recently.
Yeah, and Geist got more nerfs than Billy. I think you respect Billy. I could see a world where, okay, yeah, you go Abrams because, look, you want frontliners.
Abrams didn't get changed at all, right? And he's been amazing in competitive play.
He's probably better now by comparison. I mean, he did build a little bit of spirit before, and I mean, he did get good lifesteal, but in a world where like a bunch of, well, actually, I don't know. The problem is that he's going to get way less from vitality.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, he really got a lot, so he might not be better overall.
I mean, honestly, all of these characters, like so far, both bans, both first picks, are characters that are vitality spammers, right? So clearly it hasn't changed that much in terms of what you build. I guess Geist, in fairness, probably didn't go that hard on vitality, like a few green items there to get a few stats online, and then you're building mostly for the gun, right? And to really enable. And Lowkey W, snap up the doorman. This has been a staple of EU. You know, if you missed the Deathslam Invitational, Melee Creeps versus Abrahams, Melee Creeps just first ban Doorman every game because they were like, we don't want to deal with this. We don't want to mess with this. But in EU, people have really woken up. Like, Doorman in competitive play is just broken. The mobility it gives to your team, there's so many options, so much playmaking potential. It's so hard to react to, whether it's the urn, whether it's mid-boss, whether it's just, hey, you know, like going for a gank on a side lane and instantly TPing away. Doorman has been maybe one of the best characters in the meta, or maybe one of the most important and irreplaceable in terms of what he brings to the team.
Yeah, so Leviathan going, we don't care about Mirage nerfs or Spirit nerfs. We're going with Mina Mirage. Mina arguably gets a little bit better in terms of, you know, vitality items, but the Spirit changes are really going to hurt, especially, you know, things like Tank Buster that would often get built. So I'm a little mixed there. I do think if you get first, like if you're Amber, I actually think you need to ban Doorman. I think not banning Doorman was a mistake. You'd rather be against Shiv if need be. So if I'm evaluating this purely on draft alone here so far, just, you know, interpreting where we might be post-patch, I actually like the Lowkey draft or Lowkey W draft a bit more as they come in with the Vindicta ban, which frankly, really good ban. I think Vindicta's actually pretty strong this patch.
Yeah, curious if characters like Paradox and Holiday are going to get looked at now, maybe for Leviathan. I will say, though, I think for the Mina question, I wonder if Tank Buster change isn't a bit of a buff for characters like Mina. I mean, she wants to initiate on full HP targets, and having a Tank Buster does more. It does more damage now if you're hitting somebody at full HP, like pretty significantly, right? 50% more damage. So what, 7.5% of current health. So yeah, finishing people off, not as good, but if you get in there and just proc like a Sanguine or proc Love Bites or hit somebody with the Umbrella, right? Like, you know, Mina might be actually a pretty sick in terms of like opening fights, putting the Love Bites on everyone, getting a bunch of Tank Buster procs. I can see this character looking maybe good, although of course you're right, the across the board Spirit nerfs are going to hurt. You know, she's not a character that builds Spirit Strike really, so I could see the appeal here of Mina in this after this patch.
I think the key for Mina, when I look at it, is that Mina was already tough to kill when she basically got nothing from green items. Like what she got from green items was very minimal. Now she gets way more from green items. So Mina, even if her firepower is a little bit lower, the actual ability to kill Mina is probably, you know, significantly worse. But okay, Leviathan and picking here, they go Lash, they go Paradox. So, you know, still seeing playmakers pick towards the back end of the draft. Not too much changed overall. I mean, I guess Paradox gets a little bit less off Carbine. Holiday's getting a little bit less off Barrel. But also to the Tank Buster idea, you think about opening fights, like Holiday would open at times with Tank Buster in the old build. We'll see. Warden getting picked a little bit later than I would have thought, though, because Warden's one of those heroes that, you know, we were talking to John on the Graveyard Shift yesterday.
Didn't get really touched
nerfed at all, really. Like, he's a little bit slower because of move speed changes, but other than that, his actual damage dealing is as strong as ever, while other options got nerfed pretty significantly.
I like the Pocket as a finisher here. I mean, Lowkey W, I think they were kind of hurting for some of the carry potential, and Warden Pocket as a final two really does lock that issue up, right? You're going to have tons of damage from Warden and Geist in the front line. And then I actually like the synergy of Pocket with those characters because he doesn't, he can really utilize the space they create well, right? Getting in, disrupting, adding chaos when you're already being run down by Warden and Lady Geist could be scary. But Page is also a great way to close the draft for Leviathan because it gives a very solid, strong answer to like, hey, Warden and Geist are inting you like hard running in the front line. These are not the most mobile heroes. They're not the most able to deal with a Page, just clearing waves in the front line, zoning them back, hitting them with the captivating read. And also I think the shield on Mirage is one of the best, shield users in the game in terms of sitting in the back and just like raw damage that attack speed gives him. So for me, I think both drafts actually very competitive, interesting. I'm also curious to see if Lash and Mina don't feel just a little bit stronger with like the global stamina changes, the wall jumping not being the first wall jump not being punished. For me, I feel like those are probably net positive changes for, as you were saying in the pre-shows, characters with high movement that are relying more on abilities and wall jumps than they are on just like raw MS.
Yeah, ZP, I need to know who has the stronger draft out of the gate, Leviathan or Lowkey W. This is a best of one and done, and we just got hit with a patch.
It's Lowkey W. They picked Doorman. Like, I think if you pick Doorman on top of the other things that they have, Lowkey W has the better draft in my mind, especially because I think Warden got a little bit undervalued in this draft. I still think Leviathan is probably going to win based on strength of team, but Lowkey W has put themselves in a really good spot to win here as I look at this
Is there
draft.
a star player or a star character to look out for, Jake, for Lowkey W if we want to watch the upset this week?
I think right now, it's the Warden and the Geist for me. I mean, that need to be really, really strong carries. I think this isn't necessarily going to be the easiest game for them because I think there's some very powerful tools like Lash Ult to respond to. But if Warden and Geist can kind of get through these heavy, counter ultimates that Leviathan can dump on them and they can live through that, they're going to be able to carry the game. So big question is, can they survive these powerful engages, things like the Abrams pin pulling you out of position or Lash, throwing you in deep on a walker, right? Page locking you down. Those can all be problems positionally for the Lowkey W team, but I kind of like the Leviathan draft. I think they have really sick early mid-game roaming with Lash and Paradox being able to like roam out of the lanes very early and offer some big tempo to maybe just open this game up really quick. But I think ZP's right. There's a very well-balanced team comp, and you get down to some earns, some objectives, and Doorman could just hard carry this one. So Leviathan, they need to be very cautious and very aware of especially the Doorman plays, which has proven to be a real thorn in the side for many teams so far to you.
CP, while we're waiting for this game to kick off, chat has a few questions. Kajal wants to know, in all caps, they don't pick Wraith? Why is there no Wraith? And the second question over from YouTube is, where are the homeless Vipers at?
All right, so question number one, in terms of Wraith, look, I'm going to agree with Lightbringer. Over the watch parties this weekend, Lightbringer was going like, hey, Wraith is fake. She's not winning that much. And her win rate over the Deathslame Invitational was not good. And she got hit with nerfs on top of it. I actually don't value Wraith that much right now, and I think both these teams may have the right read on it. I think in some bands, maybe you pick it near the end of the draft, but I actually don't think Wraith is that high of a priority because, especially with the Spirit nerfs, a lot of her damage did get hit there in the way that, say, someone's like Warden didn't. Homeless Viper, hey, Homeless Viper is good. I don't know why neither of the teams wanted to appreciate it, but we saw a lot of roaming this weekend. It is way more effective, and a Viper without a home is a Viper that can roam into your lane and cause chaos, especially before the 10-minute mark.
There we have it. Solomon, feel free to send us in as soon as we are ready. Jake, final thoughts here as we take a look at Leviathan. You said they have the edge in the draft. Is it a lane pairing? Is it an individual? Is it a comp? What are we looking at here that stands out to you?
I think for me, my biggest focus is on the mid-boss contest, the rejuves, and that's where I really like the Leviathan comp. I think Abrams is one of the best heroes in the game when it comes to fighting in the pit, with just being able to stand in the low ground, take a bunch of spells, and still, go for those rejuve last hits. But of course, Lash and Page, the ultimates alone are just incredibly powerful tools to secure rejuve. And Lowkey W, you have the Warden ult, and Doorman is very powerful, right, in the mid-boss pit, but there's no like guaranteed secures, right? There's nobody with, natural unstoppable. There's not really there's no AoE stuns in this comp other than, I guess, the Viscous Ball, but I don't see that working too well in the pit. Usually, at least, it just feels like you can stun people, but you can't secure the rejuves yourself, or, it gets kind of weird if you're going to cancel. So I think the mid-bosses are going to be a key moment here for Leviathan. That's a place they can get an edge, and winning some team fights around mid-boss, we've seen how quickly that can close out games, although course, to be determined with this whole like patron defense 100% resist thing. I mean, surely you can end the game, right? Like, surely they wouldn't put a patch that makes the game like infinite defense mode. But we'll see.
ZP, we averaged 32 minutes per game last week. That helped with a 3-0 in the final towards the end, a swift finish. Can you walk me through predictions, though, tonight? With the patch changes, are we going into the 40-minute range?
Honestly, I think we might, especially if the games are close. I don't know if it'll happen in the EU if Abraham's is completely locked in, but especially as we get to NA, it could be a long one.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the mic for your EU challenger here for episode 19, Leviathan taking on Lowkey W. It's Jake and ZP and HD.
ZP, I just had a crazy idea. Didn't get picked in this game. How about Victor for the base defense? I mean, you can't pick a character planning on defending your patron, but that sounds so dirty, right? Like a Victor with E-shift just sitting in the pit forever, like trying to push into that. I'm like, even if you have rejuice, I feel like that's like legit so scary. Like, he's not gonna leave the pit ever, and you have to somehow kill him while his whole team is like playing the fountain. Jake. I think they may have overcooked with 100%. I think it should be like 70% with 2 people in the pit. That would still be really strong. That would still be really hard to like burst the patron down through.
Because you're giving me flashbacks to the old like 6 divas defending last point Gibraltar.
That's what's going through my head.
You just go, you know, you're about to lose. Everyone go E-shift. You have people like cycling in and out of the pit. Oh god.
They didn't nerf the E-shift CD, so at least you won't be able to E-shift cycle forever. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like Viscous and Victor, some of these characters that can really throw down in the pit. Should be interesting as we get into our lanes. I mean, Doorman against Paige Abrams here. In theory, the Paige Abrams lane is very strong, but Doorman can be kind of problematic. I don't know that you're going to be able to gap close on this guy. There's a lot of range poke, especially with, I believe that's Warden alongside him. So yeah, Abrams going to have his work cut out from this lane.
The poke from this lane is ridiculous. I mean, Warden's still a really good early laner, so I actually think this lane is going to be a little bit more pushed back than it otherwise would be. And as you see here, Abrams eating a ton of damage at the beginning. Page shield
nice shield from Primock though. Yeah, you can't really trade with him when he's getting the shield coming in. I like that there. Primock's just playing in the veil here, getting a lot of pressure down and making use of that shield. And that damage on a Warden is going to kind of dissuade Warden from putting some of that aggressive pressure on. And now I'm becoming more and more of a believer in this lane as it goes.
Also, speaking of lanes, the Viscous Geist lane actually doing a bit of bullying in middle. Look at how far pushed up you are at the beginning. But as we know, it's at 2 minutes when things really kick off. The homelessness begins, and people roam harder in this patch than we've seen in recent times, if the weekend is anything to go by. Also, to go to a question before I forget in chat, are people wondering, question 3, eggnog? Absolutely. I got 2 things of like the Costco alcoholic eggnog. I haven't had it before, but I'm hoping it's decent. Hoping.
ZP's 1 carding in here as we get started on the show.
No.
I mean, I will say one thing about this lane is, honestly, Mirage, strong laner, but if you don't get prio and you're just getting like spammed and nuked under tower, it can feel pretty awkward, especially now you think about a lot of those small tweaks to Mirage are really going to hit his ability to poke on the lane, as Viscous is he is not participating here. Like, he's like, yo, you got that lane solo, right? Right, Geist? And Geist is probably happy to pick up this farm. An early swap could be pretty potent in the mid.
Also, Viscous has been the only one to be homeless. Otherwise, EU is keeping a good, clean, stay in the lane meta as Viscous rotates back over. So EU is a little bit less hesitant to roam, but okay, charge in here onto the Warden. And you look at this, this could be a kill. Tries to mantle back up the jump pad, and the save, not quite in time for the Doorman. Luggage cart, a little
Doorman
bit
can be in trouble. Okay, yeah, Doorman, this is a little scary for Doorman. This is Abrams with 2 stam on him here. If he wants to trade with that book, could have put a little bit of pressure on there. It holds off for now. I mean, just respecting the possibility here of that Warden coming back into lane and turning on you. But that's a big kill to find, right? Warden is a hero who typically wants to win lane, right? And like put a bit of pressure on with the flasks. Speaking of winning lane, Obakam just swings in from behind, drops the hammer onto Vrake, and that's Holiday down. Talking about heroes that want to get their ultimate online, there's probably no one you'd think of more than just the Lash, right? Being able to come in with that Death Slam, continue to tempo out. Cosmetical struggling to hold this lane, and Pocket, notoriously weak laner. I mean, what can he really do about this? He's just, I mean, Guardians are tanky, but he's not getting much done in this lane.
Also, I really got to point out the level of souls that you're getting here. So Lash right now, looking for a bit of escape. But also look at Fremont souls. Getting solo kills in lane is a lot more impactful. There's kind of a meme of going, oh, dying in lane isn't that big of a deal, but the patch that just hit actually makes dying in lane and giving up a solo or duo kill a lot more significant, because look at the difference here between Doi and Fremont off that lane. Fremont got very farmed just from being able to get that kill, and yeah, giving up early kills, it's rough, and it's gonna get even rougher as Paige adds onto it. So this Paige Abrams lane now very significantly ahead, Jake.
Yeah, and this could get kind of scary because look at the Abrams build, man. He's all gun, and we were talking about this ZP, I think, in our watch party of the Death Slam Invitational. Is just like the Abrams gun is seriously a heavy hitter, and he's going all in gun items because he's supported by this Paige. Pocket taking a bit of pressure now from the Nox Nostra. Immediate commitment here out of Mina, trying to finish off this Pocket with no spirit resist. Just barely dodges the slam. I mean, he is fighting for his life in this lane.
I can't believe that ground strike didn't hit him, but may not matter.
Surely he's dead,
the Love
right?
Bite's cooldown is up, and the cloak. No. The
parry.
1 pixel cloak.
A parry
Cosmetical,
here on the lash.
real danger.
Yeah, but just not enough. And I mean, this is a scary lane. The spirit nuking from Lash and Mina is pretty disgusting. So the early game is getting kind of out of control here. Let's be honest. I mean,
that reload, that tracks just barely lived. Like, Fremont went to fire. You just heard click, click. Oh man.
Yeah. The damage is being done in this lane. A movement buff for Abrams. Honestly, maybe second to the vitality buff. I feel like typically movement buff is pretty bad, you know, in the early game because it doesn't give you raw stats. But honestly, in this game, I feel like I'm down for the movement buff on Abrams, right? To be able to catch up to people and get on top of them. Like, you don't have any damage issue. And oh, that's a beautiful cart. It's going to maybe keep him alive, but the movement buff gets him out of that trap. And that was clutch, honestly. If Trax doesn't hit that cart to stop the charge, he is absolutely dead.
I do think in terms of lane planning, like, obviously it hasn't gone to plan with some of the fights, but Doorman versus Abrams is a pretty solid shout just for Kart's ability to displace Abrams, who otherwise would be able to land charges and go from there. But all right, bit of a dive now into the middle. Goo Ball going to be invested.
He just has to live with it,
quickly
though.
walking away.
Death Slam in. Pocket incredibly low, trying to juke away, and this Lash is full HP. Not going to make the same mistake again with the parry. Oh, the ground strike misses there, and he takes an affliction. And so now here comes Rake trying to clean this one up. He knows this Lash can't really stick around in a long-term fight. Has the headshot online, but fortunately not able to connect it. Obikim's going to be happy to get a reset here with the heal right. Although Pocket, ooh, looking to take that away. Playing with the serious risk in mind here, though, with Mina ready to turn.
Abrams, seismic slam off to the side. Looking once more for the doorman, running off, looking for any form of reprieve here. One more shotgun blast may do it. Page Alt comes on in, and down goes Trax one more time. Abrams' pressure has been ridiculous. And yeah, I mean, the movement buff, you know, sometimes it's slept on, but it did get buffed recently, so it's a bit better.
Oh, what a parry! He parries a tower, and Doi just tried to get a cheeky one in at the same time. And Abrams is just living here in the Sapphire backline behind this Guardian. The Page Shield's just coming in constantly, and now it's going to get out in the movement buff. I mean, talk about the value, right? We usually flame this buff, but this is, I mean, you can't do these things without the movement buff.
That's just terrible. He goes in to parry the Guardian and then just gets the incidental parry on the other end. Cosmetical, meanwhile, getting caught on the right-hand side. 3-man rotation from Leviathan off to the right to get this Guardian. Not much to defend there. In fact, if you're Frick, you just need to leave. Like, you actually, and the time to leave, I mean, your Holiday, you're slippery, but not slippery enough as the swap is going to end it.
So many kills in this early game, but the lead is actually smaller than I would have thought, right? Lowkey W only down, what, 5k souls? It's not the end of the world here. There's still fights to be had, and they're trying to get a counter Guardian take here on the opposite side lane. Abrams a little bit too low to fight this one, and this yielding this Guardian would be kind of painful considering you've been pretty much dominating this lane since minute 1, and you're actually going to be the team to lose a Guardian first. So they're trying to make a trade in mid as Lash is looking to get active here, diving, playing near that tower. Holiday really scared to even stick around, and here goes Blob, just bursted down. Lash going so deep for that one. Leviathan, just no respect for the Guardians here in the early game.
Yeah, also in terms of trades, like, that is a very good trade. Opening up middle gives more options. Also, the way left lane has been going, once you get Fremont back in there, I don't think this left Guardian is going to be surviving for much longer. I mean, you take a look at the lead. I mean, Fremont has a 7k Abrams. You kind of engage a little bit of bully mode here. I mean, you're not invincible, but the amount of respect that Doi and Trax have to give Fremont now in the left lane is absolutely ridiculous as Death Slam comes on in. Once more, the ground strike a little bit off target, but still doesn't matter. Trax more than out of position to be taken down.
Nobukim, he's been hitting every lane, man. The Lash really getting active. And this is why I think Lash has seen such a big increase in pick prio. Just barely a little bit off there with the ground strike. Warden a little bit too high in the air. Good read from Doi. But this is, I mean, this mobility style looks so solid as Mina's starting to get out of control in this game, and that kill on the Holiday is only going to get worse.
Is Lash
they get the counter
right
kill. Geist is here. Kobe bomb.
He's looking for it.
No way.
But Jake, I feel like there's been multiple times here where Lash on the ground strike probably should have caught someone midair and brought them down. And every single time, Obakim is just whiffing. And the first few times I want to be like, user error, or, you know, just bad
has he
luck.
really played Lash much? Like, honestly, in competitive play, I feel like we actually pretty rarely seen him on it.
He's not on it that much, but
I will say it's a famously finicky ability is actually catching people with the ground strike.
The mid-air collision detection has felt kind of bad. I mean, maybe Obakim is just whiffing by the smallest of margins, but it feels a little bit abnormal, like the amount of things that Obakim has seemingly whiffed here. So I'm curious, but also
they're going to chase him.
Offensive underground, yeah, they want a piece of this. I mean, this could be a little bit scary.
Deep. I mean, you're so far in for this. If any help is coming, this could get really bad, but maybe they just get out without a punish. That's massive for Lowkey W. I would have been way too scared to chase there, so it's a great read from them. Swap used already on Geist, but it's not going to dissuade Lash, and they know, okay, you're going to make this big commitment on our Abrams on the other side of the map, but that means you're not going to have the resources to deal with this very early Walker push. I mean, we're looking at a 10-minute Walker take. Viscus is here thinking about a defense, but he's not going to be able to do this alone. He needs more resources, and they're just not forthcoming.
I mean, luckily the resistances on the Walker is still enough to stop it from going down. If it was a little bit later in the game, then it would have been gone. But all right, comeback earn in progress. This is the very first earn. It's a comeback earn, and it's in control by Lowkey W has Doorman. So I think a lot of the lead that's been here, I mean, it's kind of surprising they got the comeback eurn. They were able to lock it in right at the right time.
Yeah, just at the right moment.
I can pick up Ruby, the Frenchie.
We'll have to see. I muted Puckett. So we'll see when he comes back.
Thing because if we can hear him, the stream can hear him. So
yeah, exactly.
I've moved him. What's going on?
We'll have to see, though, how this mid-game shapes up now, because with the comeback earn, I will say, pretty much is going to equalize the souls here. The question is, are you going to equalize this next fight? As I mean, Leviathan wasting no time. They're going to try and trade for this earn by attacking the other Walker on the other side of the map. Aggressive, heavy melee, but the parry keeps Doi alive for just a second. Abrams going to be pretty happy even to take this fight against Viscus, who tries to get a catch here in the small room, but just gets a couple cheeky stuns off. And last under tower, but shield onto Lash is still not going to be enough. Heavy melee does come through. So full commit for Lowkey W, but they drop 2 players, and again, they lose a ton of HP on another Sidewalker. It's a nice little consolation prize to pick up overseas on the way out, and maybe they can find another on a page.
Yeah, Lowkey W right back in it. In off the earn turn in, things even back up. Now on the chase down, looking for more on the Leviathan. Fremok unable to get away. Doorman just walking up. Track's gonna get another Native Cosmetical, and Jake, just like that, Leviathan unable to prevent the earn turn in. Lowkey W evens up the game, and yeah, they're walkers for Lowkey W. They're not in the great spot, obviously. Like, they lose one Walker, and they have the other Walker at half. But in terms of souls and the ability to fight back in this game, they're right back in it.
They are, but I mean, they lost one Walker, and there's another one below half HP. So this is like, it's a game where you're even, but one fight goes against you, and the game's gonna really feel, you know, closed out in a sense. Like you still have a Guardian you haven't taken. All 3 Walkers on the Leviathan side are perfectly healthy. And so now the ball is kind of in Leviathan's court here. They have a lot more map space because of the objectives they've taken, and can they convert that into a good fight, ZP? I think that's the key question, as both teams kind of squaring up, maybe looking for some kind of engagement here around the mid lane.
I think if you're Lowkey W, you would love to slow this down a little bit, play for next earn, get an edge off the next earn if you're able to get control. You know, basically abuse Doorman to the max. But when you look at Leviathan, they're still going out of their way to be pretty aggressive in the Lowkey W territory, especially look at the left-hand side. Lash, Paradox, just poking, prodding, you know, looking for a swap opportunity if available. So, I mean, Leviathan being pretty aggressive with their competence. What they have to do is OCs, though, gets picked. It was off on the right-hand side, but just immediately goes down.
It's a very big find to grab. Attempting onto the Doorman here, but Doorman has the shields to just tolerate all of this, especially with the help of Viscus by his side. So the Lash is going to be sent packing for the moment. Nice efficient build here from Obakim, getting the Vitality and Spirit investments online.
Oh.
Jump pad stun. Not going to do too much, though. Lash has plenty of movement, I think, to play his way out of this one.
Still take the damage now too. We didn't have it on the patch notes, but you get the extra 15% damage hit when you take it, which is off your total health, not your current health. So it can just execute you if you get caught a little bit later on. But we are about a minute away from next buffs and urn. And again, you look at where things are in the map. It's Lowkey W getting pushed back here. Goo Ball over and in. Obikin a little bit low as we see Captain on the escape.
Yeah, just a pure defensive goo ball. I think both teams recognize how even the game is. No one wants to make the mistake, but speaking of mistake, here comes Lasso into the trap here and onto the page of all targets. No ability to take that one out. Leviathan might want to come back in and get some kind of a trade out. Lowkey W just running for the hills, happy to get their one and fall back off the play. Now maybe Geist in the crosshairs here, defending that side lane. But you're also yielding a lot of the map right now to Leviathan to just kind of jungle up. At an even soul lead, though, you're not too scared of that.
Yeah, I mean, Leviathan, they're playing as aggressive as they need to be, but the actual results have been a little bit lacking. Now, 20 seconds away from buffs, where I expect things to get a little bit more tense as we see Overseas on the chase down, drops the wall. May not be enough. No, just taking out Captain coming in from the side. War Farm being fed into Doi on the Warden, and a good spot to be in, 10 seconds away from buffs. Meanwhile, Captain out of the cube. Obikim pressuring, needs a little bit more, gonna find it.
A lot of players here for both teams, but it looks like an attempted Walker trade here. Leviathan making moves on the side lane. Geist trying to get a swap off here, chasing down. Seems like she will maybe be able to. No, but the Tornado just pulls Mirage away enough. And so Mirage does a bit of Walker damage, falls back for the moment, knocks Nostra over the top. The Walker tanking the most of it, but Doi can't escape. And without a Sanguine, Nina has to back off for a moment. She's gonna be happy with that huge core climb. And oh, the headshots though from Break, turning that around. Gorman as well. And you're gonna pay with your life, and that's a very farmed OC's going down, and maybe not a winning trade as now a big collapse coming in. Lowkey W looking to hit this side lane push hard.
Yeah, Lowkey W going all over the left-hand side. Earn control to Leviathan though, as this happens. So wait, as I say that, Trax somehow was able to get the Urn. It was being controlled by Leviathan, now under control by Lowkey W, who get another pick off on top of it. This is looking way better to potentially be the Urn here if Trax can get out. Still a lot of Urn posturing going on here in the middle. Warden coming in to assist. The cage connecting here on the Obikim. Obikim having the book it the other way. Call Bell on one side, Warden running down on the other. 500 HP, running out of stam. Maybe Obikim gets away here. No, Obikim actually caught towards the end as another lasso comes in from Vrake. Lowkey W landing everything they need here, Jake.
Yeah, Vrake finding so many of these initiations, finding the catches. That's 2 bodies down, and Lowkey W have developed a soul lead despite the fact that they're significantly down walkers, and it's going to go from bad to worse as they dunk this Urn in. And the walker advantage is starting to feel less and less impactful here. Leviathan haven't won a fight now in quite a minute. And Lowkey W pretty happy to have players dead with all of their ultimates expended.
The only good thing going for Leviathan right now is the macro state of the game. The fact that they got 1 walker down and 2 of the walkers are down at half. The actual ability to fight evenly is a little bit more in question here. And I guess overall, when I look at the macro end, the one thing that maybe is a little bit better for the Leviathan is that the soul spread for Lowkey W is a little bit tough. Like, ideally, you'd rather have some of Vrake's souls in on the Doi, but I do wonder, where Vrake's been on so many of these kills here so far, Jake, being a playmaker, you're going to get richer with the soul changes they made.
That's true. Able to find some of these kill last hits. Now the soul lead just a little under 10K for Lowkey W. And there's a lot locked up in those walkers if they're able to open them up. I will say they're going to start running up against the flex slot restriction here. There's a couple players now on the 9 items. Going to need to... There's probably still a few upgrades you can make at this stage of the game, but you're going to need to take a walker, I would say, in the next 5 to 10 minutes for the Leviathan, or else you're going to kind of get in a really awkward spot in your builds. And so I think, honestly, Leviathan, rather, can play this one a little bit more carefully and let Lowkey W kind of run up against that restriction. They just need to not give a really bad team fight. Miss Lasso, but will it matter? Paige is just getting absolutely murdered. What is she doing here? Crossing the wrong street.
No lasso, no problem, says Vrake. And now off on the right-hand side, to the chase down happening. Freemock looking, charge landed, Doi gone. Pretty good pickoff here, all in all. Like, you'd trade your Paige for a Warden in this
That's
situation.
the value of the walker down, right? You're able to kill him under where normally a defensive walker would be. Counter push go coming in on this side lane, and this is what we talked about. Lowkey W, this is a crucial push for them. They're sending waves now on both mid and the side. Remember, these walkers are tanky. It's starting to go down fast here. About 50% HP. The help could be coming in. We got a rotation coming in from the mid lane. Empty Dreams starting this fight off, but taking a lot of pressure on Mirage. Just has to back off. The collapse is going to come in, though. This is going to be a full-out team fight, but hold on. The Doorman door pulls people away for a moment. Just enough to get out of the lash ult. That is so huge. Lowkey W may have gotten out of this one successfully. Paradox and Abrams still on the chase.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, the Obakim not playing a ton of Lash allegations, maybe holding firm there after that Death Slam, not ideal. But the knockdown overseas, getting caught, Cosmetical. Down on the
Abrams
other
can
end.
do big things here. He's in the back line, exactly where you want to be on the Abrams, looking to catch these heavy frontliners, but maybe has bitten off a lot here. The instant Warden ult to counter sends Abrams running for the hills. Only 3 players alive now for Lowkey W. Leviathan +1 player advantage, without much HP, waiting out the Warden ult. Maybe both teams looking to back off for the moment. As I guess that's still a winning fight for, I mean, honestly, that's about as close to 50-50 as it gets, right? Lowkey W get the Walker, one that they sorely needed, and they lose net 1 more player. I think you can absolutely live with that. And a lasso over the top, Obakim. Oh no, this was looking like a decent fight. Now it's starting to turn against you. Lowkey W urging their way back into this game.
It's like you think he might get out, and then I think Blob just landed in the bomb at the very end, right when clearance may have been coming in. So yeah, it turns into very much a Lowkey W win as the kills get evened up and they get the Walker. I think Leviathan, they were kind of flirting with the idea of, okay, maybe in the aftermath here we can get a little bit push on left, it's a little bit low. But now Lowkey W nursing a small lead here at the moment, and Leviathan, you see the change, Jake, right now when you look at the map positioning where people are at. Leviathan was up in Lowkey W's side of the map the entirety of the early and mid game, and now a lot more even as a 20-minute urn spawns. And if you're right now, if you're Leviathan, you can't give up control of this urn, not to the team that has Doorman.
Yeah, it's scary, but what can you do about it? I mean, OCs is trying to fight, but this is just a Mina. He really doesn't have that frontline threat to make this much of a challenge. Lash ult threaten, or rather, not the Lash ult, the Nox Nostra over the top right now, trying to threaten some of these players on the urn pickup, but you can see Mina just can't really stick around in the front line for too long in these fights. And the wave is behind you here. It's getting a little bit scary. Flammable once again caught off here on the page, having trouble really playing to this dance that Lowkey W are putting on you. And yeah, Obakim afflicted. He's super low. The chase down is coming, and just, yeah, he should be dead to rights on this one and trying to do what damage he can before he falls. But man, just once again, I honestly think Obakim and Flammable have been caught off so many times by Lowkey W this game. The mobility of Doorman, Viscous, and Holiday has really been punished them alongside Pocket's damage. Maybe a Midwalker trade, though, for it, but will this cost Mirage's life?
It may cost his life, but I think you go for it. I mean, Midwalker is still one of the most important things to get, so
he's out.
Yeah, getting Midwalker for urn control, actually not that bad. I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything about the urn turn-in, given the fact that it is the Doorman team that has it, but okay, we'll see how much they engage here. I really don't think you want to engage this, and no, they end up giving the urn to Blob, where the urn turn in itself actually is super important. Blob Soul is just rocketing up.
Dude, the range on this Warden trap is crazy. I can't believe Paradox got trapped there.
He went Mystic Expansion, I think, and that I didn't call it out earlier, but if we could get a look at Doi's items, he went the build that basically says, hey, we want to make Cage actually somewhat of a threat, and the only way you make Cage a reasonable threat outside of combo plays is you have to invest a little bit into range.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the cult sack and that, but that's still, we don't see that build very much on Warden. Maybe, is it, we should surprised if he did build it, but the Cages look so huge when Paradox was in it.
I think it's worthwhile. Like, I mean, I've messed around. Yeah, he does have Mystic Expansion. It's just an 800.
He just has the first one. That makes sense.
The biggest,
I guess this is a good value item on Warden, right? Because you're really getting 3 of your skills are pretty valuable to have extra range on, right? Everything but your shield is like, it's nice. If you upgrade that Mystic Expansion to the upgraded version, get that extra range on everything alongside Cultist. So I mean, one you're gonna have to worry about for Leviathan.
I think it's one of the more undervalued upgrades you can go for. Also, I love the Holiday for most people. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for the lasso here and see if someone's around to deal with it. You see Abrams in that spot, and you're just like, I don't know. But actually, looking at 3 max HP, it may have been a get.
Oh, swapping on Warden. This is a key character to find. I mean, he's threatening when he's got that trap and he's chasing you down, but when he's on the run, not nearly such a problem, and being absolutely run down Obakim over the top rope here for the finish. And that's a high impact kill. I mean, that's one of the strongest heroes on Lowkey W. Without him, they're going to kind of lack damage in some of these team fights. The question is, do Leviathan want to actually force any kind of key objective such as mid-boss for that kill? It would be a risky call here, and it seems that for now, they're just going to choose discretion, look to just farm a few extra camps on the opponent's side of the map.
Obakim coming in, Death Slam. Who's he got? He's got no one. He's got absolutely no one there, Jake.
The pain on the Obakim Lash has not been in this game, ZP. We give Obakim a lot of praise on this show, and so I think it's fair to say in this game, it hasn't been hidden. It has not been hidden.
Like, I think we've seen enough, though. Nerf Flash. Just
Holiday,
stick
though,
with
has
it.
been sick. Like, Holiday with the Tank Buster, I actually love, because you're going to barrel somebody on absolute full HP and get max value out of it. Then you lasso them and pull them into your team. I mean, that you are the definition of a character who values the opening burst over the finish of the kill. And you've got plenty of ways to finish, of course, pulling people into your team like that. So I'm kind of liking Holiday right now. I mean, this character has felt way like it's punching over its weight class in this game in particular. I mean,
Well, she's
6K
also
up
rich.
on overseas.
She's rich, like way richer than she was before, and I think a lot has to be said about the changes made for getting kills as solo or duo. Like the Holiday playstyle of lasso maxing and going spirit and looking to make plays even in the early mid game, it just gets you in a much better spot economy-wise, I think, from how the changes are. So, I mean, I think both Paradox, Holiday, maybe arguably a little bit Bebop, I don't know. What John is saying here, telling us on a podcast, yeah, I think Bebop sucks right now. You know, maybe you pack it up a little bit as Bebop. But either way, you know, Vrake, definitely the most impressive story to me so far from Lowkey W in this game.
Looks like a bit of a clash here brewing on the right side of the map. So Doorman Door here, ready to pull people out, but Holiday stepping in with the Veil Walker here. Abrams caught first, getting absolutely annihilated. I believe that's a curse in from the Doorman, and just gets crushed here on the fall. Mirage TP's into this, says, hey, you've used too many skills. Affliction here comes in, seems to have only hit one. That might not be enough, because here comes OCs. You're running out of control now for this Mina, who's diving forward into the fight, trying to put down what damage she can. A big page ult puts a lot of these players low, as Lowkey W are up one, but the cleanup may be turning against them. Now Mina, maybe biting off more that she can chew. The Warden ulti, chewing them up.
They're really low right now. Lowkey W, pretty low at the end of the fight. Flammable's done a great job support-wise, layering the shields and the charge. And then off the zip line, he's gonna put Overseas real low, Flasking over the top, takes cover behind the buff, actually gets the buff towards the end and secures it. And Mirage coming in for the backup somehow, some way. Overseas able to get out of the fire, and now Doi, you may be a little bit too deep, getting chased up and down the ropes. Gonna go back the other way. Enough clearance has been had. Viscous comes in. And when it is all said and done, Leviathan ends up down 2 from that fight.
Oh, it's a great fight from Lowkey W. I mean, look how many players are low. Like, the fact that they're all under pressure and yet nobody is able to be caught out. Like, Leviathan don't get any real meaningful prize from that fight other than maybe sending a few players back for the reset. That's a pretty big win on the cards here. A little bit of Walker damage did come in, but remember, this Walker has kind of been low for minutes on end, and there hasn't been an opportunity for Leviathan to finish. So Lowkey W kind of starting to cement that they're the stronger team right here in the fights here in this game, and this could be a big upset victory for them. We've talked about this being a relatively new team on the scene, and Leviathan with some more well-known names, so maybe the pressure's starting to get to Leviathan here. Remember, this is just a BO1.
Okay, Lowkey W, you want to try and get this urn turn in now. Obakim's about to be back up with Death Slam, but I don't think they're quite in the position. They don't have the door set up, so Leviathan is going to be able to full team fight this. Take a look at the left-hand zip. They're moving on in, but okay, it still might not be enough time. No, they don't get here in time, but maybe there's cleanup. Obakim,
the fight to be had. That's
over.
Frank down.
Overseas
That's
gets one. Yeah, Frank has had the fight early, and you have extra Leviathan now on the chase down. You're a little bit split from the door, and here comes the full Leviathan squad in looking for War. They're able to get Warden. 2 down here so far. Death Slam comes on out, grabs Viscous in, over. Captain falls, 3 dead. Jake, you got to be thinking about mid-boss now if you're Leviathan.
Yeah, this could be a backbreaker. They don't have a wave here, so they're not going to be able to clear the Walker, but they don't really care about that right now. An immediate rush to the mid-boss, and 3 players left. I mean, there's not much of a contest here to speak of. Maybe Cosmetical can get in here with a cheeky Affliction, but 6 players alive, everybody healthy for Leviathan. That's about as good as a fight you can find. And taking out Break first, Lowkey W just feels so much weaker in that engagement when they're not the ones getting the initiation off first. And Leviathan roaring the mid-boss, but they're trying to bait into a fight here. If they don't catch players, this could really go bad.
Yeah. Rejuve, though, coming on down. Trax is in the area, was looking for a bit of Doorman shenanigans. Still up, call bell down, door is up. And what's going to happen here? OC's empty reams and Overseas, able to get all Rejuve charges. Leviathan deal with the Doorman pressure. They punish those that came in the contest. And now, can they get even more? It's Blob that's stuck out here in the middle of nowhere, post-contest. Enemies all around. That's going to be a dead Geist, and Leviathan has firmly gotten themselves back into this game.
Yeah, that's about as good of a fight as you can get. You know, it's going to be Cosmetical farming stats for the post-game screen there, because that's probably all the impact that Affliction really had there at a 5-man, but everyone just kind of shrugs it off. There's not really a serious team fight to be had. And a catch here. Onto the Holiday. The melee ends up taking a little bit too long because he's falling, and so the parry is good. Holiday trying to play her way out of this, but she's running super low on stamina. Just has really the warp stone to play her way out of this one for now. Might be enough though. The movement is very clean, and with the help of the Veil Walker, maybe just enough to get away. They're still on the chase though.
Oh, just avoiding the hyper line there. Risky to go for it, but just on for a millisecond, gets out, gets the extra movement, and Break able to get out of the fire. And the interesting thing here, Jake, even with Leviathan getting a very beneficial fight, by the time they get this left walker, it's just going to bring things back to even as far as souls go. And actually, in terms of macro, Leviathan sitting pretty with 2 walkers still remaining. So even though this has been looking so good for Lowkey W pre-mid boss, you can make the argument now that Leviathan once more back in lead. Certainly you look at map position right now, and Leviathan, they're feeling pretty good about where they've brought themselves back into in this game.
Absolutely, ZP. And I mean, with 2 rejuves, there's an argument to be made for pushing this. Looks like for now, though, they're just going to try and hold the lanes into the enemy base and clear a ton of jungle. Really, I think there's going to be a net worth explosion here for Leviathan as they clear. I mean, look at their left jungle. It's completely full on this amber side of the map. And so when somebody gets back there and starts eating that one up, this could be problematic. At the same time, you got 2 rejuves. You might just try to look for the fight here as OC's not just frontlining, not just scouting, but also stealing camps away. Big risk here as, there's a lot of players collapsing on this Mina. Not a spot where she has much opportunity to play her way out of this one. See if she can get away from the sewer, but maybe with that TP and the help of the Sanguine, she'll be just fine. And plays like this are actually so impactful, right? That you pull a big chase onto you that finds nothing. That's an extra 10, 20 seconds where essentially the other team is getting nothing out of the map, and your team is all split, farming up, clearing some of these camps. As Mirage is hitting a really scary level. I mean, he's not just incredibly tanky, but he's putting these monster debuffs on you all game long. This is going to be very annoying to play against.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you hit the point where you have Ricochet, Inhib, and now you're even getting Spiritual Overflow, Empty Dreams is exactly where you want a Mirage to be. Also, in terms of that last play, too, kind of risky from OCs because the go-to for a Mina to get away is you use verticality, right? Like, you use your Sanguine to go to the rooftops, but you're in the subway, you don't quite have the same option. But Rejuve up for a little bit longer yet, and Lowkey W, they want no part of a Rejuve fight, Jake. They're saying, Earn, go ahead and take it, but that's going to extend Leviathan lead.
It's a very deep dive. Lasso misses, and that might just be enough to send Break packing. They were hoping to maybe pull this Mirage in super deep and kill him twice after the Rejuve. Paradox now looking to turn things around with a fight of their own. They do get this swap in on a Doorman who's cursed. Silence, trying to just escape the Divine Barrier from Viscus, is going to pull him out of trouble, but he's too low to really come into this fight. Leviathan trying to tax more players, trying to get more value, but seems that it'll just be a retreat from both sides for now.
You can time this out at this point. I think with only 30 seconds
he's going
play, but okay, Death Slam in on 2. Overkill throws him out, goes for the ground strike thereafter. As Leviathan
there's no Divine Barrier on Viscus. He's in the ball, he's just trying to roll out of this one, but the CCs are really punishing here. Pocket looking to get in with a big affliction here, finds Ford, that's massive, but his teammates are so low, this won't be an easy one. Gordon needs to come into this fight, needs to get a huge cleanup here. Rejuves are down. Page-Ult comes in just trying to stabilize things for Leviathan. There's so many low players, but is the follow-up going to be there? Multiple players on one, and here it comes with Empty Dreams. OC's finding a couple of the kills despite the huge affliction from Pocket. They end up maybe overextending here. The Divine Barrier on this Mirage, making him just untouchable, purging that ulti off. Doorman just running out of the fight for now. Swap used, but it doesn't feel like the most impact right now is Leviathan still healthy, still pushing this one.
OCs with a little bit more finish towards the end. Lowkey W overstaying their advantage. And you got to imagine how the comms went there, Jake. Cosmetical lands the 4-man affliction, and the Rejuves are down. You're screaming, go, go, go. They're all afflicted. But the damage wasn't quite enough.
Curse?
People are a little bit spread. Okay, OC's in off the curse.
The heal was huge. Mirage keeping into this. He's not backing down. He's tornadoing in. Full commit here from the Mirage. This is awfully close to the opponent base, but it ends up being a very good call. Empty Dreams here, 47,000 souls. Merc Mag online, Spirit buff as well. He is absolutely eating them alive in the shrines. Starting to drop here. It's going to open up Mega Creeps, as well as maybe all 3 Fast Sips if they're able to clear these Guardians as well. I mean, Leviathan have 30 seconds alone with the Sapphire Patron, and that is going to be a problem.
Shrine is down. Mega Creeps are inactive as... Okay, Death Slam comes in, and Trax down, just ripped out of the safety, and getting Doorman down for another 70 seconds is huge. But here's a question. You got the new defensible second stage patron. Do you stay? And Leviathan immediately says, nah, we're about to go. You have
Honestly,
the entire jungle available. Like, look at how much jungle is available now, Jake. It is 30K
true,
up
but
for Leviathan. And while they could have stayed, look, I get it.
I think
Like,
it's
this
a
literally
mistake,
just
honestly.
happened 15 minutes. But it happened 15 minutes before the patch. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know
true.
if
People are
Leviathan
scared.
wants to be the team that realize, oh shit, like, this is actually the most defensible patron ever. When you have the entire map to take. Like, they can take the map now, and they can come back with 50K worth of farm. They're in a really good spot. And also, don't forget too, when you have this amount of edge, you have the mega creeps on top of it. Lowkey W, you thought they were stuck in
That's
their base
true.
before. They're gonna be even more stuck now. So I think, given the uncertainty of how defensible a new patron is, Leviathan probably made the right call here.
We've also reached this point in the game where I feel like the Holiday is going to kind of struggle now, where I feel like Holiday thrives in the chaos of like split fights at multiple lanes. She kind of shows up when you don't expect her. But now at the stage of the game when somebody comes in, it's always a team fight starting. I feel like the Holiday is a little bit more telegraphed, right? With sound cues on your jump pad. And, you do have that Veil Walker to maybe find an opening lasso, but definitely feels harder than options like Lash and Paradox that I think have a little bit more of a sneaky playmaking potential. As Obakam here for thinking knows that, I mean, the game essentially ends if he gets a big Lash ult here. Silencer online for Empty Dreams. I mean, this Mirage is really hankering for a fight.
Meanwhile, Captain is just saying, okay, hopefully no one knows him here. Goes in through the door.
That's good
Meanwhile,
enough.
Death Slam up, overlooking. Pummel Punch in towards the back. Leviathan, maybe this isn't the full engage here just yet. A little bit back and forth. Viscous Goo Ball.
Bosses up. But Warden, he's getting bursted. He's getting deleted off the server here. 5 straight for Empty Dreams. Mirage taking over, and with Warden down, who is left to stand against this Mirage? An absolute menace. I mean, we talking about Mirage getting some nerfs, man. You do not feel it in this game. Holiday trying to chase out here, looking for something, but chasing down Amina, you're gonna need a little bit of help with that one.
No, go for it.
Lasso, oh, great E-shift to dodge that from OCs.
Yeah, the E-shift was well timed. You know you had no saying when you knew the
door's
lasso was coming, but the cube here through the door. Looking for it is the Mina. You got the collapse here, and Captain is gone, unable to get away. 2 clean pickoffs. And this is where, if you are Leviathan, you want to go to the mid-boss here. But okay, Curse comes in.
Great pick,
Mina, Doorman dies before Mina takes a trip into the Baroness Hotel. 4 down for Lowkey W. And this is where you gotta say, we are ending the game here and now.
I mean, good luck standing in the pit here as Pocket and Holiday. It's going to be real tough. They're doing it. And look at the defense of the Patron. I mean, their Patron's not taking damage as long as they're fighting. But now they're forced out of the pit. An opportunity here to burn down the Sapphire Patron. Cosmetical trying to get back in there, but it's too little too late. Lowkey W, it was a GG. Hard fought game from them, man. Battling back from an early deficit to make this one really competitive. But in the end, Leviathan closed it out with some stronger team play, some better late game decisions. And ultimately, a lot comes down, as you were saying, Empty Dreams, man. Just crushing this game, really getting out of control on the Mirage. And I mean, the full build Mirage still just fries the lobby.
36 minutes, gentlemen. That's all it took. We were wondering, will we get into the 40s? Not yet, but this was just the EU Challenger match. Congratulations, Leviathan.
Are you there,
Get
ZP?
it done, and ZP called it. Empty Dreams, MVP worthy again, ZP?
Honestly, towards the end, absolutely. If I had to give an MVP to the match, if we could give it to the losing team, which normally we don't, I mean, Frank still looked ridiculous for Lowkey W. I mean, it was the holiday show, but Leviathan, they end up winning this a little bit more on the fundamentals, you know, a few good team fights and a really good mid-boss call. But when you look at what was able to keep them in it, I would say it's one part free mock, especially in the early mid game, and then Empty Dreams was just the unstoppable force towards the end.
Jake, for anyone who is worried about all of the nerfs coming in, do you feel Mirage has been greatly affected by the patch?
It certainly doesn't look like it. I mean, I think some of those nerfs definitely hit around the edges, but it still just feels like such a potent carry in the ultra late game. I mean, putting all those debuffs on the enemy and damaging them at the same time, it's such a challenge to play around, and you're so hard to kill as well, with Tornado being arguably one of the best survivability skills in the game for these like farming cores. So many times I felt like Vrake, it was so good in this game, like making so many plays on the holiday and really getting a ton of good fights, but just couldn't close it out. When you get that point of the game where everyone's full build, it felt like the holiday really struggled.
ZP, as we take a look at the highlights, I see a lot of plays from OCs. You saw the teamwork taking the mid-boss when they were down 10k souls. Was that the game-changing moment, or what won them the second half for Leviathan to get to the grand final?
I mean, getting the mid boss was a huge moment in the game. I also think that it was the very end of the Rejuve fight where the Rejuve turns out Cosmetical gets the 4-man affliction, but the coordination from Lowkey W is just a little bit off. You, again, if we heard the comms, you had to think the comms were just go, 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 go. But it's so scattered when they go in. They're not actually able to take advantage of the 4-man affliction. It's not as damaging as you would have thought. And instead, it ends up being a stagger that goes against Lowkey W. And what could have been their crowning moment of triumph when it was still pretty even ends up being the final step to Leviathan's victory. But interesting enough, you look at damage here, spirit nerfs or not, the early Nina priority, this was picked early in the draft, OCs still made it look really, really good.
Chat, I hope you guys are enjoying the show. We've calmed down on calling out the subs, but if you want more hype, we can bring it. You just let us know. For now, all you need to know is OCs and Empty Dreams almost had a rainbow combined. Obakim, how do we rate his last, Jake?
I mean, look, he got caught off in some spots here, but in the end, I mean, he made some really nice calls, I think, near the end game to be able to find the key fights, right? Like being able to going in for the death slam on the doorman out of his own spawn, delayed that one last player, and really ended up being, I think, a very high impact kill because it gave a lot more time for Leviathan to play on the map. So I will say execution wise, Laz not his best hero, but the playmaking, the decision making really,
the brain is still there.
He was in the right fights, and so it shows how much that counts for in Deadlock still. Of course, execution is important, but if you're not in the right fights or you're overextending at the wrong moment, we saw how hard that could be punished. I mean, Vrake also had a great game, but it felt like after a few solid plays, a few solid openers, Leviathan really adapted to the holiday and were able to turn and shut her down.
A much closer fight this time around for Lowkey W, but it's the same result. Leviathan will be moving on to our grand final for EU. We're going to be starting off with $600. And a reminder, right below our stream, there's a donate button. All of your money that goes to the donate will go directly to the player prize pool. Anything that comes in the form of subs supports future night shifts. As we take a look at what we still have in store, it's Abrahams versus Leviathan. That'll be a best of 3. And then, of course, ZP, give me the teaser. Why is Kawaii Crew back on the show tonight?
So Kawaii Crew, they're one of the teams that had a good qualifier performance in the Death Slam Invitational, and Sneaky Golem, who were to be known as the Floormen, well, there was a roster change that happened. I don't want to say entirely because I don't know what is public or not, but basically 24 hours before the show, they had to pull out. We needed a replacement team, and Kawaii Crew very generously is like, all right, we'll assemble the people, and they were good. Also, Boston Tea Party was going to be in here too if Kawaii Crew wasn't able to do it. So the NA team's immediately on deck when some of the unexpected things happen, which of course they do.
And of course, all this kind of stems back to some of the Death League competitions. I know you were doing a watch party. Is our MVP ready? If not, ZP, I think now is a perfect time to give a shout out to all the content that was made over the weekend.
Yeah, honestly, big shout out, of course, to Jake for joining us on the watch party that we were hosting on both Saturday and Sunday for Death Slam Invitational, to Deathy for putting on the Death Slam Invitational, and some of the pro players that joined us and those in the scene. It was Lightbringer coming in as a coach, was there most of the day on both days. We also had Rena, Lonow, we had Crayon, Vegas. Ido came in for a few rants and, didn't really have much of a defensive picking Drifter, but hey, it's okay, Ido, just don't pick it again. But overall, it was a really good community experience, and it was a ton of fun.
Jake, did you learn to play any new heroes or want to play any new heroes after watching that?
I have been playing a bit of Indicta, but honestly, I've decided, Puckett, I'm going to try and fill out my holiday tree this holiday season. So if you don't know, the new challenge in Deadlock is to get 1 win on every hero, to get a new ornament for each win on your Christmas tree. And honestly, that sounds kind of fun to me. So I'm going to spend the next month, I'd say, just learning a bunch of new heroes. Maybe from this game, I can think, maybe I want to try the Holiday, actually. She looked pretty fun. I don't think I played a single game of her, but it looks pretty sick in the mid-game playing that tempo style.
Jake loves bulbs. That's what I see in chat. Let's take a look here at our MVP, ZP. It's the Abrams. You got to love this pick. It's a free mock coming in for Leviathan. 6 kills, 4 deaths, 19 assists. We've got a lot of highlights from the Big Fist. Let's take a look at them.
Yeah, and Freemock was so integral to Leviathan being in the game in the early game. I mean, what we saw from the Abrams page lane was a domination. And you look at here where Warden was like, do I go jump pad? Do I not go jump pad? Is there a luggage cart to save me? It doesn't matter. The shotgun does way too much damage. And Freemock was just living rent-free behind this Guardian. I mean, Jake, we were looking at this the entire time. It was like, okay, well, I guess he's not dying here and he's just doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, him staying back here, getting the support from the page, this lane looked incredibly dominant. I would say I was impressed that Lowkey W were able to kind of bring the game back when I thought, hey, maybe Abram's just going to like completely be out of control this one, especially playing off this movement buff to insane effect here in the early game. But really well played by the opponents to just keep this game going. But we saw, I mean, Fremont was just a heavy hitter this game, and really clean game from him. Like in the late game, not getting picked off, having a great start to get this game rolling and give Empty Dreams and OCs the space to really hit their power peaks. But you know, a lot of these big catches onto Doi on the side lanes were also coming from Fremont on the Abrams. So definitely got to give him credit. Of course, the tougher test coming up in this next match against Abraham.
Yes, ZP, we've got a big European match coming up. It's our grand finals. On a less serious note, do you know Fred the Finch?
I do.
And, Fred is apparently in a 27-hour stream right now. I'm thinking they're becoming a little delirious because the question to the chat was, should I wear my maid outfit? John69 immediately responds, no, that's an aim debuff. I'm a little lost in the sauce, guys. Break it down for me during the break chat. When we come back, it's your EU finals. Shout out to Sergeant Miles, Mr. Sadsack, and everyone else who's been supporting the night shift. We'll be right back. Oh, that Christmas jazz just puts me in a happy mood. Welcome back, everybody. We got DDK, we got HDZP, and we're about to jump into match number 2 on the night. This is the EU Championship, and DDK, you're coming in at a spicy moment because 5 minutes before we went live, they dropped a patch on our noses.
Why do they keep doing this to us?
Entertainment, skyrocket our viewership, one of the two, I think. It's helping out.
I thought we weren't not going to get an update in December. Then we got the Christmas update, and then we've had like 2 patches since then in the space of a few days. So I don't really know what to make of this.
Yeah, I'm never going to be disappointed with more updates from a publisher. Thank you very much. Let's take a look here at the patches as we get into this next one. Abrahams will be taking on Leviathan, but ZP, we were wondering, will it slow the game down? Will we go into the 40s? So far, we're on the same schedule, finishing that last one around 35 minutes.
Yeah, we didn't quite get into a game state where we got like the big patron defense, but make no mistake, the second stage patron is way more defensible. A lot of games in the past that got ended by we have rejuves all in the pit. You gotta play them differently now because you gotta take down the other team. And we maybe can hit the patch notes a little bit here for those who have just tuned in because we did start a show, people are filtering in. But the best part about Deadlock right now is that Yoshi comes in and is like, guys, we're doing a small patch. The small patches in Deadlock are bigger than other games' big patches. It's unreal.
There we go. Graphics are up for us. Thank you, Solomon. These are from December 16th. And then, of course, we got more on the 17th. What are the big standouts here, ZP?
Big standouts to me. I mean, obviously, I think the biggest one here is what went down with the shrines, where you now get mega creeps. But what we saw in that last game, especially when you saw, I would say, the holiday souls, killing blows giving more souls and solo and duo kills giving more souls has really changed soul priority. The vitality change maybe made a few heroes lesser priority, some more priority. Clearly for Abrams, didn't really affect him as much as some people may have thought. Didn't see any big bag drops, but they are a lot more possible now with the unsecured soul change.
GDK, let's keep it rolling as we take a look at some of the other changes made. We, of course, have all the item changes, but walk me through the hotfix patch notes first.
Yeah, the initial wall jump, I think this will make a lot of people happy because I feel like we only get movement nerfs. So it's kind of nice to get something given back to us there with the wall jump tech being a little bit easier and requiring a little bit less. And also time delay before the sprint starting to work is kind of nice as well, because obviously this is more punishing, making it less viable for certain heroes to be jungling, and this was something that was really prevalent before, that pretty much everyone could kind of jungle, but that got a little bit more selective. So kind of some more balances there for the rotations to still make it feel like a MOBA. But now I think one thing that's super interesting is this new dynamic with when you're in the pit, and the weekend patron, the final stage patron, is now, I mean, let's face it, if you're in the pit, you're probably going to get absolutely wrecked. So this might save a few seconds before the patron goes down, but at least it's a little bit more defensible when you're actually having that pit fight and you're trying to stall out until someone gets off the respawn, jumps in with the singularity, whatever it might be. So we might see some more clutch plays around that, but I'm not expecting too much.
Thank you, Solomon, for all the updates. We've got more detailed ones coming, but the players are ready. So let's jump into the conversation around our EU final. We got Abraham's returning champions. Now, clearly the top of EU, right? Is there anyone, ZP, that has challenged them for the throne in the last 5-6 weeks?
Not on EU soil. Melee Creeps was able to beat them when they had all sorts of high ping. And I mean, look, overall, I think if Melee Creeps could come to EU, it would be a close one. But across EU versus EU, Abrahams, they are the team to beat. Roster changes don't really matter. ABL out, Hoot back in, and they haven't missed a beat. Abrahams, I mean, what more can you say? This is a team that not only has incredible fundamentals as far as mechanics in lane phase, they generally make good macro decisions, and their hero pool is deep enough that they're not really susceptible to getting banned out. It's just a team that has undisputed dominance, and you take a look at this, ever since Buff Enjoyers have been gone, it has been Abrahams on top.
And it's been 2-0, so DDK, even if they win, I want to see it at least go to a game 3. So let's cheer on Leviathan as they are taking on the reigning champs. First, though, Sonya Sniper together, Saint, you got Taz, who's a ferocious Paradox, D-Mov, and Hoot. Who's the most dangerous on this squad in your eyes, DDK?
What a question. Yeah, it can really depend on who's playing what. one of the most feared combinations that we have in Deadlock is probably still together on Shiv. So something we talk a lot about. If Shiv is able to be put on together, it's going to be pretty scary. But obviously, Hoot is someone that can play pretty much everything and do it to an exceptional level. Demoff is also someone that recently, I think, more and more people have been starting to credit as maybe the best player in EU. This was straight from ZP's lips. I think in the last couple of weeks of broadcasts, and I think it's standing up to the test so far.
Yeah, when I think about D-Mov, I mean, it's a player where was very notable on Buff Enjoyers, and I think D-Mov, the one thing I don't want to see from Abrahams is putting D-Mov on the W Mouse 1 role. Like, I don't like D-Mov on Wraith. Like, yeah, he was able to make a playmaking play a little while back on it, chasing down, getting the hyper line on to the opposition previously, but D-Mov is at his best when he's on heroes like Doorman, Viscous, heroes that can get active in the beginning of the game and just make plays out of nothing. More of that from D-Mov in my mind, less of D-Mov on Wraith.
Less Wraith, that is the call. Chat was wondering, where is she? We don't know if we're going to see her tonight. We do know we're going to see Empty Dreams pop off. The question is, what character do you let them play? OC's also had a very good game on the Mina, and we'll have to see what Freemock is able to lock in on the front line. Is it together versus Freemock? How do the 1v1s match up, DDK?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I think in terms of the 1v1s, as opposed to me picking like an Oberkim in more of a supportive role, I'd be probably thinking more Empty Dreams and OCs who tend to be on more playmaking roles or carry roles where the resources are kind of funneled into them. We just saw that OCs had a really, really strong Mina game in that previous matchup, and OCs is previously known for playing those M1 carries really well and being maybe the best farmer in the game, but it seems like some of those heroes like the Ivy got nerfed a little bit, so we're seeing somewhat of a pivot into more of a Mina, so that's definitely a big standout. Empty Dreams obviously could go a lot of different ways. I think Infernus is still pretty good, so we'll see kind of where it falls with respect to that, but I do like Flammables. Picture being McGinnis. I hope we see McGinnis secretly. I feel like it's fun.
Will this be the first game with a homeless Viper?
I hope.
That's
I honestly, I hope. The Homeless Viper, I mean, the problem is this is where I think NA actually may be a little bit ahead of EU, is that NA is way more into roaming, taking advantage of box spawns and going from there. EU, at least in our best of one, it was a little bit more gentlemanly. We did not have the roaming that we saw in the Death Slam Invitational overall, but Abrahams, they kind of adapted to the ways of NA during that tournament. They were going out of their way to roam just as much as the NA teams, so I think Abrahams may look to get a little bit more active than we saw Lowkey W get in the last game.
There we have it. It's time for your draft. I am out. DDK, ZP, mics are hot.
He's gone. And he's gone.
He's left us. But Abrahams,
what are we going to see here, ZP? What's your read on how people have interpreted the patch of the last week, basically?
Well, Amber was seen, first pick was seen as the priority in DSI. Leviathan, they had the choice of first or second pick here, and they say, Abrahams, go ahead, have first pick. Abrahams, they first banned Mina after seeing the last game and say, no, we don't want to deal with OCs on Mina, put OCs on something that's going to take longer to farm instead. So that in and of itself is interesting. Second pick, though, continuing to ban Billy. I do think that is the proper play. I think the nerfs that came to Billy still not enough to really limit his status, where he was the king in recent competition. Just people realize he's a top. But I want to know here, Dan, is does Abrahams go for Shiv or do they go for Geist? And instead they go Doorman. So the Doorman prio even higher. I actually think that may have been the best pick they could have done.
Yeah, I love it. I think we speculated on this last week, actually, where Doorman's so unique and he provides so much shutdown utility where he can just ult somebody out of the picture. If it's a Warden especially, even Warden becomes a little bit more unpickable now. It's just super nice. The Doors, obviously, with the objective util is super strong. So really cool to see. I'm curious where Abrams is going to be too, ZP, because Abrams seems really, really good right now. And obviously... Shiv, Abrams, I'm not sure, where the relative strength is going to be, but there you go. It's actually allowing Abrahams, if they want the together Shiv, they can have it.
Yeah, they can grab Shiv. I mean, Shiv did get hit with more nerfs, so I do wonder if, at least clearly in the eyes of Leviathan, maybe it's part comfort, but Freemock is really good on both Abrams and Shiv, so Freemock is opting for the Abrams. It may be that in the EU meta, the Abrams is better, but that is wild. On one hand, this is getting rid of the possibility of Empty Dreams, for example, coming in on the pocket. But okay, we'll see if the Shiv comes in. I still think Shiv is coming in, because if they full on don't go Shiv, that would be a change for Abraham. It's also kind of a change in how Shiv himself is getting valued. But okay, Shiv still comes in. You still need a front line, and he was one of the only frontliners left.
It's interesting because I could still see a place for an Infernus as well. I do think Infernus is particularly nice. I think it has some of its util, like let's say the afterburn, the way that it reduces spirit damage. It's just something that's just always kind of good, especially against the high damage of Pocket. It'd be kind of nice to have that to match up there, or to deal with Shiv and get that bone on him. But we get the Viscous instead, which is kind of nice. I never want to have that available for Demoth, but in general, obviously provides some great save for the killing blows.
Yeah, I mean, players right now, I think, are in a little bit of an overreaction to the Infernus nerfs, because Infernus did get picked over the weekend. DMB was able to play it, and it still looked really good. Like, yes, Infernus loses a little bit of lane presence. Sure, whatever. There was an extra patch on top of it, though, so like the burn is going to do even less damage with the spirit nerfs. So people still may be a little bit allergic to it overall. Abrahams, though, decide, okay, we're going to get rid of the Page. We don't want you to have the Page Abrams lane. We'll see what Leviathan goes for support. Kelvin has been a little bit less popular in EU overall, was very popular over in NA. They grabbed the Viscous, though, so maybe they feel they're okay in terms of things on the support end. And okay, they just go for Vindicta, which, by the way, gets it out of the hands of Saint, who absolutely would have picked it.
Yeah, I like to see the Vindicta. Now, I'm really curious what the following picks are going to be, because we've already got like an interesting spot where some of the biggest DPSs are kind of gone. Okay, Warden comes in. It makes sense. You allow it for yourself because you've got the Doorman. So I like to see that. I wonder with the Affliction and Doorman ult, the Warden ult, I wonder if Sinclair becomes something that Leviathan might start to think about.
Yeah, I mean, Sinclair, anytime there's a Pocket on the field, I mean, cloned Affliction is one of the better options you have. Also, it is EU versus EU. Oh, okay. Now Kelvin's there. Yeah, actually, I think 100% Sinclair would make a lot of sense for either of the next two picks here for Leviathan, because you have great options. Not so much the Warden ult, but, with Pocket and Kelvin available, that gives you a lot of reliable power that you can grab on Sinclair. They grab Lash as one. We'll see if they finish out Sinclair. If they do finish out Sinclair, they're a little bit weak on general carry damage. Like, I do think Leviathan, as good as the Sinclair may be, probably want to get something more in the realm of an Ivy, if Warden is available, which it's not, something along those lines. And they go Viper, which is, by the way, all in on the early game. This is all like a balls to the wall, just early the mid game plan coming in from Leviathan.
Okay. Well, I mean, the thing about it is that Abrahams have a pretty nice comp to, I think, fight a fast tempo type of game with, the stall that you get from Kelvin. Calico added in there as well, I think, is kind of nice. I think Calico obviously can be really strong with those really like low cooldowns in lane. So yeah, it's there is competition for that tempo that Leviathan are going to be banking on, I think, ZP.
This is interesting. I mean, Leviathan, they have to bully the early to mid game here. There's no other way. I mean, Abrahams, I think in the long game, they got Doorman. They're going to have advantage on any earned fight where they're able to get earned. Bigger team fights. I mean, you got Doorman, Kelvin, like your earned fight is obscene. Leviathan only gets earns here, Dan, if they just get a lot of early ganks, a lot of early lane pressure, and never let off the gas. Because if this game slows down at all, I think Abraham's draft just wins.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this pans out. I do think Viper is really awesome, and I think we've really started to see, I think EU especially, really begin to show us, okay, there's obviously a lot of success behind the scenes. And here we go. We're going to be getting into the match, Abrahams and Leviathan. This is the first map of the best of three here for the money match for the EU segments here at the night shift, and for our Christmas show, right?
Yeah, the Christmas show and final money match of the year.
Put your presents in the chat for ZP and HD.
And Puckett. We're up in Puckett's camera focus, by the way. We're figuring out how to do it. He's had the same camera. Puckett can be just as an HD, Dan. We have the technology.
ZP, I wish you could see my camera right now.
What's it looking like?
Switched it. It's a ribeye.
Oh, I'm jealous. But Dan, it's not just the ribeye that's cooking. You take a look here at the lanes, and Viper is out, and Viper was pretty explosive over the weekend. We'll see if she's going to be able to do that here in EU.
Yeah, the Screwjab dagger can absolutely own people in lanes, especially if you get nice setups around it. We can get like maximum damage right off the connection. So it's can really surprise you, I feel like, and it might be something that people are still getting used to playing against. Maybe not at this level. Maybe at this level, there's a lot of reps at this point that teams are getting against the good Viper players. But it's definitely scary. And like you say, so much of the focus is on this. It's very high tempo. Viper kind of has to be really successful in the lane. And being up against the Warden Calico. Do you feel like it's a good lane for the Viper?
I mean, I think almost any game lane is a good lane for Viper early on. I mean, I don't think Lash is necessarily the best lane partner, though it is the canonical pairing, as it were. I mean, it's a bit of a frisky lane partner. It's how you get Viper eating for two, as it were. But I think what people may be a little bit confused about, I saw quickly in chat, people going, what do you mean Viper isn't late game? No, at the pro level, people don't play Viper as a late game gun carry. They play Viper as an all-in spirit menace over the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game. Like, you go all in on spirit, and that's where Viper gets a lot of her power at the pro play at the moment. So it may be a little bit different from your expectations on the whole.
And so for that reason, it's very important that Abraham has managed to keep this lane in check. Because a huge win condition here is that this Viper has a strong laning phase, but Warden is really strong in lane. It's going to be very hard to kill a Warden and a Kelvin. That's a very difficult combo to actually kill. They might not dominate the lane super hard in terms of taking the tower down, but you getting ground against them, getting kills against them, and setups like that, it's going to be very difficult because you'll be able to. The Binding Word is going to send you away. The heals from the Kelvin, the Ice Beam as well is going to slow you down. Like, it's just going to be such a consistent threat, and it's too tanky, I feel like.
I think the interesting part here is how the lane is going to go as we get a little bit deeper. Like, we're past the 2-minute mark here, and you want to pay a little bit attention into the roaming, where Abraham's is a lot more into roaming here, where they're actually feeding a lot of farms together via the mid. And take a look at Tass. Tass may be looking for a little bite of the apple here on the right-hand side. Like, you've gone on this very long box run, and teams weren't as good at the beginning of DSI of going in on ganks, but they're a little bit better later on. But so far, Tass hasn't really been worrying about going for a gank. He's just been on the full absorb every box, feed farm into together in the mid lane.
I do love to see the classic combo of Abrams paired with Vindicta. We've got 3Mock and Obi Kim on that for Leviathan as well. So I do like what they have here overall in terms of the setup. I think it definitely complements the players really well. I don't know that I've seen Flammable on Viscous too often, though.
Yeah, I mean, it goes a little bit far back. I mean, Flammable has been on more supporty things over time. There was a point where he used to be on Kelvin quite a bit. But right now, a little bit back and forth here in the right-hand side. Dive in once more from overseas and doesn't quite connect. Again, I feel like I look at Lash, and Lash's ability to actually catch people midair with ground strike seems weird. I mean, it's going off of Obikim and just what we saw from overseas, but it doesn't seem to have the hitbox it did pre-patch, and oh my god, that's Puckett cutting a ribeye. Wait, where's the ping?
Dude, is that medium? Are you an absolute savage?
Where's the rareness
You
in here?
guys talked.
Go ahead.
You guys talked way too long. It's overcooked, guys.
Yeah, that's actually very sad.
Yeah, I was looking for it, but so was Taz, who made his way back into mid lane and was able to get the pick. But yeah, I mean, overall, for Leviathan, I feel like this is kind of a win for Abrams. Like, the comp that Leviathan has gone needs a bit of chaos sub 10 minutes, and this has been a very grounded Viper game that has been losing lane, in fact, to the Warden Kelvin. But we got mid buffs coming up here in just a moment, Dan. We'll see just how contested they are.
I'm still feeling bad that Puckett overcooked his steak. Everyone needs to take a moment of silence for Puckett and his ribeye.
There's gonna be some people in chat be like, no, it's fine. Like, you can't have it be rare. Like, the cow shouldn't be mooing as you eat it or thereabouts. But
those people don't know how to eat steaks, EP. Those people are uncultured and must be dealt with.
Look, I agree. I mean, we can set off the Civil War chat right now between how people eat their steak. But in any case, right now, I think if you're looking at Abrahams is kind of liking this game state flow here so far, Dan.
Absolutely, yeah. It's overall it's been pretty even, I think, across all lanes. The Kelvin Warden lane, I think, is having the most success so far of any combo, of any duo. And we indeed get to see the Together Shiv this game. So Together does not care about the nerfs.
I think when it comes to Shiv, until you see Shiv not be viable, assume he's viable. But at some point, all these 5%, 10%, etc. nerfs are going to hit a point where it's like, damn, Shiv actually not that good anymore. Left-hand side, though, maybe getting a little bit friskier, at least looking at the mini-map. But looking at the health bars, relatively quiet. I mean, the problem is that Empty Dreams Overseas has been working at a health deficit the entire time. Dome comes in. It's going to be enough to take down Lash. Lash not looking particularly healthy. No way out of the Dome. Guardian maybe soon to fall. And you take a look here. Sanya wants a little bit more. So Empty Dreams, you know, where are you going to go to here? They could just focus down the Guardian, but why not get the Guardian and a Lizard on top?
Yeah, that Lizard is still fighting. Oh, there's got to be really careful when you're up against the Viper. But yeah, really good and strong start on that left side there for the Abrams Kelvin combo of Abrahams. But a lot more work to be done here as we see the action in middle now, and it's Leviathan that are pretty defensive here as well. So Leviathan definitely having just being a little bit worse off, but not really, I think, too notably. I wouldn't say ZP.
Yeah, I honestly, as I look at it, okay, Empty Dreams on the board finally gets one over on the Saint. But, I don't know, I look at this, are they going to be able to get kill in here? You get the dive in coming in from Empty Dreams into the back. It's looking reasonable here. Looking into Warden, gets Sanya towards the very end. So, kind of a big mistake, I actually think, for Leviathan to stay in the lane low enough to give the opportunity to Abrahams there, because you get punished giving up kills now in Dan. Like, the amount of souls you give up for lane kills is a lot higher this patch.
Which I think is probably a good thing, actually. I know, what do you sound on it?
I think it's good. I think many people argued that the lane phase, actually dying in lane, wasn't that impactful last patch. I mean, it was impactful. You didn't want to die. It could set you on the path to losing, but now there's a lot more sting as far as how far ahead your opponents go if you do give up a kill.
Well, I think that's going to ultimately make the game more high quality in matchmaking, actually, because I feel like people are a little bit too easy going in lane phase sometimes. So it's good to have it be a bit more punishing. But the, yeah, there we go. The cloak is going to get you out of trouble if you are Hoots. Pretty exciting prospect. We haven't spoken about Hoots so far in this matchup as the chase down commences and the hitting right is cancelled. Do we get much more? We do get a snipe. Ooh, nice connection over him. Can he get another angle? Okay, he's going to be intercepted, cut off from line of sight. So Hoot will be safe for now. And oh my god, straight into the hotel. That is not exactly what you wanted, I don't think, if you are Overkim. He's in a lot of trouble here coming out of that hotel. There's the call bell, and that will take him out. So, well played by Abrahams to catch that kill.
Leviathan, they're trying to make up a little bit of ground in the middle after that fight. Middle Guardian looking a little bit low. Not quite done here just yet as Together comes back out in the lane. Backed up by Kelvin. The old lane duo reunited, and Flammable just runs over Saint. Parries. Not gonna be enough here as Obikim comes in, finishes off Together from the sky, and that pressure is gonna be enough to take down the mid Guardian, where we didn't even talk about it here, Dan, but you didn't get the Shiv Kelvin lane. Like, that synergy, they looked at it as like, nope, we're not actually gonna do that.
That's a great point, actually. We didn't actually mention that. That's so interesting. That's something that used to be such an obvious narrative has now kind of just disappeared. But now we're excited to get into that mid game now, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, Tess keeps doing this off camera. Tess in his roaming has been really effective. May get punished here by Abrams. Tries to throw out the door, ends up getting hit by the stun and Death Slam when you really want to take down two. Down goes overseas thereafter. 300 damage, or 300 health left for Tess, and the fall through's not going to be there. Fremont got a little bit too low, and the knives tick down to finish him off.
Together doing his best work. He might be in some trouble. Look at the movement tech, though, still as strong as ever. And in the right hands, it is so difficult to catch a Shiv. So Together escaping when many a Shiv otherwise would have died. And now the urn is being run across the map. Now, the control is contested on that lane on the right side for the drop-off. So we'll see how the balance is in terms of numbers. 3 against 3 at the moment, at least in terms of the players in the area.
If you're Leviathan, you have to look for a trade anywhere. Like, actually anywhere. Like, take down Left Guardian. You don't want to fight Doorman, Kelvin, and Urn. Like, this is just... If you fight here and win, Godspeed to you. But Abrahams on paper has such a better Urn setup here. Just from the ability to set up via doors. I mean, yeah, you're getting pressured by a Geist, but you can go there with door, you can dome. It should be pretty simple. Kelvin, gonna walk on through. Urn carrier, no dome required, just door. Abrahams first run of the game to them, and they get Overseas, who was poking a little bit too hard, and then the fall through, they drop the dome, and Abraham's just punishing people that probably shouldn't have been here in the first place, Dan.
Yeah, really nice cleanup there from Abrahams. And Leviathan before this fight were a couple thousand souls ahead, but they are getting totally wiped out. So this is a terrible scenario. The only thing that they have going on at the moment is Empty Dreams on the Viper in a 1v1 on the left side lane, which he needs to be able to win, but he's not able to. Has to fall back, and in the meantime, Abrahams are taking everything. They're ransacking the place. They take down the Guardian. There's still one more Guardian in mid for them to be concerned about. But more kills, getting chased down. And this is not a good look here for Leviathan. They're really starting to struggle here into this mid game.
It doesn't get any better for them either. I mean, the comp they went for here, Dan, was a comp that really needed to get significant power out of lane phase. I mean, you're already starting to get out of Viper's ideal power spike when you're playing more of a Spirit Viper. And Abraham's, you look at who they're funneling farm into here. Sanya's at 13k. This is going to be a very scary gun warden as the game goes on. So, for Leviathan, it may look like, oh, you're just a little bit behind. No, this is massively behind, given the comps at play. And Leviathan doesn't really have a lot of time to make something happen. You see Calico now, D-Mob, diving in on the Empty Dreams. Just drops the Return the Shadow, and even if it doesn't result in a kill, is gonna force Empty Dreams a little bit further back and, limit some of the playmaking mobility that Empty Dreams might have been looking for.
So mid tower's actually managed to survive for quite a long period of time. Looks like it might get dealt with finally, but actually the defense is looking robust. So we'll be deterred for now. And they get a slight nerf to the damage on the Assassinate, but I feel like it's not really all that. It's not that notable though. Like minus 10 damage or something.
Yeah, Vindicta is still very, very good right now, as an old alarm just suddenly goes off. But yeah, I mean, Vindicta is strong at the moment, but I also think the strength of picking Vindicta here is that you keep it out of the hands of Saint. Like, I actually think you've seen enough footage that you don't want that, but Cage coming down here on the Geist, Sanya, able to land it now, going around. There is soul swap up here, so you have to be a little bit careful, especially when you got Abrams here falling through. Not easy to finish the Geist here in the current setup, and now it's a little bit of running for Sanya. Flammable punishes D-Mob other side of the map while this goes on.
Yeah, big fight here. Really important one for Leviathan to find value. Here's a chase down onto the ward, and he's got nowhere to go, but there's somewhere to go, I suppose, inside the Kelvin Dome. It's going to allow him to survive a little bit longer. The parry's coming on in, allowing that heal to do its work, but it ultimately is not enough. And in fact, everybody in the Dome actually surviving on Leviathan's side, but here comes the door. And that's going to peel one away from the fight here, making the numbers, the equation now feeling much better for Abrahams on the cleanup. And out comes Abrams into the coldness, the cold winter of the Shiv Knife Doorman combo, and he can't really survive that, so he will die of exposure. And once again, you've got a solid lead here for Abrahams. The chase down coming in, but I don't know that there's enough here to stop, or rather I should say take down together.
No, and I mean, they're able to use the door to make the escape even better. Where one bit of tech here that, people may not be entirely aware of is, you may be wondering, it's like, hey, why are you parrying coming out of the hotel? There's interactions where if you parry, the cart is not going to drive you. Like, you'll take damage from the cart, but you're not going to get thrown into the wall, thrown into a bad spot. That's why you see, Fremont come out here. It's just like, all right, I'm just going to parry on exit. But Vitality buff going over the together. Things going to a little bit of a worse scenario here for Leviathan. Mobility on the Geist. Sometimes you just lose the RNG there, Dan. 50-50 and what was going to spawn between the two spots, and Abraham's getting the better end of it for sure.
And this is nasty. In comes... Ooh. In comes the pocket. Hoot is not messing around. He's pretty well farmed up, at least compared to the rest of Leviathan. Now the fight in the basement. Abrams versus Shiv. Heavyweight battle. But there's the assist off the rope. And at this point in ZP, it feels like... It kind of feels like what you were talking about in the draft about the win condition for Leviathan's kind of... It really has come and gone. They didn't do enough in that early timing of the game. And although Empty Dreams will do what he can by himself, it really has felt like Viper hasn't had impact in the game so far.
I mean, the early lane didn't go well enough. There wasn't enough of attempt to roam. And I mean, now you take a look at the overall comp, like who in God's name is going to be dealing with Sanya Sniper? How are you going to deal with, most of your team is going to just dissolve if you get hit with Hoot on an affliction. The people that need farm on Abrahams generally have it. I mean, together could stand to be a little bit richer, but the actual team fight scenario for Leviathan is really, really unfortunate right now. And we'll see if they're able to make something out of nothing right now. A little bit of poke here on the Taz, but I think Taz has door up, so he should just be able to get out.
There might be a world where Empty Dreams' DPS, you know, is enough that they can maybe make something happen somewhere. But I feel like that has to be in skirmish scenarios where I don't know that they would be able to very easily catch Abrahams. But with that said, the urn has been grabbed and dropped. Is it dropped? Yes, it's been dropped by Abrahams. And Abrahams are in, I mean, not a massive lead. It's only a 10k lead, so it can be squandered.
I think the key for Abrahams, though, is that Abrahams doesn't really need to make anything happen. They just need to play the game, take jungle, look for picks where they come out, and they're fine with this going late. Like, by all rights, as far as scaling goes, Abrahams is going to do better in a late game versus late game fight. So they don't need, even with Doorman Kelvin, which is very advantageous urn-wise, they don't have to do anything too risky to turn in the urn in the enemy's comeback urn spot. They cannot give up the comeback urn because comeback urns are even better this patch. But you know, for Abrahams, you're fine with this being a little bit slower because you want this to go late anyways.
If it does go late, it will be interesting. I mean, OC's on the Geist. If OC's can stay competitive on the farm with the leaders on Abrahams, I mean, the late game Geist can be really nice still. So, well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see if it even gets to that point.
Like,
for now,
she might be getting taxed a little bit more with the changes. Like, she actually does damage to herself in the late game with the changes they put in, both with bomb and otherwise. But wait, Saint just got picked. Saint actually just got caught out as Overseas comes on in, lands a death slam. Isn't fall through going to be here? The door comes on out. Attempt to save as Flammable just shoves in with the goo ball together. Super low, can't get to the door to get saved. 2 pickoffs now for Leviathan. This is the sort of play they needed if they're going to get back in the game. But is the fall through going to be enough? We see the Baroness Hotel be used here on the Freemock. D-Mob finds Flammable towards the end. Now it's Abrahams that fully even this up, and Freemock looking to retreat away. Meanwhile, D-Mov in hot pursuit, taking a look at Overseas. Overseas in on the rooftops, ground strike. They try and make a little bit of room, get into the subway, but you got D-Mov right hot on his heels, takes him on out, and Abraham's able to turn what could have been a bad fight into quite a good one.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. If I was just thinking, if Leviathan could have disengaged and maintained the advantage, they fall back onto mid-boss, but instead you can see their opponents are in a spot right now where they're going to be on the mid-boss duty, and that mid-boss is going to go down very, very quickly. Very quickly indeed. Why is his eyeball so pixelated? That's what I want to know. So, like, weirdly pixelated. Let's get some better graphics, some higher fidelity.
I thought you were going to say, let's get some analysis on that. I'd be like, well, he probably comes in from an alternate dimension, whatever brought stuff in the Deadlock universe, and, you know, not all the eye actually got there.
Is the alternate dimension Minecraft CP? Because I can see the pixels.
Hey, look, that Minecraft X Deadlock collab in 2032 where you get the Steve skin, it's going to be great. Like, don't you worry, Dan.
All right, okay, well, you know what? It's not even beta, so I will shut up for now.
Well, all in all, 123k, the 109k, Abrahams with a full set of rejuves ready for them to use on the next push. Things pretty tough. I mean, even defending this urn is, under the best of circumstances with no rejuves, is difficult against Doorman Kelvin. Whereas in this instance for Leviathan, I don't think you want to touch this at all.
No, definitely not. Massive map pressure overall coming in from Abrahams on this. Just on the map in general at the moment. They've got the urn threatening the drop-off, forcing the rotation from Leviathan. They've got to respect it. That just gives more time for the map to be cleaned up here. Sanya Sniper is just having his way with the Leviathan jungle on the left side.
Kind of interesting. Look at the items and how things are going. Kelvin's favoring larger domes nowadays. Arcane Surge back in. Arcane Surge, very controversial item at times. People are just like, yeah, I don't know if I love this item. It tends to be a little bit buggy, but in this instance, Doorman going for the turn in, and it's just very light opposition from Leviathan because you just can't commit to a fight. You lose straight up even without the rejuves, but Hoot overdives a little bit here. You may be able to punish this. This would be huge if you could actually stop Hoot from getting away. Hoot goes in the briefcase, but there is the save from Taz. Luggage cart, able to buy some space, remove most of that mistake.
Yeah, the card is actually so good. So good. Oh my god, OC's escaping very low HP. And the map again being suffocated. Not much oxygen remaining. It's been... As the Soul left the room. As there's nowhere to go. The map presence is so strong for Abrahams.
It's tough. I mean, I just come back to the idea of win conditions, Dan, and I don't see a lot of ways of getting a winning fight. I mean, you know, you still have some reasonable burst damage on even a late game Spirit Viper, especially one as fed as Empty Dreams. But, you know, ideally, I think they need what they had before the start. What could have been the beginning of a good pick is that Saints down at 19k. Like, you can pick off the Kelvin, but you're so reliant on Saint himself making a mistake that Leviathan just kind of has to see through and, you know, find the 1 in a million shot.
Okay, well, we've got oh, we get a charge out. Yes, beautiful stuff there. Well played by by Leviathan, I should say, to secure that kill. So 6v5 now after that one. Now, can they fashion another pick off? That would be pretty incredible in the current position. Doesn't have to be given away by Abrahams. Abrahams have massive map control. They can just keep eating the map if they choose to get further ahead on the souls. But that single Walker is still up there on the mid lane, and that's the hardest one to take down if you are Abrahams. Oh, look at this, the thievery.
You're content to steal a little bit of Gamba here in this situation, especially down one. Also, that was a bit of an ego death from Dimov. When you have Rejuve in your Calco, you probably shouldn't die unless you go hilariously out of position. Together, ripped off the rooftop via the charge, but really, it's a token attempt at protecting the Gamba, and they're going to go right back in all likelihood, or someone will. But the Rejuve is gone, and for Leviathan, they are stuck. Down 20k, down 1 walker, but, you know, maintain their mid walkers, so still hoping to find another pickoff, but I don't think you're going to catch Dimov out in that sort of position again with no Rejuve. I think, you know, Dimov again just overrated how durable he was in the moment.
It felt like they did the best with what they had there to prevent the Rejuve buff from being a problem. So I mean that's totally consumed their efforts over the last few minutes, and now they're in this same predicament where how do they get map control? How do they push out onto the map? Really, it happens off the back of a kill. That might happen there towards the left side. We're on Viper's perspective. Viper making first contact there, falling back off of that fight. Needed some teammates to come in to help. And at the same time, most of the team as well is here for Abrahams. And Obikim gets completely caught. I don't know, there's a world where he survives, gets picked apart by his opponents. And that is tragic. Obikim's really nice to have in these team fights. For him to go down first really gives a lot of license for Abrahams to keep the push going.
And they're looking for a little bit more. If they could get 1 or 2 more, you can go into the base, get extra off of it. Flammable kind of low here. Ticking down a bit off the knives together. Senses a little bit of blood in the water. Goes over, finishes off. No killing blow required. Not that it was off cooldown anyways. Slam comes in, but so does the Dome. A little bit of protection as together. Gets healed up nicely in the middle of the Dome. Looking for the punish on the Overseas, who is dancing, and dead. The Dome locking in place for just enough period of time. 4 dead now for Leviathan. And this is where you have to wonder, well, I'd say can you get shrines, but the problem is they have to go back and get Midwalker first. So Midwalker is going to give its life in lieu of what would have been a shrine push if it was still down.
Okay, things just got a whole lot worse.
Yes.
And this Warden is really fat at this point. Imagine if, as Heroes got farmed, relatively like more farmed than other people, their model actually grew, like became fat, and then the ones who are starved actually look emaciated.
I mean, Warden would represent your average cop at that point. As far as fitness standards go, you'd be very large, Dan, at this point. But okay, Right now, return the shot from D-Mob. D-Mob, again, just limit testing. You don't necessarily need to be this far deep. D-Mob's been the one to make first contact in this situation. But, okay. Limit testing is done. Leviathan is back up. But 50,000 or 40,000 souls between the two teams. And, you know, when it comes to observing, I just want to look at Sanya's point of view, because I think back to the last fight where Obakim just went down to nothing. We didn't get the best view of it, but I guarantee you it was Sanya just gutting through his HP like it was nothing.
And the problem is, as well, that Affliction can, like, even if you're kind of winning a situation or something like that, an Affliction can come in and just be game ruining. And it's so much easier for Who, with the rest of his team strong, to pick the perfect moments to get a really nice Affliction that will just completely ruin a fight. So it's, I mean, it's looking very, very difficult at this point. It requires Abrahams to make mistakes for Leviathan to really get back into the game. Because you can see Leviathan, they've been positionally, if you can see like a heat map, I feel like CP, they've just been stuck in the same parts of the map for the last like 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Leviathan is hoping for a positional mistake. They don't have a lot of normal playmaking ability. I mean, you have Death Slam, which of course, ideally you want to save for team fights, but all in all, you're not running something like a Holiday, a Bebop, or a Paradox. You can't look for picks as easily. And when Viper gets picks, again, it's off of positional misplays, but Abrahams have had enough time waiting here. They have Doorman, they have Kelvin, they feel good about mid-boss fights. They're going to make the mid-boss roar. And I'd say it'd be a fake, but instead, they're splitting a little bit. They're still finishing off mid-boss while the others go up. The split here is a little bit risky. You can buy space, but you are giving Leviathan an advantageous fight up top. But can Leviathan get a pick while the rejuve is taken? So far, it looks like no. All rejuve's going the way of Abrahams, and the squad that went up top here, Dan, the delay, did their job.
Although they will lose 2 rejuves almost immediately there. Kelvin Dome comes on through, and oh shit, there's all 3 rejuves actually gone. So doing both at once may backfire slightly, but still, they just need to finish off the fight here. That's all that they need. In comes Shiv, killing blow ready to go. Not even, I don't think, can react to how quickly that player died to pop it. And that's 3 players now dead for Leviathan. Unanswered kills. Few players are weakened, but they can heal back up as the push continues. Get that door barrier on through as well, as now we set sights, Abrahams, on to the rest of the objectives in the base. As the full frontal assault now starts to take place, there's nothing really here to deny it. Lash and Viper need to go back, and they can't stagger the deaths anymore. They need to make sure that they don't die here. And I don't know that they can stop the shrines from falling.
You thought it was bad when you were down 40k. How about being down 40k and the other team now has mega creeps on top of it? It's like their first stage patron is going to go down. And, you know, for Leviathan, you could do a little bit of limit testing here if you wanted to, but you know, take a look at how they're positioning. I do wonder if they are going to give a little bit of respect, or rather how Abraham's positioning, if they're going to give a little bit of respect to the second stage patron, because I think pre-patch, Dan, they're all in. Right now, though, they go, maybe we're good, but we'll play this more by the book.
Okay, well, looking at where things stand on the Souls, we got a 42k advantage for Leviathan. Wait, no, 52k. Sorry, can't even math correctly. That's pretty sizable. And in comes another fight here. The barrage over the top, floating. Hoots unleashing the burst spirit damage as a pocket does, and it's just nothing to deal with this. Leviathan getting absolutely routed, destroyed, and that's got to be it. That has to be it.
They have options, and it doesn't quite matter. Yeah, you can defend in the mid-boss pit. Abrahams is coming. They are super farm. They have a better scaling comp, and the end of the game is a mere formality at this point, Dan. There's just about no scenario that's going to save Leviathan. Even if you throw 4 people into the pit, or rather into your fountain, probably not going to save you. But overseas, make the attempt anyways. Here we go. The attempt has been made, and the game is about to end.
There we go. Well, the patron does get some resistances if you're in the pit, but like we talked about, there's no way to survive in the pit. No way at all, and that's going to be it. The first map goes the way of Abrahams.
Sanya on a 9 streak to end it. That one finishing under 31 minutes. The Abrahams doing what they do. That is win against Leviathan in grand finals. They've been perfect for 4 weeks in a row, looking for 5. Do they finish here? We're going to take a look at some of the numbers first. Did anything go wrong in the draft for Leviathan, or was this simply issues once we got onto the cursed apple, DDK?
I think okay, so this was a draft issue. I don't know if it went wrong for Leviathan. They may have felt like fairly comfortable in the plan from the draft, but that is, I think, ultimately, answering your question where things did go wrong. Ultimately for them here, they had to, as CP pointed out very early on, they had to win the early laning phase. That was really the main advantage they could have, and they had to tempo off of that, have that advantage, secure it into the mid game, and then keep carrying it forwards. They were not able to do that, and that was their win condition. So they lost.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the highlights, who did you enjoy watching most this time? Was it Together on the Shiv?
I mean, Together had some great moments on Shiv. Anytime you want to look at someone who is just living, no matter what the situation, knowing exactly how far you can dive, it's going to be Together. Personally, I think to me, if I had to give an MVP, probably Tass. Tass was,
okay.
We talked about the importance of the early game for Leviathan, and part of the reason why the early mid game didn't go well for Leviathan was Tass, any lane Tass was in was generally Tass getting kills. He played the Spirit Doorman to perfection, and then of course, just by virtue of being the Doorman player, anytime you were dealing with the urn later in the game, Tass was just continually putting Abrahams in the right position. I think that is the one draft mistake you could say here is that while yes, Leviathan came in with a comp where a lot of the issue was execution based. They needed better execution when you're playing a comp that set for early in the mid game. Don't give up Doorman. We've seen enough from Abrahams over the last few weeks. You cannot give this team Doorman. It will not end well for you. I mean, again, I think back to the interview we did with John. Is like, guys, if you're up against Abrahams, like, why would you give them this hero? Make them actually play the game of Deadlock. Ban Doorman. Simple as that.
Do you think Paradox is now gone for Taz? Is he a Doorman main now?
If he can get Doorman, yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it. We're going to see what comes up in the next game. We don't have an MVP until the match is over, but let us know who are you enjoying watching right now. DDK, do you need a break?
Yeah, why not? I'll take one.
We'll take it.
You're
We're going to get a glass of water. Sort yourself out. We'll be back. Game number 2. It's a best of 3. We're going to a game 3 for the first time ever. Believe it. It's happening. Deadlock, Night Shift, final episode, 2025. Holiday special.
Let's go to York. I see Viper.
Happy holidays, everybody. As we take a look at some of the numbers, Pastry Serpent on YouTube says, I hate this Shiv character and his stupid ass deferred damage. DDK, what's he talking about, and why does Together make people so angry?
Together should make people happy because Together is so beautiful on the character of Shiv. He makes it look artistic, like a gymnast, in fact, with the movement tech.
Yes.
But I get it. I get it. You know, Shiv is kind of annoying. He just throws knives at you and it ticks down your health constantly. It's really, but you should dodge better. You should stop being a scrub.
The Shiv Kelvin, still a thing, ZP. We were wondering if it was ever going to go away. It felt like it was gone for maybe 14 days maximum. We see Satan Together rocking it. Meanwhile, Sonya Sniper on the Warden. We see a 9K at the end.
Yeah, and he was not only on a streak, he was also why Obakim hated everything about the last part of the game, where Senya would just look at Obakim and go, you're out of the air now. And Obakim would be back at spawn. It was almost like magic. And also, you think about priority, it wasn't even a Shiv Kelvin lane. They put Saint together with Senya and said, no. We want to make our Warden the best he can be. So with all the changes around meta-wise, nerfs to Spirit, and gun maintaining relatively untouched levels of power, I think Warden has been getting undervalued in the draft. Like, Warden's been getting picked in the back end of the draft. I think you want to pick it on the earlier end of the draft if you can, but also if you're Leviathan, ban Doorman. Just ban
this game. Yes, absolutely. This game finishing under 31 minutes. You see Taz with another pop-off performance. D-Mob able to play the Calico. But I have a question, and we asked it during the break. Abraham's are clearly better, right? We've seen it. We've seen it 4 weeks in a row. But DDK, if tonight is the night to get a game 3, what nerf would it be fair for us to throw at the Abrahams? Because Jax Libido just dropped off 20 gifted subs, and I feel like we got to celebrate with better entertainment than a guaranteed Abrahams victory here. So do you let them do, like, choose your first character? Your third pick in the draft, you maybe give it to them? What do you do to even things up, DDK?
I think, Bucket, you select their draft. There we go.
Oh.
Ooh, there will definitely be a Viper. There'll be a Vindicta.
Okay. I mean, not a bad team so far.
You know, what if we just start with those two picks? They get to round out the rest of their team, but I need Viper and Vindicta as pick 1 and 2. Abraham, if you guys are feeling up to the challenge, let us know, because I know our NA squads are not ready to play yet.
NA's not even up yet.
ZP, it's draft time. We'll find out. Do the Abrahams feel weird? Let's get into it.
All right.
One thing, ZP, we didn't really mention necessarily is that the opening Doorman pick enabled them to pick Warden, which seemed like something they were going to go for, because obviously Warden was pretty dope in that draft for them. So I wonder if we'll get Leviathan actually trying to target Doorman with a ban potentially here, or even Warden himself directly.
They have to ban Doorman. I think they were not expecting the first pick Doorman, because usually it's been first pick Shiv, Geist, Billy. I mean, the problem is, though, you still have to ban Billy. Like, this is also Leviathan. Like, this is their own fault. They could go Amber. Like, I don't love purposely taking second pick here, Dan, because if you give up second pick, you're either giving up Billy or Doorman. And Abrahams, this is the same draft we had last game. There's no way that they're going to change what they just did. Of course you go with the Doorman here. Why would you change it?
Yeah, it's so rough because you know, you can't. I mean, you can pick Warden into it. You can do it. It's just that Warden isn't the best pick into Doorman. That's kind of the problem. So they either take the L there, or they just let Abrams get that Warden. They're going to take the Shiv this time, which makes a lot of sense. But do they get Abrams as well? Because Abrams and Shiv are super high quality, and given that Billy is getting banned, you know, it's a big step off. After that,
I think they Geist. I think Freemock usually plays both the Shiv and the Abrams, and I mean, they may have enough depth for it, but yeah, the Geist comes in. This is a hero pool issue where I don't think they like the idea of splitting up who was otherwise going to be on the Abrams, given that Freemock has been playing both of them. So this is the main change. Now, Abrahams in turn, of course, they're going to pick Abrams. It's going to be what Together ends up picking in turn here. And we'll see what comes out after if they decide to go for the Kelvin a little bit earlier. I don't know if it has like... I think they just like it for the support value, because I think they banned Page last time, didn't they? They like pick Kelvin, ban Page. So they still have the option of doing that again from Abrahams, or at least they have the option to pick the Kelvin. In theory, Leviathan could come back with a Page pick if they do it early, but yeah, they go for Pocket for Hoot.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny because I don't feel like there's anything that would have suggested to me like, oh, Pocket's going to be great now. But it's just the fact that Pocket's always kind of good. The Pockets is always good. And if you got players like Hoot that can play him, it's always going to be a problem. As he has these, it's just unique. He's just a unique hero, really. So we get the Viscous in again. So not major changes from the opening picks for either side. It's really just a swap of Shiv and Abrams. This is where things could get different, though. So we get the ban here from Leviathan. What do you think they should target?
They grabbed Vindicta last time. This time around, they decide to take down the Mirage. I think if you're Leviathan, this almost signals to me that I think, or they didn't ban Vindicta last time. I was hoping to win Vindicta, what I'm saying. I think they're still going to take Vindicta out of mid-stage bans, purely because they don't want Saint to have it. That's what makes the most sense to me. I think anytime you give up Vindicta to Saint, bad things happen, especially on EU and EU ping. So I think the Obakim Vindicta probably comes out again. So, I mean, so far, it is a nearly identical draft, with the main exception being Shiv has been prioritized over the Abrams.
What if we're getting Infernus? Like, I still feel like Infernus is being undervalued. It is secure the Kelvin, though. So as a response to the Kelvin, you know, I mean, this is great. They've taken away some important picks, I think, from Abraham so far. Will they still go Warden?
They'll go Vindicta for sure, I'll tell you that, because Saint needs a hero and it's not going to be Kelvin. So they go Warden in the answer to your question. And the next pick is almost certainly going to be Vindicta, because you've taken away Page, which is the other Saint hero. So there's no Kelvin, no Viscous, no Page. If you want Saint to pick something that Saint has usually been on, Vindicta is actually the only thing left. But they go Paradox, so... you know, for Leviathan, even if you're going to put Obakim on the Kelvin, steal the Vin. Do it.
Alash could go pretty nice here again. This is the same position they picked Lash last game. They have the Kelvin this time as well. It's a much better lineup to play Alash, so they're going to get the Lash. It's been interesting seeing that Bebop's kind of disappeared, you know, in favor of Lash recently, and potentially Holiday. Still feel like Holiday is very good, so being sad to see Holiday not get picked up in these last two maps so far. How do you round this out? Can't be Viper.
Suit Empty Dreams plays? No, they go Holiday. They don't go with the Vin, though, and I mean, I'm still trying to think what Saint could play. I mean, maybe there's a world where you put Saint on Paradox, but I mean, it may actually be that, now that I think about it, because you have Doorman. Taz isn't playing both Paradox and Doorman. You could still put Demov in on the Paradox. No, Demov's going to be on Calico, so yeah, I think this is going to be a Saint Paradox game. It might be, from where it's at. But yeah, I mean, overall, when I look at this draft, this is a more evenly balanced than what we had before. At the very least, by picking Kelvin, you have options to do Earn. I still like the Doorman for Earn over the Kelvin, but it's not as stacked as when you give up both Doorman and Kelvin, where you signal to the world, we never want to fight for Earn ever.
Yeah, this I like this draft a lot better for Leviathan. It definitely has a lot more potency. I'm curious if the Shiv Kelvin will match up. Obviously, Abraham's the one that had that combo, and they chose last time not to do it. So I'll be curious if Leviathan choose the same routes and split them up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm just trying to think in the back of my head. Like, I don't know if we have the stats available here, but I'm trying to think when the last time we saw Saint playing something outside the main heroes are. Like, I think Paradox is straightforward enough that it's not going to be that big of a deal, but usually, you know, Saint has been in the world of playing Kelvin, playing, you know, more support things, you know, Kelvin, Page, and then, you know, a really good Vindicta. But, you know, it has to be the Paradox here as I'm looking at it. Everything else kind of makes sense. You're going to have Demov, Calico. You're going to have Sanya, Warden, Hoot Pocket, Abrams.
Why
together.
can't Saint play the Doorman, ZP? It's time to lock in, ladies and gentlemen. Abrahams versus Leviathan. Is it another hot 2-0? It's time to find out on the mic. Final fight for EU, ZP, and DDK.
Well, Dan, we'll get the answers to that and more as Leviathan fight for their tournament lives in what could be the final map of EU Deadlock here in Deadlock Night Shift for the year.
Let me get a pause. I mean, why not?
Whoa. Saint actually is on the Doorman. What? I did not expect this.
It's support man. Come on, bro.
I mean, look, you absolutely can. You can build Guardian Ward on Doorman. You can make him more supportive. I mean, you can build Doorman however the hell you want right now in actuality. Like, we've seen John is like, you know, real Doormen go gun. EU a little bit more spirit based. Saint maybe a little bit more support based here, Dan. It is a real possibility.
It is, yeah, it would make more sense. It is interesting though, because in terms of the just like the comment on the gun door, man, the fact that we don't really have anyone valuing like the gun carries at all is interesting. Like no Ivy, no Infernus, no Wraith, no Haze. No one cares. You ban Mirage and then just no one plays any of the M1s. It's like this is an interesting timeline right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can put, I think where how Sanya's playing it and given Sanya's role, Warden is definitely slotted into M1 mouse carry, but overall, yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting how the valuation has gone. And in Infernus' case, unlike DMB, who's willing to play the Infernus over in NA for melee creeps, I think EU's just like, well, he got nerfed and then Spirit got nerfed, so we're not going to mess with Infernus anymore. But taking a look at the lane situation here, it looks like an Abrams doorman lane in on the left side, and that is terrifying. I mean, cart into charge. Being out of position for a moment could easily lead to your doom over on the left-hand side.
I could really see a late game going quite well for Leviathan, honestly, depending on how they do some of the builds. Just because I feel like the Geist is going to be, in terms of damage output, perhaps one of the most scary characters or heroes in the entire game, in the super late game. So I generally like how Leviathan's lineup scales from early, mid, and to late. Much better this game.
Yeah, I mean, Leviathan, they have good options throughout the game. Also, you know, in terms of earn contest, yeah, you get Doorman, but you also have Viscous that gives a little bit of trouble to all that is. Oh my goodness, the gun poke here on the Obakim. Remember, Kelvin doesn't have the regen he used to have in lane. Like, that is a huge HP tax from the beginning, and if you're Leviathan, you're not loving how this has gone. And wait, we got lane swaps going here. Take a look what's happening. They're swapping. Kelvin Shiv, I think, yeah, they're gonna go all the way over to the right-hand side here, Dan.
Whoa. It's a huge lane swap. That's like, I mean, when do we ever see like just a straight up 2-player switch? Usually it's like 1. If
We
at
haven't
all.
seen it. Yeah, and usually it's in NA. NA was the region, whereas Hydronation, that was really big on doing the lane swaps. But okay, together, caught out, taken down. First blood over to Leviathan, and the swaps come out as Hoop takes down Freemok in turn.
Yeah, not the best start for Leviathan, but I mean, ultimately, I feel like there's less pressure on the start than, you know, comparatively to the previous map with the previous drop. So, but with that said, I mean, 2.5 minutes. This tower's been taking a lot of damage. It's already 50% HP at under 3 minutes. In this version of Deadlock, that is actually alarming.
That shouldn't happen. That's basically Warden Gang that just hit on your tower without failing. Oh my god, the damage that Sanya just got on Freemok there. I mean, even as Shiv tankiness wise, you shouldn't get that level of uncontested M1 damage as Sanya's laning phase. I mean, it was deadly last time around with Kelvin as his partner, and not really missing a beat here with Hoot. It was able to enable Hoot to just dive in pretty significantly a moment ago.
Ooh, beautiful. Little keg. Straight on your head. This is why we love to see Holiday. Just the aerial acrobatics. Looking really good. And also the pick here with the Lash and the Holiday is going to be really fun. There's that dive, though, that Abrams is so good at under towers. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if Abrams' gun damage gets nerfed or something, because, like you were commenting on it earlier, Abrams has some ridiculous like damage from the shotgun. So pretty tight spread, and it does a whole lot of damage. So when you get close quarters, it really starts to get a bit insane. And that's the next item up here.
That's also the second time in the series that someone has eaten a parry because they were just going to parry the Guardian and someone else just decided to go for a quick melee at the same time. That is brutal. Hoot, though, in on the hunt, looking for flammable, super low HP. Cube already gone. The button is away and gets the parry. Didn't really need the parry there, but hey, why take the extra HP damage? Extra style points for Hoot, and it's not getting any worse across the map here as you see Sanya off to work. Kelvin trying to build a snowman in the tree, but may have bought enough time here to make it a trade, and does.
He was invisible inside the foliage. That is a 6 trap. Okay, well, in comes Hoot. And the burst damage here is a problem. Really good stuff there from Hoot. Again, is already off to a phenomenal start. 5k souls. I mean, this is actually really is a pretty crazy start for Hoot. I mean, yeah, overall the souls doesn't look too crazy, but the problem is if Hoot gets ahead, he doesn't slow down. He just accelerates how much further he can get ahead. So, be very careful about that.
You know, Abrams, how much would you like to be tied up? We got Lash ult, we got Holiday ult, and Abrams just breaks the bonds. Doesn't really seem to care in this moment. You can displace Abrams all you want. You still need a good chunk of damage to actually make him pay the price. So 2 ults, not a lot to show for it by the end. But also, it's rare to see a Pocket this farmed early on because Pocket, frankly, is pretty bad in lane relative to where he used to be with the lane changes. Pocket can't build as greedy. He can't, hard go into the Majestic Leap build. So, this is uncharted territory for a Pocket being this far ahead right now in recent times.
Well, it's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse. Yeah, the spirit items here. Mystic Vulnerability. You got the improved spirit already. Yeah, he's going for it right now. So he's already hit that power spike, which is one of the reasons, the 4800 power spike, which is why he's been just sending it around the map and just really trying to abuse that spirit damage as much as possible. And we got Rock Climber, Abrams, doing what he does. Nice slam, but it's not really going to do too much here.
What in the world? The movement,
catch.
The hotel into the seismic slam, doesn't quite catch, gets a barrel, but the gun damage, it's a bit too much. But the movement tech from overseas just burst out, not too bad. And I mean, it buys a little bit of space here. I mean, Abrams stuck behind enemy lines. We'll see if Flammable is able to finish it. 120 HP. Big Blue running out of HP up on the top. Looks for the doorman escape. Oh my word. No way he's going to get out here. The splatter off to the right actually didn't hit Dan.
Oh my goodness, the movement is fantastic to watch. Absolutely brilliant escape there from Abrams. Just together. Shiv, Abrams, the movement is going to be sublime. It doesn't matter. Absolutely epic stuff. And that's one of the things that really separates players to this level. And considering how much more you get rewarded for these kills early on, it is important that you do not die. So basically converting all of those advantages, and he's back on lane already. They're going to take down this Guardian now. He's just full HP somehow. It feels like faster than it should have been, but whatever.
This is not an ideal start for Leviathan, to state the obvious here, Dan, and where we're at. The one upside that you get here, and I mean, this is maybe ultimate cope when you're losing, of going, guys, it's fine. We're going to get the comeback earned in 2 minutes. That is actually, though, the biggest thing they have to look forward to if they're able to get earn control.
That's a really good point. Okay. Shiv trying to do what he can. Free Mog. Not even at 4.8k yet. Oh my god, there's an Abrams dude. Town is in town.
It's brutal. You just see together pushing his will across the game. Got slam, and he went to the hotel. That was a Lash that wanted to do a little bit of wrestling, instead got a first-class experience at the Baroness Hotel. Luggage cart doesn't quite hit. Able to jump up and out of the way. But all in all, 1 minute remains till mid buffs and earn come into play.
Yeah, like you said, the comeback gun could really be a great turnaround. They got tools for it, but just look at how incredible the pressure has been from Abrahams. Okay, well, Leviathan will get out of that situation. And a 4k deficit now, so it really has been closed up, this gap. Looking to get back into the action. Still 3 Guardians up, though, for Abrahams. So, of course, they are well ahead in that area. And the fight here in mid is pretty rough. Right there for Leviathan. They're getting pushed. And they are getting taken down. So, I don't know, ZP. Abraham's they can just assert their will on the game here in a way that feels like it's more than it should be based on the difference of souls.
I mean, you think about who is actually asserting their will. You have an overfed Pocket and an overfed Abrams that can just kind of dive in on lanes at the moment. It is not an ideal situation to be in. And also, for not seeing Saint on Doorman, I'm trying to think if I've ever seen him on Doorman. But, going with TAS Pocket, or rather TAS Paradox, Saint Doorman, it's worked out. I mean, certainly the save on the together looks good, but right now the chase down still happening, and what could have been Sanya just getting away, maybe this time he goes down, but it comes at a cost. I mean, you take down Warden, but you lose 2 in the process.
Quick swap there onto the guy, so he's trying to do what he can. Can he finish off the Paradox? No, not quite. Size a bell on that one. Although an assist is coming on through Demov on the Calico. Demov looking to show himself in this game. OC's this debate. Now tries to get out of the fight. As is there any help here? Again, OC's is looking to chase down that kill. Oh, he's so close to doing it on the Calico. He's continuing the chase here, and he's surely got to have this. He gets a couple of bombs. They're going to whip, though. And a guy still the life drain. Oh, my goodness. What an escape coming on through from OC's. By the skin of his teeth, gets out of that one. But again, it's a huge difference in souls here. That the urn is... is that a neutral urn? Oh, that sucks.
That is neutral urn. Yeah, they got back up. And also, what is that spot? What is that Doorman deck where it's just like, yeah, this Guardian's not going to shoot back? Like, hello? Valve? Get that one on the report list as Flammable runs into the train as Abrams. Urn turn in being attempted here. Empty Dreams just goes for it. Is there going to be a melee in time? They're able to dislodge the urn. Sanya picking up 2, and the urn fast break. Not only do you not get the urn, but you feed the 35% urn bonus over into Sanya Sniper, who is your biggest threat of a late game carry on the other side. I mean, that is a just car crash of events for Leviathan.
This has been a car crash from start to finish. It's actually so ridiculous. Almost a 20k soul difference at the 12-minute mark is a rarity in an EU final. Extremely rare. And they don't have a life to fall back on. Leviathan need to find a way to bring this back. 15k deficit. What do they even do here?
Well, I mean, you play by the basics here. You defend walkers when you can. You hope for Abrahams to make mistakes, but Abrahams is nearly 50% over your net worth at the moment. And the heroes that are farmed, I mean, Together is quite actually the server admin at the moment. You have a 2300 HP Abrams and a patch where Vitality generally got nerfed on characters like Abrams. It is unreal. Demov, dive in, return the shadow. Looking for a little bit of play here onto the Holiday. Holiday, though, slippery, able to make enough space, but it's going to be time out of the action. It's a full back to bases. We should switch gears and see Flammable in the Baroness Hotel. Comes out as a cube, but that's not enough. Baroness service a little bit too good on checkout.
I guess I can be wrong.
Yeah, this is a rough one. And the walkers, I mean, one walker's gone down. 2 walkers are already pretty lit up as well. And I mean, it might just be 1 walker in about 30 seconds. Here comes the assault from Abrahams onto the right walker. Quick lash ult. There's the storm, gets dodged by Demov there. Really well done. Using the dash to get out of that. But the damage continues here. Oppressive force. Just trying to clean up some of these kills. They're so tanky. This Warden is so farmed. 17k. And Sanya Sniper is just indomitable here. He's going to finally get taken down. The Walker is still up as well. It is on a slither of health. So good work there from Leviathan to keep it up for now.
Dan, I'm calling it. That Walker's getting backdoored. That's like so low that backdoor protection isn't a thing. As I said, look at Demov. Demov's like, no. It's going down.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what you do in that situation. Like, you don't sit here and let the 2 HP walkers spite you. You send someone on a stealth mission to take it down. Oh, Taz. Getting roped over and in, drops time wall, looking for the escape, and Freemock says, no. We're at least going to get that with everything else that's gone wrong. But now you have Warden coming in. Sanya, who is incredibly well farmed, and the only response here, Dan, is to run.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Oh my god. So some fights you can't fight, and just look at this. Oh my god, he's gonna probably kill him, isn't he? Which way did he go? Which way did he go? Oh my god, he actually found him. That's criminal. I mean, it is free to check that, so it's smart, but also it didn't work. Oh my god, this is maybe a chance to get some kills onto Abrams, maybe, but no. No, Together's coming in on the Abrams. He's letting them know who's in charge.
I mean, I'm doing the equations right now, and I feel like Together Sanya could just about 2v6 Leviathan at the moment. That is how ungodly ahead the Abraham's front line is. I mean, this game has turned out to be more of a roll than the last game, with no particular way out here. Dimov returned the shadows at the end of the fight, and it's felt like death matching that has been nothing but in Abraham's favor. And at 97k to 83k, I mean, Leviathan cannot fight this on even ground.
I don't know what to do, ZP. There's no hope. It feels like there's no hope, at least. The fighting continues. There's just no breathing room. You can't do anything. Abrahams just keep on sending it. I mean, I do love to see it, though, the hyper aggression.
I'm draining your life. Warden doesn't get reloads, or rather goes for last stand directly in his face. All right. Death Slam in from Lash. Warden still has a quarter of HP, still laying in the damage, but finally goes down. That's about what it takes to take down Warden. It's that level of overcommit. And meanwhile, Earn Control going to go for Abrahams in the wake of Senya dying.
This is actually recoverable. They've managed to maintain Leviathan at 15k difference. It's a comeback earn, so it can't really be turned in by Abraham, so they can't really exert their advantage to get a neutral earn turn in. So there might be a moment here in the next couple of, like, 2 to 4 minutes where if Leviathan play really well, they might be able to do something. And what on earth is this, Overkin? What are you doing?
Well, you're being sneaky, but also you don't have Dome up for 40 seconds. I think there is an attempt here to maybe just go in, overload, steal Earn Control, but it's being protected by Sane, who immediately checks in Kelvin to the Baroness. And we'll see. It's just Doorman looking to defend Earn right now. Maybe gonna drop the door, go through. We'll see. Who, by the way, meanwhile, dies to Free Mock while we're looking at all this Earn shenanigans. So a little bit of sloppiness from Abrahams here as Leviathan, desperately trying to poke and prod, find something to do here. D-Mob gets run right over down Broad Street, and okay. Abraham's making a series of mistakes here. Maybe able to pick up a equalizing kill onto the Geist. Dodges the charge, but no HP, no swap, no way! Gets the life drain towards the end Together. Doesn't actually get it. Gets the biggest parry of his life. Meanwhile, enough to take down Freemock, but the fact that OC's got out of there is unreal stuff.
Oh no, AMD Dream's in trouble. There's no escaping that either. Oh, it was such a good spot for Leviathan. They've been doing such good work into maybe getting that Earn Control, but they've been foiled here. The Dome comes in to, I mean, maybe keep the Earn in play. I don't know that that's possible at this point. There's a complete overwhelm into this position. Still, though, just running the Earn like he's just running with the football. And I don't know if he's going to be able to escape this. There comes the swap on in, and that's going to be the Earn picked up now. And it's near the turn-in spot. So you've given it to your opponents now, the turn-in. They were playing for everything, but instead, it's the opponents that get it all. It was on a nice edge, though, ZP. It's a 10k difference. They were so close to, like, stealing the Earn away. It all looked possible.
Yeah, and I mean, that one parry from Together actually may have swung things there, because I think without that parry, Together just dies, doesn't end up getting kills. OC's gets away, and it may have been even back up, but towards the end, the other sequence that the one where Together did get the parry. Now we'll see if there's a mid-boss contest here. Abrahams wanting to get mid-boss, solidify their advantage. Sanya getting even stronger with the glass cannon by, but Rejuve is coming on down. We'll see what contest is available here for Leviathan. They're looking to go on in. Viscous over. First Rejuve, second Rejuve, Abrahams. All Rejuves their way. They lose Saint in the process, but Leviathan, this is looking absolutely dire. The rest of the team fight very much in Abraham's favor. Very healthy as Leviathan. They look to get away.
There we go. Another huge fight going the way of Abrahams. Looking to chase things down again. It's so hard to deny the Abraham squad. They're trying to get run away. I mean, this is not working, is it? You respect the effort. OC's gets taken down. And there goes that Walker solo kill for the Warden. Sanya's sniper on the Warden has this evening been rather good. In comes Fremont, looking to try to take down some of these players, but this gets deleted.
The window of opportunity is closed, Dan. It is a little bit... It's stuffy in the room right now. There's not a lot of flow that Leviathan can hope to capture here to get back into this game as one more time, just jump on the enemy's ice path and charge him to oblivion. Obakim crunched against the wall. I mean, it's a 27k Abrams, and you can do whatever you want to do at this point. The gap is just grown to be near impossibly large. I mean, even when Rejuve goes away, Overseas lands a lasso. There's no one pick you can get that suddenly you could fight evenly with the lead that Abrahams has, with the scaling that they have right now, and who has the soul allocation.
Absolute poverty now. Leviathan have nothing. They got nothing. And now the urn is going to be run into the comeback zone. Warden he gets to pull so much aggro just by himself. Sanya Sniper is so dangerous, he can do that. Is there... Okay, they're going to take him down. Obviously, there's the Rejuve coming on through, though. And you got to take down Warden again. And here comes the... Oh, this is really a big problem. They need to burst him down instantly. Oh, they might just get it. He gets around the corner, though. But there it is, the Geist Bomb to finish off Sanya's Sniper for now. But there's more problems behind that. Hoop coming in on the pocket. Massively farmed, looking to deal damage. And there's the Affliction just hiding in the closet. I'm afflicted, but now I'm Torment Pulsed as well. And that's going to be that for Empty Dreams as the fight continues here. Leviathan giving it their everything. But after the Rejuve charges have all expended, it's only one player down overall for Abrahams. There's nothing left for Leviathan to fight for. They got to fall back here.
Yeah, Sanya was really, really out of position there. And that's like the level of out position you have to be to die as Warden in that position. But yeah, all in all, last stand when you've gone full gun Warden, I actually don't know why Sanya bothered. Like, if people are actively shooting you, dropping the last stand when you have no scaling on it, and you already had, I think you already had like bullet life stealth. I was like, I don't know, maybe just shoot people. Like, you actually hit like a truck in that moment, but ideally just don't be in that spot to begin with. It was just, you're strong, but you're not invincible. But the problem that they have here, Dan, is that Abrahams is such a convincing lead that you can make mistakes like that here and there and still win the fight because the rest of the team is going to clean things up for you. And that's why the win conditions are so remarkably slim for Leviathan, because they don't just need a mistake. They need like 2 or 3 mistakes in a row, and that just gets them back in the game. That doesn't win them the game.
True. There we go. You can pull Abrams back, but oh, well, he gets caught into the dome. Okay, so there's a lot of ways to deal with an Abrams when he's pinned, imprisoned. Now there's more work to be done here. OC's looking to chase things down, and Leviathan, they're getting a little bit spread apart here. They got to be careful. You need to like really burst that damage, and Warpstone there for a quick evasive maneuver from Taz on the Paradox as we get, again, the skirmishing all over the place here as we focus on OCs back onto the rooftops. His teammates looking to try to isolate some of these kills, but Abraham's falling back away from that one. Despite being 30k ahead, they don't want to give away any more kills. And so with that, there's a little bit of blue on the map now, but only a little bit.
I think there's a world where Abrahams may have been able to fight there, just given that Leviathan did burn, most of their impactful ults for that. But also, on the same note, you have such a high advantage. Just go, okay, congratulations on the pick. Together was a little bit far up, and Overseas had like one of the higher distance lassos you're gonna see. Like, that wasn't just a lasso, but the movement was near flawless in terms of the distance that Overseas got. End of it all, if you're Abrahams, you're not losing anything for that pick. So you just back out, go, we'll just wait for Abrams to come back up. You don't have to, worry about much here because mid-boss wasn't up and, Urn wasn't up. So there wasn't much that Leviathan could do to actually take advantage of that pick.
Okay, another abduction. Taz, yes, surgery has been performed and he died on the table. Okay, well, we've got the attempt on trying to lock down a Calico. Not often easy to do. Demov escapes that one. Abraham's losing the initial pick again. They're in a spot now where Leviathan get dangerous because the numbers just have to work out just so. And Leviathan can string this into more kills. So caution has exerted. Booms. There it is. Ground strike coming in from up top there to try to find a potentially weakened, but no. No, together able to escape into the basement, and the pursuit fails. The follow-up attempt fails. That's why Doorman's so good.
Unbelievable. Together is able to get out there with the peel from Saint. Abraham's though down 2, Leviathan down 2. Here comes Sanya. Maybe going down the stairs. Nope. Going back says, I'm going to wait for this dome to open up. I'm going to be the support my team needs. Up, over. But Leviathan to pick off another 2. Abraham's was really, really split at the beginning. This all started with the pickoff on the Taz and the burst on the D-Mov thereafter. And together, actually lucky to get away. The only downside again for Leviathan is that the timing isn't right. But once more, a max range lasso. Swap down, over right after. But still, it's not enough to kill the Holiday. It is enough to kill Sanya. Leviathan has manufactured an opportunity. It is all come off the back of Overseas just going wild on this Holiday.
And one thing I think maybe a missed trick here is that together he did not collect the urn, and it is a comeback urn. And so this is another opportunity to bring something back here. But look at the minions doing their work here. And there, it's just candle. I don't know. What are these things? Are they candles? What are these little troopers?
Yeah, they do kind of look like candles. I've never actually thought too deeply. They're candles with flags. They're probably, placeholder all in all. But yeah, all the kills that we just saw, it is going to result in an urn. The comeback urn pipeline is more powerful now. So let's see exactly how much this gives. I mean, Leviathan, if they're able to get another pick from Overseas on the Holiday, I mean, Abrahams could be in the middle of a generational throw. However, the 2 DBs that just got bought, it's pretty good. Like, it's even going to hurt Abraham's ability for Hoot to land a game-changing affliction. So, Leviathan, that urn is what paid for those DBs, Dan.
And OCs is fat. OCs is clinically obese. And this is a problem because we talked about this. The power of Geist into the late game could be pretty potent. At this level of Souls now, is going to have the Spellslinger build fully online, I would assume. We haven't looked at the builds, or at least I haven't looked at it thoroughly myself just yet, but one can only assume that it's going to look very, very strong. But the catch again, this is perfect. Sanya Sniper goes down. That's like the 3rd time that they get the opening pick off the Holiday. That is an epic pick. It's hard to believe Holiday was the final pick in the draft for them.
This is unbelievable. This is the break that they need. Leviathan, they're looking for more. They got Saint here in the corner. They're right now, they want game 3 so incredibly bad. Saint ends up going down. Another pick here for Leviathan. Kicked off by Overseas. Empty Dreams, a little bit deep, ends up falling for it. Abraham's the remainder. They're up, have good HP. Leviathan may have dug a little bit too deep here towards the end. Abraham's coming back out. Together, a little bit low as the front line, but not in danger of dying here so far. So what could have been the opportunity in the mid-boss, again, opened up by Overseas, is now turned into an even fight. But hey, when you're down Souls, Dan, you like the even engagements.
What you don't like is having no slots because there's still 3 walkers up almost 30 minutes into the game. This is a huge issue, and I wonder how it will be remedied because these lanes are just always consistently pushed into the blue side of the map. Oh, the catch there, the hyperline. This is a big problem. The pick attempt here onto the Holiday is looking possible, but able to escape. And in fact, you know what? Holiday in with a vengeance here, looking to try to find the Calico, but in comes the mid-boss, ready to go. Leviathan, they've got 2 players still down here. This might be a chance for Abrahams to really, really make, or put this comeback to bed.
They just want D-Mov. They drop the dome, and that is one way to trap a cat. D-Mov buys a little time to return the shadow. We'll see if they're able to chase down. No, wait, D-Mov actually might have gotten out. Meanwhile, mid-boss is coming on down. We'll see what contest is here. You had half the people chasing D-Mov for Leviathan. Now, who's going to be able to get here in on to the reju? First crystal to Abrahams. Abrahams collects all 3 as Obakim dies outside domeless. So the overall positioning here may have been a bit of a disaster for Leviathan. They're down another 2. And Abraham's only down 1 rejuve in turn. Here comes together with the rejuve, no worries whatsoever. OC's free mark getting caught on the other end of the pit. And Leviathan, who are looking so promising off the hyper line on the Overseas and the chase on the D-Mov, may have made one bad decision too many in the lead up to this mid-boss.
Yeah, the thing is it might still be doable. It depends on how much damage is done here. Obviously, there's 5 players down. Yeah, that's going to be impossible then to stop really the just complete decimation of the entire base. They might be able to prevent the final stage patron from going down, but I don't know that they're doing much more than that, CP. And with that said, there might still be a chance. That was a terrible fight for Leviathan. We know that when they've managed to find the picks, when they've managed to, sort of have more of a reasonable fight together, it looks a lot more favorable for them.
The one upside for Leviathan is that this is post-patch. It's not pre-patch. If this were pre-patch, Dan, this game would be over. Abrahams would have just mugged the patron where it stood, but they're respecting the damage resistance you can give the patron by diving into the pit. So Leviathan gets another chance at life, but realistically, I think the real danger here is the fact that there's still 2 rejuves up. Leviathan can't get a game-winning advantage, not really, if Abraham sticks together off a lasso, because of course the lasso person is just going to come back up. So there's a window here where Abrahams, if they can just get a good fight while rejuve is still up, they're going to be able to end things. So Leviathan, it really comes down to down 30k now. Can they survive the next 2 minutes? It's going to be incredibly difficult.
Oh. All right. Gun buff for Abrams is a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. For Leviathan, anyway.
The spirit
You got both buffs. This is a greedy Abrams. This is a Abrams with both mobility and gun. It's just like, I guess, small saving grace. If you're gonna get both, at least there's no vitality. Wait. Doesn't bring him for the ride there on the charge, and Cube comes in, still together, will not be denied. Drops on in. The engage is out. The dome is out. Leviathan, we'll see if they're able to turn it. One rejuve is down. The Kelvin Dome, a pretty good place to fight in. Here comes the Gooball looking for more disruption. Did Abrahams dig a little bit too deep here? Leviathan, they've had a really good response off this together opening here thus far. Now do they go pit? All rejuves are down. All Leviathan is still up. If you bring this in the pit, you may lose. Osis, though, gets caught towards the end, so Abraham's not without their pick. But here we go, Dan. We may have our first real post-patch second stage patron fight.
Yeah, you can see this is a delicate situation. OC said the big damage dealer is down and out for the Cal Heroes. The dive into the pit commences, and they're looking to try to finish off this game, but they have to, like you say, they have to deal with the players there. Swap on in. They're coming through from Taz on the Paradox as all the kills are starting to happen. Flammable is down. OC's is down. The Patron is about to be down, and that's it. Abrahams pick up the final night shift trophy of 2025.
What a way to cap off the year. Sonya, Sniper, together, Saint, Taz, Demov, and Hoot getting the job done. Hoot seems to be smiling a lot these days, and ZP, I would too, playing alongside these 5. Can you walk me through the plays, though? Because chat was saying they're trying to throw. Did you see any signs of throwing in the second half?
Yeah, I think Abrahams, there was a point where they looked at the farm, they realized we are so far ahead we can't lose, but even Abrams, even Warden, if you go a little bit too deep, you can in fact put yourself in a spot where you could lose, although, good lord, the early game, that is one of the filthiest door escapes I have seen in all my time watching Deadlock. But I mean, pure and simple, Together and Sanya had multiple moments where they were just too deep on the map. They were disrespecting what Overseas could do with the lasso, and Overseas, I mean, we need to take a look at that man's back because it has to be broken with the amount of work Overseas did to keep Leviathan in this game.
TDK, we were wondering what the hell is Saint doing on Doorman? Was it support man? Was it gunman? What did you see?
Honestly, I don't remember what his build was, but he definitely did a great job of supporting the team, getting the key ultimates to kind of tip the favor in terms of numbers on the fights, as well as, as we saw, like providing the doors for escape for the utility and positional purposes. So yeah, Saint, in terms of the support doorman, which is, I don't think we saw a gun doorman build, definitely did a great job here for Abrahams.
And final question for you. We see the Doorman, we see the Warden in both of their wins. ZP, how do I stop the Abrahams from locking this in a future draft? Is there a way I can big brain it away in
I think
20?
Well, I think for me, I do think there's a little bit of a misplay coming in from Leviathan where they had choice of side in both maps and they chose Sapphire, second pick in both of them. That was a mistake. I think first pick is overpowered right now in the meta because if you go first pick, you get either Doorman or you get Billy. And I don't think anything you get in return is worth giving those heroes up right now. So I think if I had to go back and draft, not taking first pick was Leviathan's #1 issue in this game.
Leviathan, hit up Coach ZP before next matchup because we hope this one can go to a game 3. Until then, DDK, it has been one-sided dominance for 4 weeks, maybe 5 in a row. Abraham's laying down the law regardless of who is in the starting lineup.
Yeah, they are. I mean, we had a situation where you could see there's more trades and things looked a little bit more even. But yeah, the pull away from that has been pretty amazing from Abrahams. And obviously getting Hoot onto the roster, it seems like it's worked out quite nicely for them. And there doesn't seem to be too much competition right now as we cap off 2025. So at least we got a definitive story for 2025 that Abrahams ended the year with utter domination.
11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and now 19 is in the books. They only dropped episode 13 in the last 2 months, and it has been a fun ride to watch this squad. ZP, final thoughts on the best team representing EU?
I think Abraham's there, the team, the beat. They finish out the year strong. But if you think back to how this year began, it began with Buff Enjoyers being the team that beat and the best in the world. And suddenly Aegis Roar came out of nowhere and knocked him on their butt. So going into the new year, anything can happen. Deadlock, there's big changes coming every week. I mean, half the game changed in the patch 15 minutes before we went live. So I'm just excited to see what comes around for EU in the new year.
All right, we're going to take a look at our final stats and, of course, award our MVP. TDK, was there one clear player above the rest? Was it a team effort? Who do you want to show some love to from our winning squad?
That's a tough one. Sanya Sniper definitely played really, really well in the first game, but man, Together, I want to give it to Together. I don't know if you're with me, ZP, but especially for the performance on the Abrams in the previous map as well. Loved what Together was doing there, and in addition to that, I think his first map play on Shiv was also pretty sublime.
What do you think, ZP?
I gotta go Together. I mean, Together had way too much aura on the Abrams at the beginning. I think you can make a case for Saint too, just without enabling the door escape. But look, Together had to have the movement. He looked ridiculous in the early game, and both games really. A great Shiv play, great Abrams play. You know, the road to victory in Deadlock is often paved by your frontliners, and Together is one of the very best in the business.
He's a thick one. 42,000 souls, 15 kills, 4 deaths, and 14 assists with 50,000 player damage and 15k on the objective. The Abrams monster. Together. I have to give it to his movement though. It wasn't even the damage he was dishing out. This guy surviving, thriving, looks so frustrating to play against. Walk me through some of his best moments, including the Shiv work in game number 1, DDK.
Yeah, the chase downs on Shiv, and just I think, you know, like you're saying, the movement is one of the fun things. Obviously, players at this level are great at movement, but Shiv in particular, especially with the right click that gives you the boost, you can do so much cool movement tech. We saw some great escapes from Together. He just combines every single tool that Shiv has on top of incredible aim to like really maximize damage potential at every given moment. And we'll probably see this legendary escape on Abrams relatively soon here in the highlight package as well, where, you know, again, it's a combination of just using every wall jump, trying to disrupt your opponent, trying to make them miss, and trying to just find ways to escape, and he's just perfect at it.
I mean, the game sense was ridiculous, and even at areas where you'd think Together, oh, this guy's gonna go down, it's like, no, you got the movement, you got the parry timing, and you're able to leave. But man, oh man, you look at the damage Sanya pumped out in both games of the grand finals. A case was made for Warden as your M1 carry, because again, think about what Sanya was playing in previous night shifts. You know, Sanya is the guy that usually is on things like the Infernus, like the Wraith, and I agree with the read that you put down here of we were overvaluing Wraith. There's better things to pick, and Wraith just got nerfed from the spirit changes on top of it. I think you're looking for a carry here. Putting Sanya on the Warden over something like the Wraith made all the sense in the world, and definitely was very good for Abrahams here in both games today.
I think the Wraith still got it. We just haven't figured her out yet. Chad, I'm with you. In the meantime, EU is done and dusted. We may have an interview with our winner. If not, we got NA around the corner. Before we go on to the next segment, though, I want to give a big shout out to everyone who dropped a sub. Thank you all for supporting the channel. While this is the last episode of the year, do not forget we will be coming at you on Wednesdays. You can check out all of the content over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift and our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@Deadlock Night Shift. We've got some great videos up there, and ZP, I know you've been doing some watch party work. Are there more tournaments coming up? Is there another opportunity to watch party soon?
I don't believe there is, but if a tournament comes up out of nowhere, we're definitely going to be watch partying it. You know, the goal here is we love competitive Deadlock. We love glorifying it. We wouldn't be making these tournaments without that love of the game. And look, at this point, we're going to extend that love of the game to other tournaments that come up if they will allow us. You know, in the past, some of the other EU tournaments were very anti-watch party, but, you know, we try to set an example to seem being like, hey, watch party us. And, you know, Deathy, for example, when they ran his tournament, they're like, that's great. Also, you guys can watch party us in turn. So if a tournament will allow it, we will happily watch party anything that's out there. It's just good fun, and you want to watch some competitive Deadlock, we'll probably be live.
Yeah, just put viewers on the project, and then like we'll all win, right? DDK, that's the whole concept behind what we're doing.
Yeah, all ships rise in the high tide, so they say.
That guy. He's a wordsmith. We're going to a break. When we come back, it is more from your favorite players around the world. We got EU and NA coming up next. Right now, is the interview ready? Do we got it? Solomon, bring him in. Don't wait on me, brother. Is it the one and only? Saint, welcome to the show. Congratulations on the win tonight. Everyone was wondering after game number 1, what is this guy gonna play? What was it like for you in that final game tonight playing against Leviathan?
I don't know. We draft super good on first map, and for some reason they just give us almost the same draft on the second one, and they think that something is gonna change. I don't know. We were laughing at voice like, what the fuck they are drafting?
Right.
Well, so what surprised me, and you know, you can tell me if this is the right read or not, but I was surprised they're picking second pick there, because I feel like first pick puts you in a bind where I don't think anyone loves playing against Billy, and people really don't love playing against Doorman. But if you go second pick, you guys get one of them guaranteed.
I think Billy is not that good after patch because they nerf move speeds, and nerf his lifesteal from his first spell, as I remember. And I don't know, for some reason they just choose second, but I think first pick is much better because you just get everything that you want on. Like you can get pocket on second and third, and they just can't pick Kelvin on. And they can't play with Kelvin because of this. I don't know. Like, it's super easy to draft against them.
So is Viper good, or were they trolling you guys?
I think Viper is good, but this hero need to play super aggressive in early, mid game, and he need his teammates to play with him. So you can't play with, I don't know, Victor farming whole game and, I don't know, Wraith with Viper, for example. I want to see their draft.
Saint, yeah. I wanted to ask you about the patch notes. Does it affect you? You guys were 5 minutes away from playing game number 1 when the patch notes dropped. So how do you adjust in the middle of a tournament like you did tonight?
I think this patch changed nothing for this tourney because, I don't know, one stamina when you jump from wall, I don't know, it's okay, but it's nothing. This change that 2 people can stay in pit and do not let Patron die. Like, you can't hit Patron when 2 people are staying at him. I think it's big change. Sorry, but you need to draft for this. For example, Lash, Victor, some heroes that can contest in close range.
Yeah, ZP, with this being the final episode of 2025, I feel like we should do a little narrative here. Go ahead and ask Saint about the big picture.
Yeah, so Saint, obviously Abrahams, you guys are the team to beat at the end of 2025, and you know, it was kind of a journey for you guys. You know, it was back and forth where you were, you know, fighting tooth and nail with Buff Enjoyers, with one win earlier in the year. I guess, you know, as Abrahams leaves as the top team into you, I was just wondering, you know, what are your thoughts as you leave? You know, what it take to get there, you know, or whatever shout outs you want to give to your team, because you know, you guys, you are the best in Europe, undisputed.
Yeah, I think we did a really big job, a great job in this year, because we created this team at June, as I remember, on May. Yeah, it takes so much time to become best team, but in Europe. But it's gonna be much more interesting if we have some opponents that can actually fight with us and, you know, make us lose, because we are winning every scrim, we are winning every Deadlock fight night, and it's just sometimes it's getting boring. I don't know how to say it correctly. Like, people on voice just we're gonna not troll, like do some stupid shit because they don't care. They know that we are gonna win. and it's good, but I don't know, it's not that interested. Like when we were playing NA tourney, the slam, it was super interested because we're playing with high ping. We can't pick normal heroes. We need to think, and decide how we wanna play this tourney. It was super hard because it was super hard, but it was super interested.
We're at that point, everybody. Europe, step your game up. Otherwise, Saint and crew are ready to take on NA with 1,000 ping. Saint, congratulations on the win for the Abrahams. DDK, final thoughts before we let him go.
Yeah, you guys look amazing. I can't wait to see what you have in the next year. Is everyone on the team motivated? So you guys are going to stick together and just keep powering through to be the best next year as well?
Yeah, I think we will stay together. I don't know, maybe if something bad will not happen, I think we will save this roster and just play next year with this roster.
Awesome.
Saint,
Yes.
last question I have for you is,
Yeah, of course.
as we close out 2025, who was the best player on the year?
Best player together, Taz, Dimov, Hood, and Sunny Sniper.
That is a good PR answer, ladies and gentlemen. That is Saint. The Abrahams go out as kings of Europe. We'll catch them in 2026.
Yeah, thank you
Congrats,
guys.
Saint.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome stuff there. The first half of the show is done. We have crowned our EU champions, but DDK, we still have 2 more matches to go. What happens on the other side of the break?
Yeah, we're going to do it all over again for North America. Start off with the Challenger match, into then the Money match. And here are the teams. You know them by now, although you might be curious about what's going on with Kawaii Crew.
ZP, who are they? What's happening?
Well, Kawaii Crew, they're one of the up-and-coming teams here in North America. Also, some streamers on there, whether it be Ed, whether it be Fred the Finch, who at the very least is shirtless on stream at all points. But also, apparently, it's going to be a little bit wild because supposedly Fred has been up on like some 30-hour stream. He is basically trying to become the North American jam side of doing the 36-hour stream in the playing competitive plays. So he's either going to ascend to a new dimension of consciousness or feed unreal amounts in the NA Challenger match, and you have to tune in to find out which one it's going to be.
That's a sell that I needed to hear. Thank you, ZP. Thank you, everyone, for tuning into the first half. When we come back, it's all about North America. Fred, the shirtless wonder, gets wild. Lock in. Shirtless. Yo, welcome back. It's the night shift. We brought in Grandpa Jake, DDK. Everyone is feeling festive. We're ready to rock. I don't know why I called you Grandpa Jake. You just give me those happy.
I was about to say that's the first time I've been called Grandpa. That's a new one for me, but I'll take it.
That means that you've reproduced, and then your reproductions have reproduced. Did you know that? All right. With that
title of great
said,
respect in my culture.
let's take a look here at the elders of Night Shift. That would be Bunny with Clock. They've been around for a while, DDK. They haven't been able to walk away with the championship belt in NA in a few weeks, but they've been threatening. Tonight, they got a new challenger in the Kawaii Crew. Who are you excited to watch? Any players in particular?
Honestly, I'm just really excited for what I expect to be another rematch from BWC and Melee Creeps in that money match. I mean, I think honestly, BWC have been really nipping at their heels and improving a lot as a team over time, showing a lot of promise. And Kawaii Crew, they're looking to make an upset here and have an extra shot. And who knows, right? With the Hotfix patch coming in live before the tournament got started, maybe this is an opportunity to bring an upset. But Bunny with Clock have looked like a very solid number 2 in NA, and no one else has really put them to the test here in this challenger match.
Solomon, let's go ahead and pull it up. There is your success rate of the cat suits. That is Melee Creeps. It started way back on episode 12. They have been on fire, winning everything through episode 18 into tonight. BWC has been along the ride the last 4 weeks, and just like Leviathan, they've fallen short each time. The difference? We've seen some game 3s from this squad. We'll find out, can they win another challenger matchup, though? That is how we always kick things off here in North America. And as we mentioned, Kawaii Crew filling in on late notice. They were ready to go. They're hungry. Let's see what they can put together. It's Ken, Fred the Finch, who's been awake for 30 hours in a row, live streaming over on Fred the Finch at twitch.tv. We got Generic Ed Boy, Boger, Leviathan, and Venus. Who are you excited to see? Can we start here with Fred the Finch? Jake,
I want to see what the hell.
Who is this guy?
Fred
what does he play?
Doing. I mean, Fred is a notorious Yamato spammer, I would say, of rank.
Okay.
But definitely going to be curious to see how his tournament performance looks on hour 30 of streaming. That's truly one of the more out there moves I've ever seen in esports. So I'm just curious what's going on for Yamato.
I don't trust myself after 10 hours, let alone 30.
I don't love their odds playing on no sleep Yamato.
Oh God, I just pulled up his channel. Production, you can do that at your own volition. Whenever you want. The left side of the screen is terrifying. Twitch.tv/Fred the Finch if you'd like to support the players. He looks desperate for support right now. That is Kawaii Crew. On the other side of this matchup, DDK, we've got the familiar favorites of Bunny with Clock. The hares with Rolexes, rabbits with Rolexes. There we go. Gibbs, Aiden the Destroyer has not been able to play his signature Vindicta. Tanner on Abrams could be back in the mix, and we'll see Arctic Cool Cheese and Poshy Pop, who has won multiple MVP awards. Walk me through this lineup.
Well, my favorite thing about this team is how Tanner, when he appears in his EP, he gets a little shaky, starts shaking in fear. Brings back the old memories. But besides that, being a fun thing for me, I do really enjoy seeing what we've had out of Aiden, especially given that Vindicta's been able to be somewhat of a mainstay in the meta the last few months, which is really cool. And Aiden is like a best in class there. Poshy Pop, obviously, I think is getting stronger all the time. And Poshy Pop is also, I think this is actually a good spot to shout out Poshy Pop's coaching, because he does like really good coaching and is on both of his channel and in his Discord. So someone that is a very, very good thinker and constantly teaching people how to think about the game and how to play better. So it's always good to see Poshy Pop being involved in leading these squadrons.
Yeah, I definitely always like to watch Aiden, see what he gets as far as his role, but yeah, I mean, Arctic and Poshy Pop taking the farm on this team. These guys have been really a powerful duo in terms of getting ahead of the game, getting all their items online, and just closing it out. So definitely a lot of expectations here for Bunny with Clock. I really want to see this team continue to grow and improve. And as individuals, they've all looked better and better over the last few weeks. And while Melee Creeps continues to stay ahead of the pack, I'm always excited to see Bunny with Clock hop on the server, especially here in the Challenger match, where maybe they can put on a little bit more of a show for us. As good old Fred.
Speaking of looking better and better, this is Fred the Finch live. We were able to dial into his Twitch.tv. DDK, would you be able to rock the ears as well as Fred is right there?
No, actually, it's
tough.
looking pretty good right there. I like the contrast. It goes really well with the maid cosplay there, and the contrast with the beard as well. I think it's all really working for him.
I think he's only going on hour 20, or maybe that's a countdown to when
That's
he can
counting
finally go
down,
to
which
bed.
disturbs
Okay.
me of how
Right?
long he must have been on. So you know what? Godspeed, Fred. Somebody get this man an energy drink. Get him up and at him. We're gonna need to see a big performance here in this challenger match for Fred to be able to pick up this dub.
Stretch your legs, Fred. You're going to be here a while. I have a feeling your team is going to the grand finals. First, though, you got to win this match. And before you can win it, you got to win a Mo 1v1 to decide who gets the edge in the draft. Kawaii Crew versus Bunny with Clock. We got a Mo v Mo on our hands. And DDK, I'm trying to read the names. In blue, who do we got?
I can't read it, but you better savor this moment because this might be the only time we see Mo today. Basically,
Yeah, true. Mo's been really falling off in a pretty big way as a nice parry comes in, double heavy. Mo in the orange trunks definitely looking to be pretty favored here, but a wisp parry could be disaster here for the blue Mo. Naze hits a kind of a clutch parry off here. Jukin, hold on.
Okay.
Slam.
RIP. You gotta do it. You gotta go for it. Off the wall jump, tech there, trying to be sneaky with it, the acrobatics.
Kawaii Crew.
But, yeah.
Champions, what do? You just won. You choose to be the second team, or we just heard that was a failed strategy that ended up with a doorman warden combo every game, right?
Yeah, I feel like you probably want first pick right now, but it's patch day, right? So even these teams who are experienced and have been working, together for weeks and months now, even they are not going to know exactly what's the best, what's the meta, especially as far as drafting goes, because first, second pick in theory are pretty close to balance. So, for me on patch day, it's just up to, what each team's vision is, what they want to try, because it's going to be a little bit more experimental no matter what your strategy is.
All right, Dan, you know what time it is.
Opening ban. Oh
That's
my
crazy.
God. Absolute denial of Dynamo.
I gotta say, Jake, I actually felt like Dynamo was one of the heroes that actually got hit with the nerfs the most. Actually, because they reduced the range on the kinetic pulse, they reduced the damage on it. I think it was so like
the range nerf is only the spirit scaling, so it just nerfs when you get like giga late game with 1,000,000 spirit. You don't go like across the map with it, but
I know it was sick. It was super good. I feel like
it was good for like shoving all the way down a lane. You catch somebody a mile away. But with Dynamo banned, Bunny the Clock fearlessly going to open with the Shiv here, and that means they're giving Billy +1 if Kawaii Crew want it on the other side. Maybe a Billy Yamato. At Fred at our whatever the hell, however long he's been up, you got to get this man on Yamato this game. Don't be asking him to flex off the mainstay after this many hours of consecutive streaming.
yeah, and this is the European draft was super interesting. We had Saint saying that he feels like Billy got Billy's not that great, compared to how he was with some of these recent changes, and he felt like what he said in the interview was that he feels like not much has changed. And what we saw out of the drafts in Europe, Jake, was really interesting. No M1 carries really, like Warden, but to get Warden, you had to kind of secure the doorman to be able to pick him as well. So kind of weird. Like the meta over there's going to look very different to this. It looks like because we already have the Mirage in play.
And by taking away the Dynamo, ZP was just mentioning in the chat, I mean, this is a bit of a respect ban from Bunny the Clock towards Kawaii Crew with Ken being a really well-known Dynamo player. I mean, it's kind of insane to see a hero that usually, if it gets picked, it's going like 11th, 12th in terms of its slot in the draft. But to be first banning it and feeling like that's the #1 threat you have to worry about, I guess it makes sense because it's a hero that can be very awkward to play against, right? You make like one big mistake, the Dynamo catches you out one big time, and like the game could kind of spiral out of control. So there's something to be said for Bunny the Clock, just keeping things in their wheelhouse and comfortable, especially given that it's patch day. But man, I will say their approach to the draft, it's given Kawaii Crew everything they could ever want. I mean, getting this first 3 is pretty insane right now.
Yeah, I think especially the Mirage. I don't think that there is a good counterbalance to Mirage right now. I do think Infernus is still really good, and I think he's being undervalued a little bit. But still, Mirage is the GOAT, and teams are not favoring Wraith as much in contrast. So
it's a weird Sinclair ban because I would think Sinclair actually looks really good against Bunny with Clock, right? To be able to steal Kelvin Dome and Affliction. But maybe Kawaii Crew, I'm not sure. Not as many characters or players, rather, I think, are confident on the Sinclair and, really wanting to make use of his ult swapping in team fights. And so they are just going to ban it out and get rid of it. So both teams have invested pretty heavily in the front line. Kawaii Crew grabbed the Vindicta, great hero comboing with Abrams on the lane, has looked like really, really solid in the past. And I feel like Kawaii Crew are getting like a really S tier draft right now. I mean, I know Bunny with Clock, I'd favor them and call them the likely favorites in the match, but the draft they're up against is pretty terrifying to me. They go with a Victor as a way to maybe like overwhelm this Abrams Billy in the front line. Interesting idea.
It's also good to take away from Kawaii Crew because I think Victor plays against Calvin pretty well because, playing inside the dome and, like just those kind of skirmishing around against the Calvin's kind of nice. And I was going to say, it was interesting that we didn't see Doorman until so late. And again, we talked about how Doorman is kind of a nice counter pick to a Warden just because he can Doorman just stick him in the hotel. If he drops the ults, removing his presence from fights is very impactful.
A surprise Warden hasn't been picked yet. I wonder if Kawaii Crew want to grab it to finish their draft. I feel like it actually would fit in decently well here. You've already banned the Geist away. That's true. Lash is a great shout out. Also going to be super relevant this game. And you're against Kelvin, but I don't hate it completely because I think Victor also can get pulled into a really deep spot by the Lash up. But they go with the Mokrill instead. So prioritizing that ability to like combo and burst down, your shivs, your pockets, characters that are relatively hard to kill, but if you hard lock them down, the follow-up is there. And I will say, man, if you hit someone with a combo, the follow-up stuns are very forthcoming on this Kawaii Crew team. You got Abrams and Vin and Paige all continuing to lock you down. So I think Kawaii Crew have gotten a really sick draft. I do think Bunny with Clock are the much stronger team, and maybe just the Doorman execution is going to be overwhelming for Kawaii Crew, but wow, pure draft-wise, I favor Kawaii Crew here. I don't know about you, Dan.
Yeah, I think one notable thing for me for both teams really is that there's no pick. There's no Paradox, Holiday, Lash, Bebop, none of them. Normally we would see that for pick, especially in that mid game. It can be really decisive to get that advantage. But also, just the Kelvin Doorman combo for Bunny McClock is going to give them a huge edge on any objectives like the urns and the mid bosses and just in general there. So I think that's a nice counterbalance. And then their late game is quite strong also. Obviously, like you said, the players are really good on Bunny with Clock, so you'd want to give them the advantage there too. So interesting draft. I feel like the only disappointment for me is the Mo and Krill. I'm curious to see what the vision's going to be behind that. But it's a very tanky roster for Kawaii Crew. Like Abrams, Billy, Mo and Krill's a big front line, all getting in that Kelvin Dome probably together.
They said there would be no Mo and Krill. They said Wraith was overrated. Victor doesn't have a place in the meta. NA is here to prove you all wrong. Is this a bad idea, Jake? Or do you think these guys know something we don't?
Honestly, like Abundance Clock are kind of cooking. I feel like they have a lot of like anti-tanks. So Kawaii Crew, they've got the Billy, the Abrams, and the Mo, right? But Victor is a notoriously hard hero for these heavy frontlanders to go through because even if you kill him the once, he's got that shocking reanimation, and being close range with Victor is like, if you're not finishing him quickly, you are dying quickly. And I feel like having Shiv and Pocket also throwing down damage and making space for Wraith is going to be really potent. I feel like this game is kind of all about, can Kawaii Crew get on the squishy backliners? If you can avoid the Victor and the Shiv and the Kelvin Dome, and you could be bursting down Wraith and Pocket before they can get their damage out in the fight, I think the fights are going to look really good. But if you fail that test and you're not able to get on those backliners first, I think this Victor is going to just kind of be able to tank through the world here and just sustain everything. Especially the matchup into Mirage is really nice with the inherent debuff remover on your second skill, right? Purging off those Mirage stacks. So I kind of like the Bunny with Clock draft. I think Kawaii Crew have gotten really premium heroes, but Bunny with Clock have played, I think, a little bit more intelligently, and maybe you're looking to counter the meta rather than just playing it themselves.
The final NA Challenger of 2025. Kawaii Crew taking on Bunny with Clock. On the mic is Jake with DDK.
Now, initially, Jake, I wasn't sure I was a fan of the mode, but upon thinking about it through a little bit more, I do get, I think, what they're going for. Oh. We're doing it again.
It'll be a remake. Might be a quick little remake here. Get to the right server. No big deal.
But yeah, I was just going to say, the Mo is the last pick there. I wonder if that is to provide lockdown with the combo for both the Pocket as well as the Victor. There are some of these trickier to lock down heroes that are like pretty essential to, if you get the opportunity to just shut them down instantly in a fight. So maybe that's some of the thinking there behind the Mo.
yeah, prevent a lot of these heroes from getting their ults off. You know, if you can get on Doorman or Kelvin, like Kelvin especially before the fight, you just start on him, burst him down. There's no frozen shelter, there's no saves, and that could, you know, get pretty awkward. So I think I see the vision of the Mokra. I think Kawaii Crew are playing like a tempo style where, hey, they can just like, maybe they can snowball off these picks, you know, put some of these bruisers, like let Abrams and Billy have a big game and Mirage behind them. And hey, maybe you're just like ahead enough at a certain point of the game where it's just too hard for Bunny the Clock to get the kind of team fights they're looking for. But Bunny the Clock, I think they've got the answers in the ultra late game. The question is, can they get there?
Can they get there? We are going to find out. We're going to find out. I'm curious. I'm very curious how it's going to work out. I'm like the fact that we, you know, the drafts have been changing so much lately. It used to be so much of an emphasis around, you know, the Infernuses of the world, and I mean, the fact that Infernus still is just not even considered. It's kind of wild. I do think I think it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think it could have fit well here, like in the Wraith spot, you know, given the roster you're up against with a lot of these heavier tanks that could really get punished by the burn, but you still go with the Wraith. Maybe a little bit of just comfort over taking risks. A couple daggers from the Shiv right now. Already putting Billy on the back foot, but this is a Billy Page lane, and so it's Billy Page versus Shiv Kelvin. It's the old versus the new, and a sick no-look parry here from the Billy onto the Shiv, but he's getting turned on still. Shiv and Kelvin are battling this one out, and Billy should be going down. Nice parry.
Gets traded out though, until this was the force left.
Kelvin's running low on HP, right? The second Page shield of the fight is just a little bit too much. He's got beam, but he just has to try and play his way out of this one. So it's the support walking away from that trade.
Okay, so let's have a look and see who's on what, right? So we got the Arctic with Poshy Pop there on the Wraith and the Kelvin. Although it is the Kelvin with the ship. So that's not going to match up with the lanes like it does in matchmaking.
Yeah, as usual. I mean, that's one thing that I think definitely is going to have to be looked at in Deadlock, getting the top of the screen to match. But I see a kill in mid. It's a nice one to find for Tanner, of all people. I mean, Victor is a hero we sometimes see. It's a bit of a time bomb hero. It's like, you know, at some point in the game, you're probably just going to be jungling for a long time. But hey, if you just come out of the jungle and your 5k souls up, you might just be unkillable and just walk down every objective in the game. So curious to see how Tanner takes the start. Just a kill, right? It's not going to be completely destructive start, but we'll see if he's able to turn this into a really solid game of Victor as he goes for a little bit of extra economy. And with Doorman doing a lot of the roaming out of the lane and doing a bunch of boxes, he's going to get a ton of solo souls on this Victor and kind of be in a crazy spot net worth wise. Doorman is searching the ends of the earth, by the way, for these boxes. He's on the opponent's high ground over the aggro earn drop. He's doing the boxes at the mid game. He's never coming back to lane. He's like, Tanner, you got that, bro. You don't need another laner. And honestly, Tanner over at 2.3k, he's probably happy to grab it.
Yeah, this. I mean, I guess if you're going to just get everything for free, it's.
Is this a legit strat?
Oh my god. This is the meta these days, Bucket. Both teams end up leaving lane to grab some boxes, letting the guy who stays in lane get basically all of the money that the lane offers. And that usually funnels your souls to one person. So Doorman's going to be a little bit behind, but he's getting the scraps. And, you know, Victor is eating extremely well.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can definitely see it's giving them the edge overall. Okay, and problems here for Billy getting beamed down. The whole, like, it's actually kind of cool that you're seeing Billy Page versus Shiv Kelvin.
He's ticking hard here with the 3 daggers in him from Shiv. It's a lot of damage, but these Guardian Ward and the shields from Page are just overwhelming. And I mean, Shiv Kelvin has just lost some of its luster. Here's Vin as well, overloading into the lane. But Bennis rotates and doesn't find kills, so it's actually going to net be pretty positive, I think, for Arctic on the Shiv that he pulls a rotation and doesn't die.
I think this is the first time I've seen in our pro matches the Billy Page versus the Shiv Kelvin.
Yeah,
the Billy Page is the new Shiv Kelvin, kind of.
We rarely see, honestly, that many teams get either of these combos because they're considered so strong, but both teams getting something that they really like. And while Shiv Kelvin, I think, has lost some of its early game ultra dominance, especially into a lane that can actually stand up to them, I do feel like there's still a lot of synergy later on in the game. And as long as Shiv just gets farmed out of this lane and, you know, has a decent snowball rolling, he's going to be pretty happy.
Doorman still the traveler, wandering around the map and roaming into this left side lane with the
Hammer's
cart
coming
and
from
belt.
behind right now. Better watch out, Doorman. Big pin here onto 2. Get some nice damage here. Arctic super low on the Shiv. Miss a parry. And they've got to heal the Shiv off him. He's going to be taken down from the bloodletting. Billy's thinking about going for a dive here. Holds on for now, though, without some extra page shields. Maybe it would just be a little bit too much. And for now, Shiv does walk it off, which is pretty nice for Bunny with Clock. But Tanner is getting problematic right now. He is at 5k souls, and the next most in the lobby is still less than 4. That's like one of the craziest early game gaps. This Victor is, if he just continues free farming, this is going to be an exceptional Victor game. Like maybe one of the best we've seen on Night Shift.
Close skirmishing here on this left side.
Doorman just continuing it up on the high ground here. Doorman's such a nice hero in this meta of just like giga roaming, right? It's exactly what you want to do. The door gives you the mobility, you have a lot of damage and some control to offer in the lane. Not really that reliant on the ult to make these plays happen. But speaking of the ult, Benes holding an angle here on the Vindicta, see if we can get some snipes in. Boger has found Arctic, and the party lane over here on the left side of the map has started to look quite good for this Billy Page. I think that's a kill that starts to tilt against him here.
They're pressuring quite close to this tower now on the right side. And finally getting some damage in. Bunny with Clock looking pretty good at the moment. Couple K souls ahead on the overall, so nothing too crazy. And once again, in the dome we go against the Billy Page. See if they can withstand this one. Oh, the killing blow not quite doing it, but they will find the damage anyway. So Billy stays alive. Actually, just Billy able to tread onto anything? No, everybody is reasonably healthy here, so nothing for Billy to get.
Yeah, getting that dome value, pretty important for the Shiv Calvin lane. Like that's, you know, with that ultimate spike, you have to find kills with Shiv Calvin. They do just get the page, but I mean, the fact that she lives through the killing blow shows this is a deceptively difficult lane to really punish. Billy and Page, they want to really, I mean, both teams are bringing so many numbers to the side lane. They know this is where there's not really an option to back out, with both teams running like more of a bruiser and support style. And it's more about trying to overload the opponent. Towers being chipped both ways. Seems like Billy and Page have gotten a lot more damage on the Guardian though, and maybe looking to open up this first take as we hit 7 minutes. I mean, the resists aren't nearly as bad on the Guardian now. More opportunity if you want to go for that siege.
Well, there goes Burger on the Abrams, and that's BWC asserting themselves a little bit further into this game on this mid lane now. And yeah, Mega Roam pretty much from minute 2 from the Doorman. It's kind of cool to see how that persists. And now if we get a response anywhere here, I mean, Mirage is just like sort of left to farm by himself, which is fine, but that tower is going to go down pretty quickly as more emphasis put into mid here by Kawaii Crew. And there is a catch trying to be found onto Victor, but we'll find that.
To find. It's exactly the kill you needed, right? That's the most farm character on Bunny with Clock. So the rotation comes in here, pays dividends. It's going to cost them here. Seems that another side Guardian, one that Wraith and Poshbop are all too happy to grab and pick up. Gets Wraith a little bit more active, opens up the map quite a bit for them, but cost is going to be the mid Guardian, as well as Fred the Finch, though, going down in the side lane. I mean, that Shiv Calvin, they chase deep past the wave, and even Billy, maybe some of those nerfs starting to bite now.
Doorman trying to roam around here, but gets caught around the corner. Able to escape, maybe. It's got a door to throw down. Really nice door mechanics there to escape.
Cool Cheese just playing with absolute fire. Luckily for him, Vin doesn't have any snipes left. Tanner getting in the mix here in the mid lane, but doesn't have ulti here. Could end up being a bit of a risk and needs to get this fight win. Gets a nice parry onto the ability that protects him for just a moment longer. He's desperately running, just needs to get back behind that tower, get to the walker. 1 HP, just a tickle would do it. Surely they can find this Victor, and they do. Benes chases it down, man, really believing in that kill. And it's been a couple important deaths here for Tanner and really taking some of the speed out of his snowball. And I mean, the possibility of a truly hard carry Victor game there seems to be slipping a little bit away from them as Kawaii Crew more or less even the soul lead.
Yeah, I totally agree. It did really feel like he was becoming a runaway train, and those last 2 kills have slowed him down enormously. And okay, Vindicta might just be able to finish this one off. Oh my goodness. Vanus Venus,
Max
I'm not
snipe.
exactly sure, but hey, it's getting it done.
All right, so Vindicta could really explode in terms of the farm here if he's able to find some of these assassination kills. He's gone for the max snipe build, so every assassination kill is getting him like, I think it's 850 bonus
850.
souls, so over and above the raw souls you get off the kill. So Vindicta can actually explode even just a few kills here in the mid game, getting a lot of these key items online much quicker than normal, but snipe cooldowns are long and the misses are really punishing. Here comes Mo for a combo, would be the perfect setup. This is exactly what you want. Vindicta, oh, doesn't get the final blow though, and he's gonna lose a bit of those souls. So maybe actually kind of a significant mistake. That's like 1,000 souls you end up missing out on here for Kawaii Crew, but they are still pulling into a soul lead.
Yeah, this becomes starting to become kind of interesting again. Another hero to keep tabs on is Mirage. Mirage's farm is incredibly important, and he can just take over the game with that burst damage off the Jin's mark. And here is the Billy Page combo, looking to assert themselves onto that left side lane. That Guardian is gone, so they are just defending their own for that lane. Another pin onto the Victor, and again, Victor, like you were saying, Jacob, that early momentum, it's just completely vanished now.
I mean, the Kawaii Crew, they might be the underdogs, but it doesn't look like it. They're just pulling ahead and ahead in this game, continuously finding kills on some of these really key farmers. I mean, Tanner was crushing this game. He was snowballing so far ahead, and now kind of right in there with the pack. It's actually generic Edboy here on the Mirage, taking the sole lead overall with 11K. We've seen what Mirage can do, man. You hit a certain point in the late game, and I feel like the Mirage is truly ridiculous. Bunny the Clock still very much in this. They've got ultimates, and they're probably looking to make a fight as just that mid lane Guardian standing for Kawaii Crew. And yeah, with a little bit of HP, it's not even going to be worth the defense for Kawaii Crew. One Guardian up on either side here. Now both teams, I think, faced with that decision of where do you want to pressure the map? What's going to be your focus as a group here moving forward and trying to progress this game?
It is interesting because the dive potential onto objectives is kind of nice for Kawaii Crew with the heavy front line that they have. The lack of pick, I think, is where, you know, if either one of these teams gets into a bit of an advantage, the lack of pick is going to make life a little bit harder, because usually that pick allows you to roam into enemy territory a bit, and you get to really extend for those pickoffs to start to extend and capitalize on your lead. But I think that's going to be something they may struggle, but for both teams will struggle a little bit more to find. But you know, we'll have to see if that's the case, or whether the dive potential from this front line for Kawaii Crew will be able to mitigate that.
Doorman baiting here, and it looks like Kawaii Crew might take the bite. They're thinking about diving this Wraith under tower. Billy maybe looking to get a connection. Does pop the ulti, gets lifted as well. Trying to pull the Wraith deep out of tower. There's a lot of follow-up here. Combo onto the Doorman. Tried to bail out the Wraith and just tank the combo. Get down, Mr. President. Wraith lives for now, which actually probably a better result here. But Kawaii Crew is still getting a bit of walker damage in.
Just diving in for the Doorman ult, but he got stopped before getting to pull that one off, and this is overwhelming numbers right now in favor of Kawaii Crew. This Shiv is surely getting farmed and focused, but no, manages to stay alive. Really great stuff there coming in from the pocket. Aiden the Destroyer doesn't get to be on the Vindicta, but that's a great performance there, and that's turned things around entirely.
That's such a ridiculously huge fight. I mean, Doorman tanks the ults there, but the rest of the team follows it up, interrupts that walker push, protects the walker, and now the punchback is going to be really deadly. I mean, Pop getting a lot done here in the side lane, all waves crashing on Kawaii Crew. That's what happens when you lose your whole team. You end up losing all map control. And now it's going to be quite a bit of time here, some free farming space for Buddy with Clock. Infuser online for Tanner. That's a really key power spike on this Victor, especially as his next ult is coming off cooldown soon, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy because Kawaii Crew, up until that push, were really looking to start to forge some momentum, but now they're almost down 10k. In fact, they are down 11k souls. So, need to find a way back in here, and they're looking to target onto this Kelvin. Taking an aerial haymaker there.
I mean, they're thinking about it, but this is a tough kill, right? Kelvin has a lot of heals, a lot of sustain. Tanner's hanging out nearby, and Tanner would love nothing more than to get into a fight alongside this Kelvin, right? And here comes Shiv as well. So Bunny the Clock wasting no time here, pouring on the pressure. Mo has combo, but does he want to deploy? He's being chased down. He's running for the hills. This is the worst case scenario on the Mo. Caught and initiated on, not able to use that combo. And Tanner's just continuing to push down the lane. He's almost under the walker. Billy takes the fight, though, in the sewer, and they're going to go all in. It's going to come down to this engagement in the sewer. Mirage teleporting in. Melee's being traded. The parry's so crucial. Rides one onto Shiv. That's a big kill to take down Arctic, and they will be able to find it. The catch as well onto the pocket. Fred's getting a lot of melees off here, and yeah, the quick melees, all right. Death of Billy greatly overstated. Great parry in the sewers.
Yeah, perfect position to have a fight for a Kawaii Crew in the sewers. And now let's see if they can capitalize some more.
Oh,
There's the captivating read. That's going to save the Billy here. He's going to get charged down by this Victor otherwise. So perfect save coming in from Paige. Good work there from Leviathan.
Yeah, and Abrams delayed for a bit in the Baroness Hotel, but no chance to follow up on that kill. So Kawaii Crew fending off a bit of aggression here. They still have the smoke combo, so you got to be a little bit careful here in the mid lane. You'd love nothing more than to find a Wraith, and Mo is thinking about it. Needs some follow-up for this combo. They're watching him. They know. Does Wraith know as well, though? That's the question. I think if, you know, it's kind of a hard go if she's got players behind her ready to peel.
Yeah, and gets collected, and they're going to bring that across the map now. And this might be another really interesting moment. I mean, the team fight for both teams is pretty good. No Billy ult at the moment, though. I guess if you're going to favor a team fight, you probably favor the team that has the Kelvin. And that dome is up at the moment.
Most thinking about trying to drop this turn, but there's a doorman here. I mean, this should be a very easy turn and a little bit awkward, I guess, to combo here, but it's still going to be good enough. Poshpop goes down, split pushing on the other side of the map, but you get a free earn for it. Will Tanner live? Well, Tanner still has ulti. He's taking this one on. This is a very down numbers of engagement, but Victor's one of the only characters in the game that is willing to take that kind of a risk, willing to take that kind of a fight. Still hasn't popped the shocking reanimation, does get sniped out of it, but has made it, I think, far enough away where I don't know that you want to chase this Victor up into the high ground. Billy's just going to go back and grab a Guardian, but this is costing you a Walker on the other side, and I mean, Victor is stalling 4v1 right now. Incredible value here from this delay, and has another Infuser online soon, so they're thinking about diving, but it might be too much risk here, as the blue Walker on the left side of the map pretty much getting, should already be going down here. Victor's still alive defending on the other side. I mean, this could turn it really bad for Kawaii Crew unless they can kill Victor quickly.
They find him, and in fact, Wraith does come in.
Oh, the
parries, though.
Oh,
that's insane.
God. He's soloing.
Oh, another parry coming on through. That's insane. A third. Oh, God.
Pashi just won this game. I mean, that is a backbreaker. This is the Wraith of all people, and you just gave her like 3 solo kills. Could be a 4th as he's chasing down Leviathan still, and I don't like Paige's odds here in this kind of a escape situation against Wraith. Just needs that one more card to close out the kill, and oh my God. I mean, that's a crazy spike to give Wraith. That's like almost, what is that, 5k souls plus straight to the Wraith. This is a worst case scenario because those are all solo kills pretty much. After Tanner dies, Pashi pretty much cleans the house up, defends the Walker, and gets all the reward.
Insane. Really, really insane. Something I love about Deadlock is the parry mechanic. I love any game that has a parry mechanic. It is, you know, it's always high risk because you can die if you mess it up, but if you get it, it can turn the entire situation around. And now, you know, this is becoming potentially like a really huge problem. A Victor that's extraordinarily hard to kill. You already have Shiv to worry about in that category as well. And then now you got Poshipop sitting on 27k. There's nobody even in 20ks yet for Kawaii Crew. They're going to find this fight, though, in the dome. And there's the escape through the door. The door man plus Kelvin dome combo is really excellent.
They managed to get into the dome, though, before they could slip away with the proceeds of that double. So they do drop the doorman. Question is, was it worth it? You deployed some ultimates, and from what it looks like, Butter the Clock aren't going to be too scared to take this fight. Tanner thinking about going into it. They want to wait for a good opportunity, but they're definitely strong. This is not an easy fight for Kawaii Crew, even with the player advantage. Kawaii Crew reading it as well. They're just going to clear some jungle camps and head back. Yeah, Tanner's stepping up on this. He might be down 1, but he is definitely walking them down, sending Kawaii Crew a little bit back towards their side of the map.
All right. Well, 122k, 23k to 100, so sizable advantage for sure. And Mirage not super farmed behind this. He needs some damage output because otherwise Victor, Shiv, they're going to run all over you. That's exactly what's happening in mid there. That's going to be sending these Kawaii Crew players back towards base.
Yeah, but we're reaching that point in the game when I don't know how you're going to deal with this Victor, right? I feel like there's like serious Victor problems in this game because it's not just Victor, right? There's an incredible amount of damage threat behind him. But you've got Dorman and Calvin to make the Victor really awkward to kill and kind of make the fight, you know, unpredictable as far as trying to burst an initiation. And then you've got ridiculous damage behind from Pocket and Wraith. And I feel like if Pachipop plays this one well, this is kind of what we're talking about in the draft. I feel like we're hitting that point where the comp in the late game is just really dominant. Like Kawaii Crew needed, I think, to tempo this game out. And Bunny the Clock have hit this point where, not quite yet, but I think we start getting up into like the 40, 50K net worths. And I just think it's going to be really hard. I think the Victor and the Pocket and the Wraith are going to kind of take over the game at that phase.
Yeah, can't disagree with that. Potentially a big team fight brewing around these bridge buff. Oh my god, the Bajol gets sent through into the heavens, and Pocket just looking for the perfect moment to jump on through. There's the Billy ult coming on through as well. Pocket able to get out of that fight, but ultimately looking at the health bars here, it's Kawaii Crew that are suffering.
Pashi's hunting. Tanner still has not even lost the ultimate yet. He's running them down on low HP, but that's deceptive. This is a Victor, far from an easy kill. And now Edboy chased down, hunted. Mirage not even able to put out the damage in that team fight. And Bunny the Clock just crushed through the opposition, cleaning up now, finishing off some of these stragglers, but straight into the mid boss. And they're definitely thinking about the money match now. I mean, this is a game that has gone from bad to worse. Kawaii Crew, no ultimates left to contest this mid boss. I think they essentially have to give it up for free. There's not much else they can do on the map at this moment. Clear a wave or two, sure, but it's definitely the beginning of the end as Bunny with Clock tempoing towards an inevitable showing here in the money match.
Yeah, the Wraith is a little bit too out of hand at this point, for sure. There's nothing that can come remotely close to competing with that. Pachipop sitting on 32k. He's got a very, very dangerous combination of items, as you might expect. And pretty much all lanes just getting pushed up as much as possible. One Walker remaining on the right side. One bad fight from Kawaii Crew, and the game could be over if Pachipop stays alive. And again, I don't know how they deal with Tanner and Arctic, that are essentially the meat shields in front of him. What are they going to do?
They're going to try here, maybe looking in on this Shiv, but Arctic's still relatively healthy. Remember, they still have the rejuves here. Mo has that combo, but gets put into the hotel, so can't deploy it just yet. Bunny the Clock, they're sieging down other lanes. They are split pushing here, so Pachipop's just taking the base while this fight goes on. You've taken down one Crystal and Arctic, but I don't think this is a winning trade. Pachipop is taking the entire base here. You're comboing a Kelvin with ulti. He gets domed, he gets healed up by the Kelvin. It's enough to pop the ulti, but you're trapped in with the Victor now. Full HP up off the reset. Shiv as well looking into the backline with that ultimate reset. Can still look for more here as they're trying to defend this Walker. They're giving everything, but they're all so low, and now it's just a feast for the Shiv. He's looking for more. Boger, Leviathan just trying to get back to the base, but there's not much of a base to get back to. The picture-in-picture Pachipop is just ending the game as we get a pause here, but surely it's only going to delay the inevitable.
Yeah, Poshi's already in there.
I mean,
already
come on.
Crashes, guys.
They're all dead. They're all dead,
Yeah,
and he's
crash.
ending the game.
No problem.
I mean, Pashi just didn't show up to that fight and just took the entire base, and they still could only get one Crystal. I mean, if that doesn't show how over this game is, I don't know what will.
Oh no, it's Fred that crashed as well. Did his game crash or did his PC crash? Imagine if he had to reset the timer and start all over again.
Fred's offline, guys. Fred is offline.
Uh-oh.
Right, internet boom.
I have a feeling Fred the Finch might not be back. Uncrash it, says his chat. It's not happening. Kawaii Crew, are we really going to play this one out, or are we moving on to the money match?
I gotta be so real with you, Puckett. I don't think this one is comebackable. I don't think this one's coming home. It's
as the official Deadlock expert on the channel, I hereby declare BWC moving on to another grand final in North America against Melee Creeps. I'll let Solomon and friends deal with this on the back.
Fuck it, just drops.
I mean, we'll give him a sec. We'll see what's going on here. But this is a uniquely over game.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, T-Reju's left as well. Still,
he's back.
The Billy is here.
All right, let's lock it in.
3, 2, 1. Go, Pashi.
All right, patron down.
Go, Pashi.
All right,
Did they get the quick response?
Go, Raid.
Yeah. What else we got? We got the Chain Gang. That's Chain Gang's online.
What did you guys call them, chat? Candlelings?
I don't even know what you're referring to.
The little minions.
Candle troopers.
Candle troopers. Thank you, ZP.
Oh, baby candles.
We need the troopers more than ever here. They're buffed up. They're big boys. The shrine's down. Look at this little guy. Look at him go.
Just running out there for all the candle kinds.
Representing here with Mirage is slight distraction occurring in the mid lane as Bunny with Clock looking to end the game with this rejuve. Troopers, think of the candle troopers.
Oh, here we go. They're going for it. They're going for it. The base
down.
now finally just jumping into the pit, looking to get this game done and dusted into the money match. The Sapphire Patron has been whittled away. Of course, now it's invulnerable. We've got a couple players contesting this one, looking to try to stand tall here, trying to mount some kind of a defense. But they'll be left with nothing but their pride here because they're dead. They're all dead.
Surely not. I mean, a few nice kills coming in there. Kawaii Crew making something happen, showing that, hey, this Patron defense is pretty serious, even considering the disadvantage against them. That, hey, a couple more kills there for Raj, and we could have been looking at a
They
whole
got half the team, Jake. It's just for the other half.
That was respectable, considering the game state. That was respectable.
True. Highlight there at the end. Not much after the 20-minute point, though, as this was all Bunny with Clock, Gibbs, Aiden, Tanner, Cool Cheese, Arctic, and Poshy Pop moving on to another grand finals with 600 plus on the line. Reminder, you guys can contribute to the overall prize pool. Simply scroll down below the stream. There's a donate button. Contribute as much as you're willing to. It goes directly into the players' pockets. With that said, let's take a look at some of the highlights from this game. DDK, was it close in the first half? The numbers looked that way.
I mean, the first 15 minutes, or at least I guess around from 10 minutes to 15, that kind of 5 minutes, they were Kawaii were looking kind of good. It's like they were actually looking like they had an opportunity to do a good job continuing momentum into mid late game, but then one bad fight around this Walker here, I think, and then everything just sort of went wrong. It wasn't this fight; it was earlier in the game, and they just lost momentum completely. And I think one of the things that then next went out of hand was Poshy Pop getting 3 kills, solo kills, and just getting insanely far ahead immediately. And then after that, there was just no return.
Was the Moen Krill as worthless as you thought it would be in the new meta?
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't sold. I understand the utility it brought and some of the problems it was there to help solve, but I think I would have preferred pick just something to pick instead, even a Lash.
Yeah, you feel like a Holiday or a Paradox there could have maybe pulled somebody out of position and does it, but the Mo is just struggling to stay alive in the fights when they're that far behind, right?
Gotta highlight the Victor. Welcome into Night Shift. Highlight the Wraith. Poshy Pop drops most souls. He's also going to do the most objective damage for his squad, as it's 32 kills to just 17. Jake, as you walk through, what's the most impressive number or build on that screen?
Honestly, I was a big fan of Victor this game. I love the Phantom Strike. I think that's kind of a cheeky buy on Victor, getting you deep into the back line, on top of some of those squishies that might normally be able to keep you at a distance. So I like the Victor from Tanner, but I mean, we got to give it to Poshy, Rand. On the Wraith, had one crazy team fight where he sews up and just solo cleans house on Kawaii Crew, and then for the rest of the game, he's just pushing the base. He's like, that was my team fight of the game. You've had my participation. I'm here for the objectives now.
Fred, thank you for playing. Congratulations on your new subs. Fred the Finch and Kawaii Crew, they will fall short of the grand finals, but it's Bunny with Clock moving on to play a familiar foe. It's Melee Creeps, round 5. Ding, ding, ding. What's going to be different tonight, though, DDK? Sell us. Keep us here for the other half.
Well, Melee Creeps, the perennial winners. We saw a 2-0 in the EU final, but with Melee Creeps and Bunny with Clock, they go 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1. So this is the 2-1 time, so we should get 3 maps if the trend is to continue.
That's how it works. That's how math works. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break. North America continues right before Santa Claus drops off his presents. We've got DDK and Jake blessing your screen. It is time for the final fight with $600 on the line. These players are going to give it their all. And DDK, we might see some more Wraith and Victor tonight.
Maybe. But there's, it's interesting because the meta looks a lot different than Europe. So anything is possible. Like we even saw Mo. We might see, we saw Dynamo get banned. We might see a McGinnis.
Krill made it in despite the allegations. Will McGinnis make it through? We're going to find out. Jake, we got Melee Creeps versus Bunny with Clock, and we all know the Bunny with Clock by now. So let's reintroduce our returning champions. The Melee Creeps, aka Catsuit people, have been dominant. Saya, John, Ido, DMB, Scout, and Fishcake started as a joke. John didn't want to play seriously. Ido didn't want to play seriously. We made them do it, and they have found great success.
I mean, this is just that team now that has become storied in NA. They're clearly on top of the region. They've been defeating all comers. And Bunny with Clock, they've tried many times, but really sometimes feels like this team, Melee Creeps, are just playing with the house cash, just unstoppable in these crucial matches. They're just coming fresh off of victory, their first place there in the Death Slam Invitational. So that's a big win, a nice feather in their cap. Defeating Abrahams, I mean, it was on NA ping, but still, big win for them, and one that only instills confidence going into this match. And I mean, that last game was solid for Bunny with Clock. Like they definitely had the win locked in there, especially we got toward that late game. But I don't know that they were put to the same challenge that Melee Creeps is going to put against them here in this money match.
Yeah, DDK, last week, Saya joined us in the winner's circle. We got to interview him. The man has a LAN center basically inside his house. He's just fully decked out to play video games all day, every day. And it's been showing in his hero pool. Do you have a favorite character you want to see Saya bring out tonight in the NA final?
To be honest, I'm open to seeing anything at this point. Fuck it. I think Saya is such a good player that I'm always interested to see the versatility that can be brought. And I think there's a lot of versatility that's possible with this lineup overall as well, because, I say that, but John's going to get Geist, probably. And he's only going to see one Geist. I actually think that is the biggest consideration for his opponents, is what John plays, because he's become such a terrorist on like anything that he is deciding, because he gets fed completely, and that's kind of the strategy the team has been running, is give John one of these like hyper carries and just feed him as much as possible. So that's where I would put the focus.
Well, I want to see the Saya McGinnis, man. I want to see the McGinnis more.
All right, I'm down. I'm down.
We've got Gibbs, Aiden the Destroyer, Tanner, Cool Cheese, Arthur, and Pashi Pop. Does Aiden get his Vindicta this game, or does he still get the respect ban from his opponents?
It was nice on the pocket, in the last game, and has looked great on the Mina as well. And so the thing about Aiden, I think a lot of people are banning the Vindicta away because it's probably the most meta of the three heroes, but that strategy doesn't seem to work that well against Bunny with Clock, because Aiden just goes to something else and still looks great. I mean, if he's got the pocket, like comfortable and looking solid, it feels like, what else can this guy play? I mean, he really has a lot of potential to play a lot of these high mobility nuking characters. And so I think this might be the day for Aiden to get a proper Vindicta game, but we're going to have to see what the priorities end up being, because Bunny with Clock already, the draft we saw last game was actually pretty different from what they played in the past, right? Running the Victor instead of the Abrams, the Wraith instead of the Mirage, Arctic on the Shiv, instead of the more conventional gun carry. And so I'm curious to see if the patch has maybe shaken up not just the meta, but also how these two teams play against one another.
Did they do a bonus head-to-head? Do we have another Mo 1v1, or this is statistics? Sorry. This makes way more sense, Solomon. All right, DDK, as you said, there's a bit of a pattern developing here, and if you're a betting man, the universe is telling you this is going to a game 3, right?
I wouldn't be so confident.
Maybe. I think, I'm kind of with Jake. I mean, obviously with the patch, maybe shaking some things up here or there, you never know, but I do feel like Melee Creeps are looking better and better every week, and I don't know what would slow them down. I do feel like there's been a problem in the draft. I think that's been something that BWC haven't been able to overcome yet, is drafting against Melee Creeps.
Chat, do you believe in history in the making to close out 2025? Can Melee Creeps go back-to-back 2-0s? Or is this going to another game 3? Will we have a new champion? Let us know as the draft kicks off. We send it over to the experts.
And so melee creeps, when we saw them in the Death Slam Invitational, they were perma first banning Doorman against Abrahams. They were saying, you know what, get this character out of our game. We don't want to deal with the Doorman. There's way too many shenanigans to deal with. But this is NA, so I'm really curious to see if that shifts at all, and it will just be an opening ban on the Aiden Vindictive, man. People just will not let him get this hero. That's nasty work for melee creeps.
Yeah. At least Aiden. I think we talked about this maybe a couple weeks ago, but yeah, Aiden is kind of forced to evolve because of that evolutionary pressure of never being able to play Vindictor in these matches. He's created too much respect, and the answer is to create too much respect on something else, so how they have to ban that instead. But there you go. We get the John Geist targeted ban. So now I'm super curious the path this will take, but it does give melee creeps the first pick.
What are we standing around for?
Okay. Also a team that believes, hey, Billy still strong. I mean, Fred had some big fights in the Billy last game, right? The nerfs didn't seem to obviously be really taking that much away from the character. In the end, they're kind of small little tweaks around the edges, but still look pretty sick in the fight. And so getting an opener on the Billy, you'll take that. Shiv, though, a classic response to the Billy with that execute threshold, playing at close range on him.
Yeah, and there's a lot of potential follow-ups. It kind of depends how you read the meta. I think Mirage is the most obvious pick that you might want to throw in here. So we'll see if BWC pick up the Mirage. They actually prioritize the pocket for Aiden instead, which kind of makes sense. If you fear that Aiden's pool is a little bit light, then you want to guarantee can lock into something he's good on.
I like the pocket against Billy because it's just one of those characters that feels like it's very hard for Billy to truly hard lock you down. But Melee Creeps grab the John Warden. That's going to be a very comfortable pickup for them. They've already got the Billy, so they can pull you in, start the fight that way. And then when John hits that glass cannon lucky shot power spike, you are in real trouble if you're on the other side of that gun. So Doorman as well. So Melee Creeps kind of getting, I think, everything they want here in this opening 3.
Yeah, we went through this with Europe as well. The Dorm Europe, what they were doing is they were opening Doorman, which then allowed them to kind of have control of the Warden pick, where their opponent can't pick it into them because it's countered by the Doorman, but it allows them to secure the Warden then by that later in their draft. So super strong opening Billy Warden Doorman right now, the super top tier. So Kelvin coming in as a response to Shiv Kelvin, starting to be paired up a lot today. But where does the next ban go? Are we going to target some of those pick heroes?
Good one.
Taking away the Lash could make sense this game because, Shiv's a hero I think that really likes to just be in the mix and doesn't necessarily want to be worried about getting Lash ulted, and you're not going to be spending too much time off the ground, so you're pretty vulnerable to getting big nukes coming in from Lash that end up just bleeding you out with bloodletting. Melee Creeps are going to take away the Victor, which I think makes a ton of sense because Tanner had a crazy start last game with that and could have, and still ended up having a huge impact in the game, being a front line that the enemy just couldn't quite break through. By taking away that Victor, hey, if you kill something, it's dead, right? There's no killing it twice here unless Rejuves come into play. And Bunny the Clock grabbed Abrams in the second round. I'm kind of shocked to see Abrams go that late.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's a really big pickup. And where you don't have the Victor to be able to play around in Kelvin's dome and benefit from him, Abrams is super strong right now. And honestly, I think more of a damage pickup threat with the shotgun a lot earlier than Victor might be. So his presence will be felt in the lane. Calico coming in as somewhat of a response. I don't think Calico is as high on value as something like Abrams. So I feel like BWC is still looking kind of good on the second part of the draft here.
I like this though for Melee Creeps because the thing about Calico is she's just this backline assassin hero, especially we get later into the game. There's a lot of near one shot burst potential, especially if you got maybe one player helping you out on those ganks. And so for somebody like Pocket, who really doesn't want to be initiated on, it could be scary. You get a couple lockdown items, you get on some of these backliners, and I just like that Calico's value in the late game. Initiating fights, just a big burst of damage, and then ulting and kind of backing off the play. And I believe now we're just looking for a Saya hero for Melee Creeps. I would not mind a McGinnis type of a game here. It could be too crazy, but it looked so insane when Melee Creeps ran it before. I was made a believer in the McGinnis. That's actually a crazy call, but I've been made a believer.
I love the final 2 picks. Mirage, the fact that Mirage is going so late, crazy. Getting Holiday for some pick on the back end, really powerful too. And there it is. We get the McGinnis coming on through. That's so sick. McGinnis is I think McGinnis is pretty legit right now. And I think there's a lot that Sheik is able to do, obviously, around objectives. But one of the things that's kind of crazy is like her heal, especially when you get expansion on it. It is insanely strong. It heals like nobody's business, and it's a huge problem later on in the team fights and objective pushes.
Yeah, I think this character actually looks so sick. I think the lane is arguably pretty hard to like win your lane against some of the strong laners. However, if they don't kill you pretty quick, at some point you start getting like a few of these debuff purple items online, and your turrets are just absolutely hell to deal with in the lane. And you know, you just present so many problems. And when your teammates are positioned around you, trying to go on this Maginnis, you think, oh, let's just kill this annoying Maginnis, and it ends up just becoming a quagmire. You end up overextended. And Billy, Ward, and Doorman, there's great tools for melee creeps to come assist a Maginnis siege here, especially on like an early walker push, maybe around the 15-minute mark. So psyched to see the Maginnis. Saya has made me think this hero is actually heavily underrated, and he's kind of the one player to be innovating on that level in North America right now.
Jack, can we get a McWinnis in the chat? Here we go. It's Melee Creeps. It's Bunny with Clock. Game number 1. We got a Billy, a Warden, and a Doorman. I don't know if that's the first 3 you want. Instead, they go Shiv, Pocket, Kelvin, DDK. Final answers. Who won the draft?
Ooh, it's actually an interesting one. I'm like, this is a tough one. I'm kind of leaning Bunny with Clock. I think Bunny with Clock, but it's kind of close.
Yeah. A lot rides on the Maginnis for me. A lot rides on the Maginnis, how her game goes. If she's like pretty farmed, I actually think Maginnis is a broken late game hero, especially with gun carries. The heal gives like a crazy heal. It gives like an attack speed amp. And when you're like a Warden, or if it is indeed a gunman, Doorman, I mean, that's you have ridiculous single shot damage on those characters, but you usually lack a little bit of attack speed in the build. And so I think like late game Maginnis heal, you just can't fight into it. I think the Kelvin Dome is honestly outmatched by a Maginnis heal in this particular game, given the builds that Melee Creeps have gone for. And I'm just really excited to see how it plays out. But the Clock have great mobility and pick potential though. So if Abrams and Holiday can really mix it up, then maybe this Maginnis just can't quite get the setup she's hoping for.
There's like a lot of different ways you can kind of play the Maginnis, like in terms of the build. The build is really important. So, you know, because some people might try to rush the Tesla bullets if you want to just be able to farm really heavily. Or you might try to be more of a balanced Maginnis, and maybe you want to go like 75% gun, 25% turrets. Like there's a lot of different ways to look at it. But one thing I will say, Jake, is that a problem that you have to solve with all of the builds for Maginnis is the movement, because that's like Maginnis' major weakness. Is she's very slow moving around. So people often will get like you can often get like the fleet foot, as well as is it Heroic Aura? I always forget.
Yeah, Heroic Aura is a big buy. Because it gives the crazy stat buff to your turrets. Honestly, by the way, Dan, this is the hardest pushing lane in the entire game. This is one of the only lanes of Warden Maginnis that can take a Guardian in like the first few minutes of the game without really overforcing it. And so, I mean, the Guardians have a crazy level of resistance right now. It like feels insane. But look at this. Every wave is just hard crashing on the tower. And I mean, this is Pocket Holiday. This is a very, very bad deep pushing lane. Like, at this rate, this Guardian is down in like 3 more waves. I mean, like, it's so early, but this is truly a crazy lane to play against. And I think, honestly, Bunny with Clock put the wrong heroes into this matchup. I don't think that they have the tools to clear these waves.
Yeah, and you know, to that effect, we're seeing the focus on the wall first, which allows obviously to get these like focused like clears on the waves where the opponents can't do anything to keep it pushed, and then obviously the heal comes next. So the turret's not really making too much of an appearance. And there is another wall, and okay. And the other thing, Maginnis gets the buff on gun damage if you get the wall up against an opponent. So we're already getting the opening kills here. That's the TP with the cloak. Is he able to get out of there? Ooh, there is the slide coming on through. The damage is limited at this point with the Maginnis, but the Slave Pocket might be able to juke out of that one.
Gibbs, though, is able to find Fish Cake, and so Shiv Kelvin finding profit on the other side of the map. Invested a lot into one lane, but this is another one that could end up being a little bit punished. Counterpunch from Scout, though, puts a little bit of nice damage onto Gibbs. Sends him back towards his own tower. And Ido as well has roamed into this lane, so they're just leaving John to solo farm in the mid. Pocket getting a nice little clear on this creep wave, though. That's a crucial step to be finding. Like, early creep wave clears is what you need to deal with this Maginnis Warden pressure. As they're both low, they're going to back off and just heal up. I mean, that Guardian is half HP. Like, pretty serious damage has been dealt.
Okay, so super interesting game, honestly. In terms of the heroes, like I feel like both teams have really interesting and strong heroes, and we've got like a bit of everything. But you know, hold that thought for a second. We do get the push. Oh, the binding was just going to catch Pocket. Is there any follow-up? Follow-up is attempted with a couple of shots, but there's McGinnis straight out of the fog, trying to find the finishing blow. So the juking up the rope is coming on through McGinnis. She's a heavy girl. She can't quite make it though.
Yeah, it's in the meantime though, the wave is taking a lot of pressure. Saya goes extra charge here to keep those turrets flowing. And Pocket on super low HP is really not going to be able to do much in terms of the deep push here. Abrams trying to assist that as well, trying to help this out. But I mean, this lane is becoming a serious problem. Like, Holiday now trying to hold this on. There's 3 players here. Nice pin onto all 3 from Abrams is going to make this a little bit of a scary push. And with the trap on Tanner, I just don't think they have the follow-up. They're going to be a little bit too scared to dive in.
So Monster Round's extra charge. Get the extra turret, extra creep damage to keep the lanes pushed.
Oh, McGinnis in trouble.
In a lot of trouble here.
Nice moves, though. And he sells the wall. Hold on. This could end up being a little bit of an overextension, but he can't quite get over the pot, and that's enough. The overload on the side lane finds value, shutting down this McGinnis at a crucial moment in the game. Ido finds Arctic, though, and the overload on the other side of the map, even the Shiv Kelvin lane taking some deaths.
I think one of the interesting things with McGinnis too is that if you don't end up going more of a gun opening build, and you're more of a rounded build, it's very hard to farm the jungle with McGinnis without like the Tesla bullets or whatever gun items you might have to kind of give you that extra damage or like some clear on the jungle. So really curious again to like check in with that as the game progresses to see which direction Sire's going to take it, because you know, like you're saying, Jake, there's a lot of approaches that you can take with the McGinnis, and Sire seems to be one of the only people doing it at the moment at this level.
And that tower could be already going down. Attempt here on the life of Arctic in the side lane on the Shiv. Ido comes in, puts a bit of burst damage in, but yeah, Shiv Kelvin just shrugged that one off with a little bit of heals as well. They're putting their own work in as far as that tower damage goes. Ido more than happy to just clear the wave, and side lane pressure now coming in on to DMB, but he's forced to ult, and maybe that's going to be all of the trade. Hold on, he jumped off the zip. Great connection here with the wall. Gets that trap, but surely McGinnis pulled too deep. Just barely the lasso ends to get Saya out of trouble. And now the big question for Saya, what's his next move? All right, you've opened the Guardian up. Sure, pretty standard start. But it's 6 minutes. Surely you would not push a Walker at 6 minutes, Dan. Surely that's crazy.
The thing is, what's really funny is it's actually doable with McGinnis. As long as you put enough behind it, it is definitely doable. And the interesting thing is, like, you know, the other team has to respond with something. So you can create this kind of interesting situation where do they respond with too much, and are you able to balance it by kind of falling off at the right times, you know, so that you can get like this like positive trade in terms of the positioning on the map, like the overall macro. The interesting stuff with McGinnis, but back into a big skirmish here on the left side.
Yeah, Shiv tanking through it. Execute comes in, but it's a little bit too high on the threshold there. Scout lives through it. The follow-up's good. Shiv needs some kills, needs to find some heal bane procs here to really get that value. Calico looking to finish one off, has some skills coming up online, but as the dust clears a little bit, find another clock, find 2, and maybe get away scot-free there. So Shiv really costing the blood price there for the opponent. Finally, here comes Ido trying to overwhelm. Has a lot of damage down to the Shiv, and the bloodletting is going to be enough to tick out Arctic.
Okay, well, it's going to be a slight advantage here for melee creeps on the souls now. We've got like a 4k difference starting to appear. And DMB on this warden is going to be really scary. We didn't actually... Did we mention that John John's playing the doorman? I'm not sure that we did.
Yeah, DMB Warden, John on the gun, man. I mean, talk about scary. John John's been silently farming in the mid lane for the entire game. He's not really going to participate for a while, but at some point in this game, it is going to become a real problem when he starts slinging the artillery shells. Meanwhile, real problems. Fishcake running at them, absolutely fearless on this Billy. Parries start coming through. Arctic finds some, and Gibbs and Arctic are just throwing haymakers here. A quick double parry. Is that going to be enough for Billy to get the extra health online? Maybe just enough to get him out of trouble, but oh, Kelvin turns it right around. Gibbs with the rebuttal as well. So many rebuttal investments in this game. Shiv wants to chase this down. Has that heal bane. Kill will get him that nice 275 health and maybe finally enough to drop this Guardian.
Big work as well for BWC. That's going to even things up. But Ido's going to come in here for harass, but he gets stuck in the Kelvin Dome. That's a problem. Another parry coming on through.
He got the parry proc on the creep, so he could parry again there. Really nice from Ido. They do get this Guardian down, but here comes the pushback. Billy's in, trying to clean up Arctic on the Shiv. And Arctic seems to be caught dead to rights here. Trying to do what damage he can and started to turn this one around. Another parry misses, though, and surely that's enough. Man, this rebuttal, you got to be sweating the risk of the parry here. I think this is a great investment against the Billy, but I think Fishcake has learned his lesson.
Yeah, is it just Gibbs who has the rebuttal? Who else has it? Is
I think Arctic and
Arctic
Gibbs
as well.
both have it. This is like a very hard... I mean, this is... I guess you're up against Billy, right?
Yeah. There you go. You got to get it done. You got to punish those quick melees. Arcane Surge.
Always a nice buy for Kelvin, but Kelvin doesn't really want to be alone in the side lane. He kind of wants to get into some more fights, bring a farmer here, so... See if they group up with Arctic or just let Arctic get that solo farm. The Guardian taken. As, contest here on the doubles. Right now, this is just a big double steal. And John John's here to bail him out. Saya's getting so low, really taking the risk here, but with that Doorman door, they're out of trouble, and that's a full double steal here at the 8-minute. I mean, that's a pretty big net worth swing, although a couple players very low. There could be some punishment if Scout and Saya get found.
Okay, stuck in the closet.
Billy. They parry him instant here.
Oh my god.
And the rebuttals worth their weight in gold here. I mean, this lane has been an absolute bar brawl. Back and forth, constantly the entire game. Oh, what a sick parry here. Okay, Arctic's actually starting to put in that work. A couple parries back to back. Ido just has to back off with the Return to Shadows.
Yeah, really fast reactions there on that parry.
You can try to greed in that quick melee on top of your slash, but it's parryable. Gotta worry about that risk. And oh my god, McGinnis is just no caresing the tower right now. This is crazy work from Saya. But no execute on Shiv, so maybe you're just not scared right now. And I mean, this is such a forced push, but McGinnis is just asserting her will on the match. She will not be denied. That is a crazy push. Just diving under the T1 on low HP against Shiv. Still gets it done, and oh my god, they're gonna keep going. This is too much, Dan. The full debuff turrets is just crushing through the bases now.
Yeah, that's the value of McGinnis. You got to get it done. Yeah, it really is. He's got suppressor, and I forget the other one's called.
Mystic Slow and Suppressor.
Mystic Slow.
You get hit by the turrets, you're just in the bog, man. You do not want to be fighting those.
And
everybody go monster rounds.
And then like the first level of the ult as well, the barrage is going to give 25% slow too, so you basically won't be able to actually move at all in quicksand.
Yeah, it's seriously going to be sort of fight. Meanwhile, DMB's farming up an absolute storm here. 13k on the Warden. Fishcake and Ido just playing the tempo game, right? Showing up to every fight. Saya and Scout doing the same. I mean, this team has really developed this really powerful division of roles where everyone knows exactly what they're supposed to do. Everyone is playing their role in the game, and it's really showing incredible effectiveness. I mean, John has shown up a couple times here to get some valuable doors off here and there, but for the most part, he's just gotten further and further ahead of the game. Could be a fight that brings some of those cores, though, into the mid lane. It's a very deep affliction here from Pachipop.
Getting a tower back, which is nice. Here's McGinnis stuck in. Okay, locking down McGinnis. No escape. It's gonna feel good to finally be able to take down this absolute threat.
DMB and Fishcake trying to chase it down. A kill into Abrams would be a great consolation prize. Exactly what you're looking to find here.
What a private dick.
And you did lose a couple supports, but these are some very low net worth supports. It's not the worst thing in the world giving some kills over to your cores. As Ido doing his best on low net worth here to just defend the Walker. Aiden on this Mirage really putting the pressure on. CC finds John. Okay, that's a high impact kill, right? John's just been trying to farm it up this game, and for him to get caught and killed is really going to slow down his pattern.
Okay, BWC actually taking the lead here, 4k advantage. So despite the some of the work by McGinnis, we don't have any walkers down just yet. And you know, it's going to be interesting to see how Sire looks in that mid to late game. Like, what, because with McGinnis, you know, obviously you kind of set up and can fortify positions to fight at, pull back onto, and to push with. And so a lot of the team has to obviously be kind of working around the McGinnis and that great strength and utility. So I'm really curious what that's going to look like here, because Bunny O'Clock in a commanding position are about to be looking to potentially skirmish. They have found their way into the enemy jungle. They're attracting some attention here, and there is that attention. It's going to be a chase down. The wall comes on through. It's going to Sky isolating one. I don't think there's any escape here for
what a wall.
Yeah, for Gibbs.
Just perfect from Saya. Absolutely traps Kelvin. And without Kelvin now, maybe some of these tankier frontliners become opportunities for a kill. You're trying to trade with Ido in the mid lane, but yeah, I think Arctic recognizes the collapse is coming in here. Has to just fall back and yield a bit of that map control. Melee creeps. Pretty much an even soul situation, though. They haven't been able to really tempo down any major objectives, right? We saw the Guardian push, sure, was great with the McGinnis. But now, time to just farm, get a little bit more online. DMB getting a side large camp is a pretty big win, though, for the Warden at this stage. I mean, Warden is getting problematic. Warden 17k, you know, I feel like it's when you start getting into those 6k gun items, this build really comes online. The Vamp Burst, the Glass Cannon, like an early Glass Cannon is a huge risk, but hey, if you get a few kills, get some of the stacks up, you just hit such a ridiculous level of gun damage. And Aiden goes down, traded out for Ido. It's a nice bind on the other side of the map.
Gets sent over the railing as well. This Arctic. Pressure on that left Walker as the right side Walker is going to be gone. I don't know. Or actually, no, it's just Paradox here. Oh, no, actually, Paradox has
DMB's own in this one. He does get afflicted, but surely this is enough. Walker down. DMB continuing this fight incredibly low, trying to fight into the affliction. Not the best play, but the question is, can Pocket chase that down? A little parting, slowing Hex. Gonna try and bully him off. Scout tries to trade that kill desperately, but a little too desperate. Posse bats him away. Warden gonna be happy to get out of this fight, though, with his life. Walker down. Shiv, Baroness here under the Walker, and so both teams really getting deep on the objective trades now. And with DMB low, there's not such a powerful carry that can really show up to this fight. John struggling to deal the damage as Arctic dances all around him.
Yeah, that fight on the left side really is a huge one. McGinnis, Sire stolen away the urn, looking to carry that one across. Neutral drop off this time around. Ido under the tower, getting very, very weak. Able to slash his way back and to the base. But in the meantime, BWC are in a prime position right now to take down this Walker. I don't think there's anything contesting this at this point. And also, they need to... Oh, actually, they're going to fall off. They're actually falling off. Interesting. The urn is making its way up too.
Yeah, DMB, I think, off map is just a little bit too scary, right? You know, he happens to be farming on the other side jungle, but they don't know that for sure. They're maybe worried about a Warden coming in with the ult and just bringing the hammer down. As now, Urn being contested, Bunny with Clock still a little bit low on a few players after that big fight around the enemy Walker. So now expecting to see a fight really get going. A catch on the holiday is exactly what you want. Beautiful find by Scout. Initiating on the initiator from Bunny with Clock. Cool Cheese on just a sliver of HP, and the pressure is going to be enough to get not only the Urn dunk, but DMB finds Poshmark, but at the same time, is DMB being swarmed? No, he's doing the swarming. He's killing. He's the one punishing, despite it being on the enemy side of the map. As now Mirage trying to get a punish, trying to trade a Walker, but great defense from Fishcake just bullies him back.
So looking at the overall state of the map, we've got 98k to 95. Melee creeps slightly ahead. It's really interesting situation. Interestingly, for me, the beginner's unable to... Sire's not really very farmed. And this is, I think, kind of what I was mentioning before with McGinnis, whereby if you don't go for the opening gun kind of focus builds, you don't have a great way to really farm. The only way that you get souls, and you can get ahead pretty quickly, is by dominating a lane. But I guess there was enough contest to kind of slow that down, essentially, for Sire. So if Sire gets behind, it's kind of hard to catch back up. We'll have to check back in on his items at some point to see if he's got the items to do it, or if it's going to be more of an objective lane focus McGinnis.
I mean, from what I've seen from Side's build, typically he doesn't mind being low eco because he's mostly just there to buff up his teammates and provide value to them. So it's more like the healing tempo item and, you know, getting a bit of AoE on the heal where he already does a lot of debuffs with the turrets. And honestly, that's, for me, is kind of the purpose of the build so far is, pocket, out of the frying pan, into the fire, here comes Scout. Just immediately waiting for a beautiful swap, reads the kite out from Pashi, and without the pocket, a team fight feels pretty risky. That's a big part of your damage now on grouped up opponents, and Melee Creep's starting to run the map.
Let's take out Abrams.
Yeah, Poshy had Affliction ready to go as well, so that's an insane find. I totally agree. 2 players from BWC are threatening the left side Walker again. That might pull back some assistance. Only Doorman there to respond. A good pin coming on through here on Desire. Catching him out of position again. Hard to run away on McGinnis sometimes. And that's going to keep Melee Crew somewhat honest.
Definitely. Crippling headshot being eyed by Scout would be a great find for him to amp up some of the damage to be dealt by DMB and John John. John John has been, I think, relatively more poor this game. It's really been DMB getting the lion's share of the farming. We've reached the point where this Warden like needs to win every fight he shows up to. He's so enormous. If you're able to get a kill on him, it's going to be a huge amount of comeback gold. So it could really bring the game into a much more comfortable state for Bunny with Clock. So DMB, his life is at a premium. As Calico, probably the perfect hero to survive this kind of a play. Has ulti as well, Veilwalker, to get him out of trouble. Not even going to be a chase through TV. Find that lasso onto John John. The tornado follow up behind him. He gets put into the Baroness, and John John steps out of the door. No way. Doorman just plays his way right out of that. Mirage now in real trouble. Doesn't have this tornado, and the enemy knows it. Flanks are coming in here. John John putting down what damage he can. It's good enough. Here comes Ido from the backstab. I mean, Bunny the Clock, you could fight this. There's some low players, but it's starting to feel a little scary. DMB's in the mix now. And he's cooking. He's cooking up some of these heavy frontliners. They are not living through this one. Fishcake finds Shiv.
Yeah, looking to try to fight this into the basement, but it's looking really bad right now for BWC. They've lost 2 players already. I mean, the perfect timing from Melee Crew on these fights are really nice, and you get the retreat now coming on from some of these BWC players trying to get out of this. They want to cut their losses, but they are only going to lose more as they try to escape. And now there's 4 players that got killed in that skirmish.
Oh, and he just barely snatches the movement buff away before Abrams could do it. He's trying. Yeah, Tanner was trying to take that movement buff as the last act of his life. But instead, it's going to be straight into the mid-boss, and this is Heroic Aura, McGinnis heal, the crazy level of DPS amp here. John John and DMB, double glass cannons online. You have to kill this Warden and Doorman. They are going to do so much damage in these fights. But it's looking like a bit of a struggle. I mean, DMB just didn't even drop low that fight. Was completely out of control. Crippling online for Scout. It's going to shred off a lot of these resistances. As we're looking at yet another Walker Siege being attempted. Ido living a long time, baits out some ultis, and you're just trying to get a Walker, but it's going to cost a lot of players' lives.
Oh, the car sending Holiday into the wall, inside of the wall. Great pick off there. And this is just going from bad to worse right now with the back of the rejuve. The push is looking pretty phenomenal. Getting all these catches. As just a quick time for some shopping before the action continues.
Yeah, we'll see if it's enough to end this game. I mean, triple rejuve, everyone's still healthy is a really big deal. And although Bunny the Clock are going to be spawning soon, these Walkers are absolutely going to be under threat. And this is where the McGinnis really starts to shine.
So 2 Walkers. Melee Crews have their eyes on. Oh my god, it's absolutely so desperate there for Tanner. And the rest of the team have to fall back. There's no affliction. That, I mean, it's just been popped. How many players did he get? It's got like 4 players. That's actually a good affliction. That's going to slow things down. But everyone's just going to recover. You don't have to go back to base, Jake, when you got the healing.
From the McGinnis heal. I mean, the healing tempo is this is really the power peak. Honestly, this build is max online. John John's getting almost a max heal from this. And I feel like this is the point in the game where this is the power spike for Melee Creeps. If you can hold this Bunny with Clock, you could get back into the game. But honestly, I mean, look at this damage. Just the lucky shot plus glass cannon. He's also got the Spirit Resilience to be just a little bit tankier here. And he's just going to be cleaving through your objectives with ease. Little catches being attempted in the mid lane, but it's actually Gibbs dropping first. Fishcake looking to find those chain connections. You get pulled in here, you are in a world of hurt. McGinnis with the ulti layered over the top, and you just can't fight into this Bunny with Clock. Looking on and hoping they can find something, anything, but there's nothing to be had. Melee Creep's taking it all.
GG!
Starting to look that way, Puggett.
Oh man, it's so rough as well. Now the siege onto the base. Again, like you said, you got that McGinnis in there with all the util. I wonder if we'll get Echo Shards coming online as well to just like spam even more turrets. That starts to get really obnoxious as well. But hey, there's not going to be too much time for this because we're going to get rid of both the shrines. And in fact, they've still got 3 Rejuve crystals. They can just send this all the way.
Yeah, see if they want to back out. They've got the door to reset here up to the high ground. Really nice position for that one. They're going to go back and just clear the base, though. I mean, they've got waves pushing on the other lanes. This is a smart play. Curious how much time is up on the Rejuve if you have enough time to go for another solid push. I mean, I'd say you got all the ultimates you need. Vamp Burst on TMP. I mean, why wait? It feels like unless his Rejuve is just seconds away from expiring, I think the timer could be getting close.
I see the enemy.
I see paradox.
Here we go. One last hurrah, perhaps. In for a big old fight. And everything gets dropped here. The Affliction, everything is in there. DMB, though, annihilating everybody in the dome. They're doing their best to try to survive here. Bunny with Clock here. They're doing a decent job, but it's just so difficult. The Rejuve's coming online. Still one left here to go to replenish the life of one player for Melee Creeps, but they still have yet to use it because Bunny with Clock, all of their players are falling. Look at the damage output from the Warden. It's unshakable, indomitable.
He's got at this point in the game, man. Runs through them. I didn't see him go down below max HP in that team fight. And GGs are called. Last hurrah for Bunny with Clock. They're going to be going down 1-0 to open up this series. And Melee Crepes just slow and steady wins the race, right? Everybody coming online. DMB with an absurd farm game. The rest of the team being very active and like forcing a ton of these fights. And you just reach this point where DMB's so far ahead of the game, it feels like you add a healing tempo McGinnis on top of that. You just can't oppose this Warden. I mean, when he shows up, he wins the fight. And Bunny the Clock tried to play around it. They tried to kite him away and, fight where he wasn't. But it was just such a heavy challenge considering the mobility and the catch on the rest of the cast. So really well executed strat from Melee Creeps, making the McGinnis work, sending us to a 1-0 advantage in the series. And Bunny the Clock, a lot of questions to answer as we go deeper into this one.
Hey, DDK, guess what the McGinnis win rate is here on Night Shift?
100%.
100% is correct, my friend. Saya busting her out twice. She is now 2-0 as we take a look. For anyone who doesn't know what McGinnis does, she does more than heal, right?
Yeah, she builds these beautiful walls, trapping people in the turrets, of course. That's kind of the star of the show. You build these little turrets. They're pretty easy to kill. They're not too tanky. They don't do too much damage, but you start stacking them up. You put them in your heal. You give them some buffs with Heroic Aura. You have them applying all these debuffs on the enemy, and suddenly the enemy's just caught in a bog trying to fight the McGinnis turrets.
What do I need to make sure they don't get? The Warden, the Billy, or the Doorman next, DDK?
It's I guess
Poison.
Yeah, it's rough because you can't let them get Geist. Like you can't let them get Geist. I think the mistake here is if you're gonna do the opening they did, you need to take away Doorman if they don't first pick it, so that at least if they lock in the Warden, you have somewhat of a counter to just take him out the fight potentially.
It's Warden in a grand final with another 9-kill streak. This time, DMB at the helm, nearly 40,000 souls. He drops 10 kills to his 1 death with 11 assists, 32,000 objective damage along the way. If you're looking to build like him, is this a default build, Jake? Anything you can learn from this man's game?
I will say that the Glass Cannon, Lucky Shot, Vamp Burst is kind of the meta build. We've seen a lot on Doorman. Otherwise, you have some Shred and a bunch of mobility items. So just incredible gun damage, all in focus on that. Your ultimate is nice. It helps out, makes you a little bit more tanky. But in the end, you're not reliant on it when you go this gun build. You can stay active on the map. You can stay making plays, even if that ultimate's on cooldown. So I think this is definitely a great build for folks at home to try out. I will say the Glass Cannon, you may want to be a little bit more cautious than that in the pubs. You might want to be a little bit more safe in your item build. Maybe go for a crippling or a point blank, something of that nature that's a little bit more comfortable. But DMB risks it all, and it looks insanely good this match. That's a disgusting objective damage. 32k is absolutely unreal in this game.
Melee Creeps are now 1 game away from earning your NA crown. Bunny with Clock not out of it, though. It's a best of 3, so they could come back and win the next 2. We're going to a break. When we come back, could be the final fight of Night Shift 2025. And we're back, everybody. What's up? We got DDK and Jake ready to go for what could be the final fight of 2025. We're in the NA Grand Finals, and Melee Creeps have gone toe-to-toe with Bunny with Clock for the last 5 weeks. This one could go to a game 3 if they play with their food. They've done it in the past, but Jake, you don't think that's happening tonight?
They look so solid, man. Melee Creeps looks like they're getting better and better despite already being on top. I mean, the McGinnis pick, I think, was not even executed as well as we've seen it from them, but we just see at some point in the game, man, the heal being thrown down, and you just cannot fight into the Warden anymore. It's just too strong. So the synergy on some of these lesser known picks, Melee Creeps being a real innovator in North America, it's given them a huge edge. And on top of that, the execution also looks phenomenal. So I don't see where the holes are for Bunny with Clock. I don't envy them being in this spot, being down 1-0 against one of the best teams in Deadlock right now.
DDK, as we come to a close on the year, what is the one character that both regions agree on? Because I feel like EU and NA don't always run the same starting lineup.
What are the picks that they agree on? I think Warden is something that's agreed upon right now. I think Mirage is agreed upon. It was kind of weird to see it go so late in the last draft. Doorman, definitely another one. That's Shiv, Abrams, Billy. I think quite a few. I think it's some of the more M1 related heroes that maybe are being played a little bit more in NA. I think that's like where a bit of the difference is. I think the EU just doesn't rate them as much. At least I think part of it's because the EU plays a totally different and more aggressive style.
Gotcha. Yeah, EU plays at such a fast tempo right now, like really valuing getting active early, roaming, showing up to those early fights. And there's some of that in NA in like the super early game, but it feels like more of an economy play and less of like a committed, really trying to take objectives early type of a style. And so definitely curious to see if there's any shifts in the draft for Bunny with Clock coming into game 2, because game 1 was a pretty resounding win. And they did it in a way that I don't know would have been a huge surprise if we told you what was going to happen before the match, right? This is kind of classic Melee Creeps, just how they wanted to play in the past.
Jerks, let him play Vindicta. I'm out here.
I want to see the Aiden Vin at this point. Like he gets banned way too much. But I mean, Vin is good and he's amazing at it, so I understand. But it is a bit of a shame. Someday it's going to come back out. Someday someone's going to let Bunny with Clock get Aiden on the Vindicta.
Okay, so we're going to get the same sort of opening then, and I'd be curious to see if BWC changed the opening approach, because I felt like they got a good draft at the end of the day, but obviously maybe there's some adjustments. Like I think the Doorman Warden situation is interesting. Does it Melee Creeps first pick Warden?
What are we standing around?
Okay, they first picked Billy. Okay, they did that last time. Okay, so now it's the response. Do you pick up a Warden? Do you pick up a Doorman?
It was Shiv Pocket last time, but yeah, this is the moment I think if you're going to make a change. But then again, Arctic was good on the Shiv. I feel like the Shiv actually did give them fights. It was battling back in a lot of those moments in the early game. They got Shiv Kelvin in the draft. So I don't feel bad continuing to take the Shiv. Arctic looked great, and it was, I think, a key part of the strat. Maybe you go with something different now, but even the Doorman last game, honestly, I mean, Doorman was okay, but it didn't feel like a game where Doorman was like winning the game for you, right? It was just like, yeah, he's a gun carry, he's pretty farm, but it was mostly DMB's Warden that I think really hit that crazy spike level. But of course, you sleep on John, he could very well do just the same here in game 2.
Yeah, and I think this is the Aiden factor where Aiden's Vindicta gets banned, so you want to get him on a pocket and secure it. So I definitely get that. We're going to see the same Doorman Warden opening, though, I think, because it's and that's the thing. This is what EU was doing as well. The EU gets the Doorman first, and then they know that prevents the other team picking Warden, so then they can pick Warden later in the draft, getting like something high value, but late in the draft. So they get to prioritize other higher value picks earlier. So exact same opening, exact same 3. What did we get as Abrams, I think, in this position for BWC last time, which makes sense. Abrams is a super high quality pick here as well.
I think it's like Abrams, Kelvin are the next 2 that they took last time. And
yeah,
I mean, maybe you could argue, look, it's not a draft issue, but okay, they are going to change up. This time it's going to be the Victor. And okay, I see the vision here. I'm a little scared for Victor this game, though, because of the just raw gun damage coming against him, right? If Warden hits this point in the game, Doorman as well, where they're just like giga farmed, Victor's scary, but in the end, I think you will just be gunned down. You need to buy a lot of bullet armor, and I feel like Victor's typically more of a comfortable hero into spirit damage than bullet.
It's interesting that they picked Calico for a ban, BWC, because I felt like Calico was maybe the least impactful hero ultimately.
I do have
in the
a
game
lot
plan.
of damage last game, like it's deceptively. He's like low eco on the Calico and not looking super scary, but it's actually doing a lot of damage and maybe being annoying on some of your backliners. So maybe this lets things be a little bit more comfortable, especially as regards like scouting and just knowing where the fight's coming from. And this is gonna be the big change up. Okay, it's gonna be Paige and Victor. So I don't know what's the lane combo gonna be. Maybe Paige Shib still feels like more comfortable, but already Bunny with Clock showing us a different look and one that does present more problems for the ideas. If you want to run over a front line, this is about as hard of a front line to do that against as any, but Lash to melee creeps is a really nice find.
It's kind of nice too because against Victor, you're less inclined to pick a Kelvin into a Victor, and so instead of them picking the Kelvin, they get the Page, which is something you'd want to pair with the Billy, and that's what we had last time for melee creeps. So that's like a nice kind of 2-for-1 pick there with the Page. I think that's really smart. I don't think melee creeps are going to pick up a Kelvin. Doesn't make sense for BWC to do it here. They got Mirage here. Mirage is still open, which is kind of insane. I feel like it's a must pick still at this spot.
Yeah, I'm surprised Mirage has gotten this deep in the draft. I mean, neither team is prioing it. In fairness, I guess you have the Victor who can eat a lot of farm, and maybe the Mirage just didn't feel so powerful last game, but we have seen Mirage look really good today. So super curious to see what the final picks of the draft are going to be for both teams. I do feel like Bunny with Clock, they're missing like a hard left clicker, and hey, they get the Mirage in 12th slot. I guess you're not mad at that.
Yeah, I think it's overall a pretty nice lineup for BWC. Some nice adjustments. I think yeah, the Victor Page I think is really interesting. I feel like it does help to make their lineup a bit stronger. Do we get the McGinnis at the end again? No. Okay, so they totally switch it up. It's going to be a Lash Paradox Viscous finisher. So interesting. There's a lot of setup pieces. For melee creeps.
Are they playing with their food? Are they doing it again, Jake?
I mean, they could be, but I actually think they have great early tempo and roaming. Like, I feel like this is a very straightforward draft for me from the other creeps. You've got Billy, Warden, Doorman are heroes that want to sit in the lane and soak a bunch of farm. And you got Lash, Paradox, and Viscous. They're heroes that want to leave lane, do boxes, and get active. So actually, I think melee creeps have set themselves up for a very explosive early game and maybe a faster tempo style than what they brought in the last map of the series.
Victor is back in. We got a Lash on the other side. We haven't seen a lot of winning Lashes in North America. Maybe tonight is the night for the melee creeps. Chat, let us know. Who do you want the observers to follow, and put your channel points on the line. This could be the final battle of 2025. Drop a follow if you're watching here on twitch.tv. Drop the sub if you're over on YouTube. We're approaching 11,000 subs. Let's get it going. DDK and Jake on the mic for your NA Grand Final.
Who do you feel like won the draft here, Jake? Because I feel like, again, we're in a spot where both drafts are strong, and I couldn't really say that either draft to me is lacking anything, any aspect of the game.
Yeah. I actually think Bunny with Clock, I don't think they've been out drafted in these series. I think it's more of an execution question, and melee creeps just playing on a really high level in NA right now. Speaking of lanes, by the way, I love this Doorman. Even though it's a gun Doorman, most likely, yeah, it's John, so it's almost certainly going to be really like a hard farming Doorman. The Paradox Doorman lane just on level 1 before you've even committed to any kind of item build is so much poke damage. And so it's going to be hard for Pop to really get any kind of lane prio against this.
Okay, well, we're going to see how it plays out here. Gibbs on the Page. I love it. I think that was probably the smartest adjustment, just to get the Page and the Victor. I really am so interested to see how well Tanner can do here. Obviously, we saw a good Victor performance in that first game, in the Challenger match from Tanner. So looking to see another one of those. And again, the fact that Pochi pops on the Mirage, I have a lot more confidence with their ability to get a lot of value out of the Mirage with this lineup. So I think Pochi Pop, he could be a really big problem if he's allowed to kind of get ahead. His power spikes can be pretty enormous, and especially with some of the pickoff and also the tankiness. The front line of a Victor and Shiv is nice. There's a lot of space that Pochi Pop should have to work with because of the rest of the lineup.
Yeah, definitely a lot to be had as we build towards those items in the late game. I am, though, going to bring in ZP for a few minutes as I go to feed my dog and let him pee. It's Christmas spirit, gotta be a good pet owner, and I'll be back in a few minutes, Dan.
All right, okay. We like
I was
responsible
on
dog
Discord
ownership.
is where I was
It's,
at. But
it's not a consistent thing on Twitch, it seems, ZP.
no, not at all. But also sometimes I was saying, Dan, sometimes you wonder who owns who in this case, where the dog is the one actually running Jake's life. He just doesn't realize it. You're just, yeah. But when you bring cuteness to the household, who can complain?
I felt kind of just obligated to make some kind of Hassan slam.
I was thinking about it, but I was like, no, I'm just going to avoid that. You know, we're not going to talk about, you know, we're just not going to talk. We're going to move. As we look at the actual, you know, rotations here, and Furious down through the mid lane. Quick pick off here on the Cool Cheese, who, you know, I do wonder if he's at max comfort on the holiday, because he spent a lot of time recently on Paradox and Lash.
All right, so just checking out these lane. I mean, in fact, actually, you know, ZP, what's your reaction to the draft, actually? Because, you know, you're just jumping in now.
You know, in terms of reaction to the draft, I kind of dislike the fact that With Clock didn't put Warden up in their priority. I think Warden's been one of the better heroes for Poshy Pop in terms of what he's played recently. Clearly, Melee Creeps really likes running it, or the Doorman. Like, I think giving up both of them, the way that things have broken out, especially when we look at how EU is drafting, I kind of think that's a mistake. Like, yeah, Pocket is really good. Yeah, you like Arctic on the Shiv. I think giving up one of the two of them to grab either Warden or Doorman probably would have been a little bit better, especially given the fact that Melee Creeps essentially trounced them with a very similar comp last map.
And
is somewhat of a mistake unless, you know, you're making someone pay for it with the absolute first pick the way Abraham's was earlier. So yeah, as I look at this draft, I think Melee Creeps is working at a pretty big advantage, and based on the landing, it may get him even worse. Ido comes on in, Death Slam, putting Paige in an awful position, goes for the emergency parry, but is just going to get flogged right out of there.
ooh, the parry though onto the Billy, and Arctic is trying to do his best work. This gate's going to go down. Oh, Arctic with the killing blow as well onto Ido. That's a great find here early for BWC. And speaking of good finds, shout outs to Jonas for the 5 gifted. Thank you, sir.
That is a good find. Thank you, Mr. Jonas, who also, I forgot what I was getting about watch party shout outs. Jonas also joined us on Sunday. He was there with us a long period of time. I was saying there was like, I've forgotten a few people. And Jonas probably didn't know that. And now he's hearing that right after he's given subs. But hey, you know, my conscience feels good as Sketchy JJ also dropped some holiday cheer with 5.
And Jonas, someone that where watch party could be one of two things. As a man, very much a
frozen a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that my end or is that it?
Yeah, no. I was saying there's like, all right, Dan, keep talking. I'll wait for my feed to come back, but I think our feed is back for real this time around. So I'll take it. But yeah, 22K to 22K. Bunny with Clock off some of the recent fights, able to bring things back around. Arctic picking up one off in the sideline. It's a 3-man rotation into the left, by the way. So this is where Ido, you see Ido just dancing between multiple people in on the left-hand side, going down, down, down. And is Ido going to be able to get away? Got a little bit of HP back in off the flog, but no. Burns to reading, as it were.
There we go. And you know, ZP, you could actually be stuck here for a long time. You know, we don't know how long it actually takes Jake to feed his dogs. And so, could be an hour-long feeding.
He's actually sitting here preparing the most gourmet of meals, Dan, is what I'd like to imagine, because, you know, your dog deserves the very best, but also Shiv is out here looking to do filet of goat. As we see Fish Cake running round and round. Oh, in off the rotation, actually finds Gibbs. Just completely breaking some ankles in the process.
Yeah, really nice find along the side there of Paige, and now the push on to the BWC Guardian is looking to follow this as well. They've got 3 players on lane, so at this time you'd expect them to might as well just try to hammer down this Guardian. So that's some decent resists, I guess, at just under 7 minutes. And here comes the Page, but I don't know. Okay, there comes the captivating read. We've got the dragons flying out as well. Do we have the Page online? No, it's not. So there's nothing else to throw at this here, as there is a huge fight for this one. Melee Creeps are sending it all the way through. Nice parry there. Oh my god, is Billy going to get us away? Absolutely not. The buckshot from a distance there is going to come on through. Arctic having a great opening so far. Another killing blow. There is the dash as well, and he's going to finish off Scout. This is a great start for BWC, with Arctic's performance at least.
Yeah, I mean, Gibbs right there was a sacrifice to let Arctic just get 2 down. And remember, solo kills give you a lot right now. That's big money But of course, right now we're taking a look at Warden right now under a bit of pressure. Has come into the lane. See how this one goes. Eats a barrel to the face. And for now is just trying to give a little bit of room to this guardian on the right-hand side. Sees Victor in a bit of danger. Tanner low HP, but here comes the lasso into the R of Suffering, into DMB, back to spawn. But Saya comes on in, gets quite a bit of cleanup on the Viscous.
All right, so pretty even as we get to the 8-minute mark. The Sinner's sacrifices, Sinner's sacrifice eye has been spawned. What's the correct plural here?
All right, 40k to 38k. Also, wait, what does that mean? I was seeing here for Solomon, we have a golden Kappa train on Twitch right now. Okay, so Solomon doesn't know what a golden Kappa train is either. I was serious, like, all right, he's got the explanation, and no explanation. Apparently it is a hype train, though. I don't know if it's holiday related or not, but we have the 3-man rotation into middle. We'll see if Paige is caught once again. Yeah, she's caught.
Melee creeps. A lot of presence on this mid lane. I mean, it's been equalized by BWC, but now having to fan back out to the side lanes potentially to get some more map control. We got the bridge plus coming in a minute, as well as the urn. So you would definitely want to make sure that you got some lane control leading into that. You got to think ahead. Got to think ahead to have good macro.
Money with clock, staying mostly on their side of the map. Arctic a little bit deeper right now, but he's ahead. He can do that. Pashi, though, running afoul, getting hit by 3, so Tornado not going to get you quite out of fire there. Arctic right now, I mean, Arctic's been ahead, but now Arctic, the source of contention, Billy, rising ram directly in his face, getting hit from all angles. Arctic still takes down Fishcake in the midst of it all. Getting the Page shield in the middle of the fight, just in the nick of time. Cool Cheese coming in off the side, able to find Ido. What's turning into be a bigger and bigger skirmish. Swap through the wall. That's finally enough to take down Arctic. This is getting bloody out here.
Yeah, really nice find onto Arctic. Such a tanky player ahead of the game at the moment, but finally catching the wrong end of it and bunny with clock. Looking to try to hold down this position, but they're gonna have to fall back. This cake takes down the pocket, Aiden. And I do wonder what Aiden's map, rather hero pool is going to look like over the future. In the future of these games, I think BWC is a great team. I think just advancing their hero pool is another one of the next sort of edges that they could try to find.
Here's who's going to contest first turn here. I mean, ideally, if you're bunny with clock, you get control away from melee creeps. Otherwise, they're just going to doorman it. And earn control does go for melee creeps at the beginning. So this is a problem, especially where, you know, it's a smaller buff, but first stage earn is worth even more now. So giving up earn, I mean, it's a bit difficult, but okay, look at Paradox, a little bit too close to the veil, getting punished for it, and then some barrel over the top to seal the deal. Lasso, I can't believe that hit! Oh man, but is it going to be enough on the follow-through? Fishcake still looking reasonably healthy. Ido forcing Cool Cheese back. And what it is again, turning out to be another back-and-forth fight. Ido, he's not done yet, though. Death Slam picks up 2. Ground Strike right in over. Arctic does not live through that one. And the middle brawls have been pretty furious and back and forth here, Dan.
Yeah, they really have been. And it's definitely a good sign. But ultimately, melee creeps are pulling ahead. And at the 10-minute mark, a 10k difference is fairly sizable.
Well, Dan,
so,
you know who's back? We got Jake back here. The dog has been fully fed. The full feast has been delivered. I hear it's a 5-course meal with only the finest bones served. But Jake, you've missed a bit of pandemonium here. It has been a brawl in the middle for the last few minutes.
Yeah, it seems like all these melee creeps players on the active heroes. I mean, cool to see Ido's Lash build. I mean, all damage here has both gun and spirit spikes, and is just a real menace, honestly, in the early game. Has like showed up to so many fights, is creating so many problems, and love this for Fishcake, getting the full lower boxes. I mean, hey, these mid boxes is actually deceptively crucial objective. Like, this gives a lot of souls and buffs as well.
Yeah, I think it can be almost 1,000 souls. Maybe it is around that at this time of the game.
It's like a large camp, right? Like, that's pretty crazy to do like a tier 3 camp. But obviously it doesn't cost you any health, doesn't cost you anything other than maybe coming into a risky position. But Billy's just happy to hold it down in the mid lane, put his body in the line, and then he kind of tower push comes in. Ido's ready to collapse, and John finds Pashi, and that's a crucial kill to find. I mean, that's not what you want for Bunny with Clock to be losing your core like that.
Yeah, gotta be careful about this fight in mid here. Melee Creeps looking to make sure this is a good one, though. In comes the chain gang here from Billy. Fishcake looking to slam it down. Oh, that's a big connection on the melee, but there's so many players there. They're very tanky. Tana still up on that. Almost unkillable. Victor. And they will fall back, so... It's definitely Melee Creeps, though, with most of the control, though. Look at the Walker health, 50% on the left and right side. They've generally had more lane control than... BWC, and Poshipop going down there. He's not where you want to see him in terms of farm for the Mirage.
No, not at all. And DMB is where he exactly wants to be, just cleaning up a walker here at 13 minutes. Already getting dangerously close to being completely out of control. Tanner's trying to maybe cut off this escape and get tricky with it, but I don't know that you even want the fight against Warden at this phase of the game in 16K.
Yeah, Warden's nasty, and here he goes. He's finding word onto the Victor. He's going to get caught in this, and it's, oh my god, the burst damage is going to be pretty huge here. You've got to be really careful against this. Kana just using the pillars there to cut off line of sight at the very least. And caution from DMB, not looking to just overextend. Doesn't know what's behind the Victor. That said, he is charging in once again. And there it is, Dana running around the corner. Full HP. There comes the parry, though. That's absolutely brilliant. But there is an Holiday looking for the lasso, surely. And there he comes, trying to make his way across the jump pad, but falls away, respecting the Warden. And that's going to be the last stand now. That's going to force them forwards here. Melee Creeps into the fight.
Is this a max Q build out of Saya? That's kind of nasty work, honestly. Max Q is a big deal this game. The debuff purge and a much shorter cooldown is going to be tons of saves, allowing Viscous to really make a difference and let DMB Fishcake to really push the limits. It's John, though, pulling ahead into the overall soul lead in the game, though. 19K on the Gunman. And remember, I mean, he's had some crazy games on this Gunman. Last game maybe wasn't the best, but this is one that's shaping up to be a real heavy hitter.
I see Victor.
Oh, snap. We got a 10 gifted? Hello? Mobundo.
Hello. Hello.
I got you, Dan. You hear me?
Yeah. No, I was just being weird and British, you know, just saying hello, just for no reason. You know, just like, you know, getting the kisses, hello.
Much love.
I'm just confusing you, though. This is great.
Big 10 gifted, little holiday cheer as we... This is our Christmas episode, Dan. This is what we've come to.
This is what we've been waiting for.
Christmas on the 17th. We're true Americans, you know. Holiday decoration. The Christmas trees come up right as we take the pumpkins down. You know what I'm saying? It's the day after Halloween. You put the Christmas decorations up in America.
True. Absolutely true. Got the tree immediately after Halloween. Okay, well, 14K deficit for Bunny with Clock at the moment, and being threatened there by Melee Creeps. It is a comeback earn though for Bunny with Clock, so that's actually quite helpful for them. We'll see if they can find a way to get their hands on it, though. They're going to look to close the distance for the fight, but the lasso comes on through. Nice catch onto the Paradox. Scout, though, able to dash jump his way out of that fight into the safety of the Walker.
Fishcake starting to punish. Has found one already. Bunny the Clock. Lasso didn't get any kills. Big grab here. It's going to be one, just a Holiday, but that's going to be good enough. You'd love to shut down this key initiator. Cool Cheese hits the deck. Glass Cannon purchased now from John. Love to get into the fight and get some of these finishing blows, get some stacks online. Both of the damage carries finish Glass Cannon within 5 seconds of each other. This fight could get messy.
All right, well, they will retreat. That urn is going to be carried across. This is such a big pickup. It's such a big pickup if it can be secured for Bunny with Clock. They're going to do everything they can to just make sure that this is a safe one. Here they come now. Oh, so irritating. The puddle punch there.
Yeah, this is such a problem.
Oh my god, stop, please. Have mercy. No, not the ball. Oh god.
Oh my god, this is so annoying. He's making so much time. They're taking mid boss. Like every time you pick up this urn and try to deposit again is the clock runs down. And now the rejuve's dropping. You're not gonna be there in time. Lash trying to get this secure. Parries in over the top. Hold on, it's getting crazy now. Everyone's getting parried. No one can get the crystals. Turin going Bunny with Clock. Melee Creeps.
They get all 3. They get all Riju crystals. That's unbelievable there. BWC, they're trying to make everything they can in this fight. They get there a little bit late, but they are there with everything that counts, with the full steal, the full triple steal, and then cleaning up the kills on the way out as well. 3 kills. They've got a couple players quite low, but they're all alive. It looked like a key affliction coming in from Aiden there to make that one possible. And now, after this, Jake, there's a huge opportunity for a turnaround.
That is so bad. It literally doesn't get worse than that. Both your carries by glass cannon, they're instantly ganked. They lose
Game
all 3
3?
crystals. I mean, it's honestly, I think the game is basically even, actually. I would call the game even at this state. So, I mean, that was a huge lead that Melee Creeps just threw away. They thought they could get cheeky, delay the urn for long enough with Saya, do the mid boss at the same time with their glass cans, but they just didn't quite have the DPS to get there in time. The punish was good, and I believe it was Arctic with some very sick parries to keep that fight going. John, though, he's out here slinging heat on the doorman with his gun. They're ready to get right back into the action. No respect for the rejuve. And a nice last on shift, exactly what the doctor ordered for John as he picks up his glass can stack.
Right, of course. Yeah, I forgot about the John gun doorman. Now, it's gonna be interesting. Like the gun doorman is pretty devastating, but it's he's not gonna be as tanky as maybe otherwise would be.
You get caught, you were absolutely dead. But you play at a range and you're just dooring away, running 24/7. I mean, what I'm worried about is for somebody like Tanner in this game is like, Doorman doesn't mind playing at range. He doesn't mind just running back forever and ever and kiting you to the ends of the earth. And that's tends to be Victor's problem, is when he just gets kited out, people running away from him. So Divine Bear picked up for Saya. That's going to be a nice find to help somebody like John if he does get caught and lassoed. Or at the same time, of course, the Pocket Affliction is definitely one of your key priorities when it comes to those purges.
Yeah, and the page as well, I think, has a lot of great utility to be a great assist against the Doorman, either with lockdown or just big support with the Stampede. I mean, pages are really nice. I'm so stoked at the fact that they got this pickup in the draft.
Fighting the side lane, being considered here. Metal Skin, bought by this Holiday, willing to get in the mix and take some fights here, but chained by the Billy, pulled in deep. Metal Skin keeping her alive a little bit, but there's a lot of spirit damage follow-up here as well. Tanner now getting in the mix as well on top of this one. John speeding back, needs to be into this fight, but Bunny the Clock have already dropped one player, and Arctic could already use his rejuve. Couldn't fight this one. Now with the Warden ult, it's Aiden just trying to run for the hills, trying to play his way out of this one on the Pocket. Has a lot of tools to do so, but he's in a very compromising scenario as Melee Creeps are looking to just clean up the rest of Bunny with Clock. Disrespecting this rejuve completely, and the last one consumed. Saya takes down Aiden.
Yeah, and it is a decent edge now on the souls coming through for Melee Creeps as they try to chase down this page. I don't know that they have enough to make that one happen, but the urn gets collected here by BWC. Another comeback urn to keep them within touching distance. These comeback urns, I think, are pretty marginal in terms of the difference. You know, they're right on that threshold. But yeah, I don't know that this can be contested easily.
Yeah, it's a big decision now because you don't have the Warden ult, right? And you don't have even the Viscous roll. Lash ult could be okay in this kind of a spot, but it's not the most obvious one to use. And Tanner's making a lot of space in the mid game. It's kind of mid lane, rather. It's kind of just Fishcake to consider this, and he's going to stall it, but I don't know that he's really going to stick around that long. Surprise Holiday doesn't go for the lasso there. Well, the punches are proven to be annoying, though, proven to be a little bit problematic for this Mirage. He does get the urn dump aside, just goes for the YOLO heavy melee on him, but here's the Doorman. Oh my god, John just takes his head off. Where did Mirage go?
Big fights breaking out around the Walker, and the damage here is pretty strong, so that Walker is not going to last very long.
Every shot is 300 damage. Every plink. Look at the Shiv. Shiv has damage resist. Native to the kit. Oh, he's got an execute. Blink. Metal Skin. That's the only way. I mean, I will say Metal Skin is a great buy against this lineup, but the thing about Melee Creeps is you're not even able to kill them in the duration of it. 4 stacks. That's a big. I mean, this is crazy DPS. He's not only got bonkers weapon damage, but also a lot of fire rate. And I mean, look how fast he clears the jungle. Like this character is problematic, and there's like not a single jungle creep left on the Bunny with Clock side of the map. John steals all those last hits right out from under Pocket's nose. Good luck last hitting against a 300 damage Doorman.
It's crazy. It's kind of like having just the Drifter's ability with the glass cannon as well. Oh my god, it's disgusting. Yeah, this seems like the power spike here might be unrecoverable for BWC. I'm not sure exactly what the like. It's like we said before. They need to get the pick on him.
Yeah, but it's so hard because now you have Saya behind with not only Cube, which is just the strongest save in the game, but also Divine Barrier, punches, and then Lash also creating all these problems. So it's a full court press from Melee Creeps. I mean, so many problems to deal with. They do throw away one brutal fight around mid, but honestly, Melee Creeps are just right back into the action. They aren't letting that affect them whatsoever.
All right, we'll have to see what they've got to try to deal with this. Map control is not with them at the moment, as you wouldn't really expect it to be. Next mid boss is really where things could start to get truly out of hand. You'd expect, at least. So
Colossus picked up for Billy. It's going to be pretty annoying in these team fights, getting bogged down by Billy, who just wants to pull the attention on himself. Phantom Strike, though, dives in on top of the Lash. The Cube just barely gets Ido out, and he has to use everything just to full kite out of this one. Finding a Lash would be an awesome pickoff to catch early, but the saves are just too good from Saya, and Ido's out of there.
Yeah, able to get out of that one. Another big fight coming on through here. An attempt at least here. BWC need to be very cautious here. Try to retreat from this. They've already lost Tanner, one of the big meat shields in front of everything. There's just too much damage output. They need to get out of this fight, and they're trying to get out of this fight as best as they can, but the chase down is real at the moment. And this is so painful. Metal Skin's coming on through, but look how fast he dies still.
Yikes.
I mean, this is even without 90% of the damage from this Warden and Doorman, which is all gone. I mean, they popped the Metal Skins, but that keeps you alive for just, what, a few seconds? It doesn't help you get the kills. It doesn't help you keep this fight going. And sadly, the Shrines cannot buy Metal Skin.
No. They might just end here. I don't know that they need to leave.
It'd be risky. I mean, Mirage is making a little bit of space, but he's getting ganked now by the Billy. Mirage needs to make it back out of this one. Fishcake going to be happy to just get that base defense, keeping the base Guardians alive. And with mid-boss up, some questions now. What do you go for first? What's the prio? Kill in the pocket would be a nice one to find, but will you be doing that alone, DMB? And I think he's going to think better of that play.
It's so crazy, man. John John's a problem on 3 separate heroes. I mean, maybe Bebop's not in meta anymore, but like Bebop, Geist, and Doorman are 3. The fact that he just plays them in such a way as he does here is really scary. Obviously, I mean, he can play an insane Warden as well, but he's too dangerous on too many things.
Dude, DMB is enormous this game as well. He's such a problem on not just the gun, but he's also taxing off all your stamina with his, the flasks and, shielding up through a lot of the damage. Such a hard player to trade against. And this is, I would say this is a comp that you're very vulnerable to Metal Skin. It's a really sick buy against you, but they're just not caring. They're just not respecting it. And Button the Clock are lacking the punchback to really cause problems in the duration of those skills, which is exactly what they need to do. In the duration of Metal Skin, make some plays. And they're the ones actually forcing mid-boss. Button the Clock, crazy work here as Cool Cheese just absolutely deleted off the server combo from John and Ido.
Yeah, this is the fight. You gotta, at least if the Rejuve crystals drop, you gotta try to get rid of them, but they can't even survive before in fact, it's gonna be a pull off completely from the mid boss here, turning the attention to BWC and getting all the kills at this point. And Arctic might actually have a good fight here against the Lash. This 1v1 is not bad, but in comes a Death Slam, and this is still a hard fight for the Lash. I mean, the killing blow, there it is. And I mean, that's little consolation when your entire team has been wiped off the face of the map, and now the mid boss and all the rejuice will go to Melee Creeps, and with this, they should be able to close out.
DMB's in the base. He's not waiting. He's going straight for the jugular here. And I don't know that Arctic can win this 1v1. Their player's down. Yeah, I don't think he can. Yeah, he just can't stand. Somebody has to, but it's not enough. And DMB's ending this one, finishing it off in style. 40k on the Warden. Back-to-back destruction. Gun Warden and Melee Creeps will end 2025 as your NA Night Shift champions, putting a bow on it.
All the rejuves in the back pocket, didn't need it. Saya, John, Ido, DMB, Scout, and Fishcake are your best team in North America for 2025. The Melee Creeps walk away with another clean 2-0. DDK, I saw a lot that I liked. Saya can play anything. He can always help out his squad. John may be the flashiest, though. Is he the sexiest player in North America gameplay-wise to watch? Or who did you enjoy tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to just love how John plays the game. Obviously, we had Sire on the McGinnis, which was really a fun point as well, how that played out, and also just how it affected the macro. But yeah, I think this team, obviously, every player is great. But there is a lot of focus on John. He has the biggest aura on the team in terms of his presence in the server, and frankly, you know, it's so cool to see, you know, why his team trusts him with all these different roles, and the fact that he does builds and has popularized, I feel like, ways to play some of these heroes that no one else is doing, and he does it in a way that takes over games. So that's an impressive feat, and something that I feel like has to make you a fan of him.
Bunny with Clock falling short again in another championship match. They always put on a fun show for us. It wasn't enough tonight. I thought there was a chance for Poshy Pop's crew. Where do they need to improve, though, if they want to compete in 2026?
I feel like it's a question now almost of creativity, of being willing to innovate and push the meta, because, you know, this double gun style, this is like a Melee Creeps invention. I feel like Saya bringing out the McGinnis at times, you know, playing the Viscous in like a heavy save style, like, they've been a team that's consistently innovated and shown their own look, their own read on the meta, not just tried to follow what's, you know, being played in EU or what's being played by other strong players. They've been a team on top that's continuing to push things forward. And I think to be able to defeat Melee Creeps, you're going to have a better read in the meta. You're going to have to find something more innovative and get ahead of them when it comes to that kind of preparing for what's next, and not, rather than setting the meta, actually just, you know, getting ahead of it, you know, being the team to decide what that is. And it's a tough test. It's an easy thing to say, very, very hard thing to do, especially in a game like Deadlock.
Dan, it's been a fun 19 weeks here on the night shift. We have been rocking out every single Wednesday, and we've watched the evolution of NA Deadlock. How would you describe it right now? And for anyone who wants to get into it, what advice would you give them?
Well, the NA Deadlock scene at the moment, I think, has a lot of really great players. Obviously, we have had some a much more stable scene at the top in terms of some of the teams, Melee Creeps now being the most stable of those. And it's a scene, I think, that has a lot of people that are out there looking to help you. And so if you want to get involved, definitely, you know, grind your way up in the matchmaking, be a nice person to play with, get in some of the Discords. You also make sure that you check out some of the pros content. People like Deathy, people like Poshy Pop, who are doing a lot of coaching on the Discords, and you can benefit from the content on the YouTube as well. A lot of resources to learn, and a lot of, I think, ways to get involved if you're serious about trying to take part and get in there. Right? You know, there's the top of Eternus is definitely like a small amount of a pool of players. So immediately, if you manage to get into that pool of players, you're going to be able to kind of network pretty effectively with some really great Deadlockers.
Jake, we have some awards to hand out here from the Melee Creeps. We've got to hand out our MVP, and of course, talk to our winners tonight. Who did you put your vote for?
I feel like I would vote for DMB in this game. I just felt like this is two clinical farm carry games. He's out of control net worth wise. He's showing up to a ton of team fights, playing active relatively earlier in the game. So I just think DMB's been putting out a masterclass for how to take a lot of economy and actually put it to use and actually be a huge asset to the team. Not just get drop huge bags in the enemy jungle, but really winning decisive team fights, really pressing an advantage and closing out games. DMB just had a very sick read and has been an awesome player to watch both mechanically and strategically.
Is there an item that you must buy? Is there a build that you must copy to find success right now, DDK, in the new meta?
I don't know if there's anything specific. I think, to be honest, you can actually do a great job, but I mean, there's gonna be some trash builds on the builds library that's in the game. There's gonna be some trash ones, but there's also like a lot of good ones. You can often sort of just copy some of the ones that the pro players take. So if you watch Night Shift and you're familiar with who the pro players are, there's always the pro builds that they actually use, the good players, or you can go on their streams and see what they're playing with and kind of copy from there as well. So there's a few different ways to kind of find legitimate builds if you already have no idea that are kind of current in the meta.
All right, we have our MVP ready. Let's find out who June chose as our winner tonight. Who is the king of the highlights? It was DMB. Let's take a look at some of the best moments. Walk me through these, Jake. You were all kinds of excited for the guy with the whistle.
I like playing a lot of the farming carry role in Deadlock. It's a lot of fun for me, playing other MOBAs as well. And DMB is just about as good as it gets right now on the Gun Warden. I got to give this build a try myself. You see he builds a lot of economy items early, the active reload and some, the bullet vest able to sustain through. And then at some point, kind of flips the switch, gets a couple mobility items, a little bit of shred, and then it's all about the 6K gun items, right? It's lucky shots, glass cannon, and despite the level of all-in damage commitment of the build, he still looks tanky in these fights. And I mean, in part, that's a testament to how well melee creeps play around these farm cores. But man, you just watch, you can't even really see the damage he's done because the players he's shooting die so fast, their health bars aren't even obvious.
Fantastic highlights once again coming from DMB. He's been on the night shift. He's been on the graveyard shift. If you haven't been a Patreon, make sure you sign up, subscribe, hit that follow button. We have more streams coming your way in 2026. Tonight, though, we close it out with the Great Warden highlights. DDK, what makes DMB so fun to watch as we take a look at his final numbers?
Well, today he managed to get the kind of perma Warden role. And so, kind of like Jake was suggesting, he's in a lot of these fights with Warden just in general. He's a lane bully. He's someone that can be very effective in pushing for the objectives. So DMB is always involved. He then disappears a little bit because he's so strong at farming, and then comes out and can sort of damage carry his way through different fights and be very tanky and someone that can just secure the kills. Also, there's a lot of solo work you can do because of the mobility you get on a Warden as well. So DMV plays that role really, really effectively, and we can see here the impact on the objectives, having more objective damage than he had player damage.
We've got our interview coming here in just a moment, I'm told. Jake, break down these numbers. What do you see?
That's a true carry, doing the building damage. That's the real M1 carry's role. All right, the player damage, it's nice as a means to an end, but it's all about the objectives. Ido always doing God's work when it comes to the player damage. This guy's so active, whatever he plays, so definitely also looking solid in the stat screen. Got to give a shout out to Saya. Only 1 death, 17 assists, always active on this Viscus, and a very save heavy build. Not a build that was really designed to deal much damage, one that is just enabling the teammates, respecting that, hey, they're going to go all in damage farm. I'm just going to sustain them and keep them alive, and it makes John and DMB just look fantastic in this match. So just everyone on Melee Creeps, hats off, man. They're playing some fantastic Deadlock, and this is just a great win to close out the year on for them.
They call him the Soul Sucker. He joins us live. He goes by the name of DMB, the man with the big whistle, the Warden in your house. How we feeling tonight, buddy?
What's up, bro? I'm whistling, Puckett. What's up, dude? I'm feeling good.
All right. I like that. Tonight, you basically laid down the hammer. It wasn't fun for your opponents. It wasn't fun for some people in the chat. For your fans, though, they are all ears, all smiles tonight.
Yep.
Talk to me about the state of NA. When are you guys going to get competition?
Maybe in a few moments, maybe in a couple years.
Maybe if you're good, you'll get a competition for Christmas. If you've been good this year, there'll be a competitive team in NA for Christmas.
I mean, low key. I mean, there's a lot of teams cooking up. I mean, there's some talent out there. They just can't put it together. We just put it together unmatched. We have the vibes. We have no divas on the team. I think that's a big thing. There's too many divas in NA, but we somehow avoided a bunch of landmines and put together a god roster.
Sick.
Well said.
Yeah.
I mean, we're hoping obviously we'll get lands and stuff next year. You guys must be so just itching to play the likes of an Abrahams, for example. Do you actually watch the EU scene very much? Did you actually play them on the weekend?
No, we've never scrimmed them with our team because we have people that work too late and they don't want to scrim on the weekend. But I mean, I've always followed the EU scene since a while now, at least since last year, probably around December. And I think they're good. I think they're really good. I play on their server and shit. I think their server is way better, matchmaking wise. I think they have way better players, fundamentally, that actually try and play the game to win. In NA, you kind of have too many for fun players. No offense. There's a bunch of landmine for fun players.
Get the clip.
But wait, what?
They're playing for the clip. I get it.
For the clip. I mean, maybe I don't even think it's streamers. I think the streamers are fine, but there's a lot of just people that just load up and probably like just smoke some fucking weed, and they just like, you know, enjoy their time, which is fine, you know, like you could like do that, which is all good. It's just like it's just not it's a different kind of competitive experience, you know. And you pull up in EU, and like they're just like all try harding, you know, which is like really fun. But I think they're really clean. Like for sure, their movement, they're like really good at movement, which like could be kind of gimmicky on this game because they're like always changing it, like every patch, the movement. But yeah, their movement's really good. Their parrying is really good too. Like that's what I noticed playing against them. They were like fucking nuts at the parry like melee metagame thing.
Yeah. I love that you're giving such high praise to EU, and hopefully in the new year we'll get some cross-region rivalries brewing here. Talking about kind of North America though, and what you hope to see, if you were given a special gift from the developers over at Deadlock, what would you ask Santa for?
Infernus Revert buff.
Just all the way back? How far back do we need to go?
Maybe add back like his fucking charges, like supercharges on his dash. Like we need dash Infernus back, bro. Like we need like so I can just load up and also just be on weed, you know, and just win. we need like a laid back carry. No, but for real, I think like they should add fucking a new map, maybe cheeky little new map. What do you guys think?
Ooh. I'd love like a casual mode, maybe something for the for fun players, for like myself to hop on and have a little bit of fun, vibe out a little bit, and then maybe lock in with some more. You got some more serious, you know, heavy hitting games in the rank. That would be cool to see.
Tryhards, yeah.
Definitely excited to see what comes in the new year for Deadlock and for you guys in Melee Crepes. I guess my only question, DMB, is do you have any words for the fans, for the community, now that you guys have cemented like a string of victories here to close out 2025? What was your overall impression of Deadlock, the community, this year?
I think it was pretty good. I mean, you guys definitely keep the scene alive. I mean, shout out you guys, like for sure, like every week, just like you guys are like the hardened core of the community, really. Because I mean, without it, there really would not be a community at all. Almost, I mean, it would just be a lot less activity and stuff. But I mean, another thing I wanted to say was, I mean, this is just the beginning for us, at least. Like these tournament wins are cool and shit, but like they're just like small tournaments, you know. No offense, but like you get what I mean.
It's early days. It's early days. Yeah,
it's early days. It's like a lot of people like burn themselves out because they're just like try-harding like every day, like trying to get like win these tournaments, but like in the grand scheme of things, they really don't matter much. And you really should like focus on the process. I think a lot of people don't do that, and they only focus on like outcomes. And so when they win or lose, they like stake their life on winning or losing, and they never really improve in the grand scheme of things. So
are you going to school to be a therapist? Where does this big brain knowledge come from? You are not a gamer.
It's the books, bro. I've never read any books in my life, but it's the books.
The books, baby.
I don't know about books.
DMB, congratulations on the win. Final question: if you could delete one character, remove them from Deadlock forever and ever and ever.
Viscous.
That was DMB. The goo guy is gone. We will let you celebrate.
Viscous and McGinnis.
And McGinnis. All right. DMB, congrats again.
Thank you, brothers. GG's, guys.
That is Melee Creeps with another victory. They shut down episode 19 with a clean 2-0. No questions asked. DDK, as we wrap up a fantastic 2025, what are you going to remember most?
I'm going to remember how I had to relearn the game every patch. It's just like, there's so many changes, hard to keep on top of. But no, it's been a great year. It's been really cool to kind of just go and try to do these tournaments with all of you guys and see how the game develops, get all the narratives and storylines, see all the kind of characters that are coming out of the scene, and the pro players and otherwise, and content creators, and so it's been like a really cool journey of discovery, and it's always fun to be part of this stage of an esport where everything's nascent, and we get to kind of see the whole like. See what the scene really is before it's cool, you know?
Right.
Before everyone else is like, oh yeah, this is cool. Like you were cool, you knew it was cool before it was cool. So I love that feeling. So I'm gonna savor that. And as we go into 26, I'm excited. I'm hoping that we'll get open beta and that we'll get some actual lands and things will dial up.
Jake, ZP annoyed me about it, but you sold me on Deadlock while we were overseas. You said, this is my favorite game right now. What are you looking forward to exploring during the holiday break? When you're not on camera, this gives you more time to play, right?
I'm trying to do the full Christmas tree this year. I'm trying to do the entire win one game with every single hero in Deadlock challenge, get that full stack Christmas ornament. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun. I've mostly just spammed the same heroes, trying to get better at the game. But honestly, this is a great opportunity to kind of settle down a little bit, like DMB was saying, play more for the improvement, more for the longer term, and get comfortable in other heroes. I already learned a couple characters, and I had a ton of fun doing it. And so I'm gonna lean into that this holiday season, the journey of discovery and just exploring a game that I've really fallen in love with here in Deadlock.
You know what? I've really enjoyed just having a fun show to work on Wednesday. So shout out to the community for giving us a place to play. Shout out to the players for giving us content to show the world. And shout out to production behind the scenes. If you guys want to send a production Christmas gift, drop a sub, drop some love, drop a donation, whatever you want to do to support the channel. It goes directly into future shows. Jake is our CFO. He'll show you all the paperwork that makes all the sense.
No
and
paperwork.
If you want to sponsor any content in
Twitch sub us.
2026, hit up Jake. He'll also point you to the right salesperson. He's an adult. ZP's an adult. DDK and I occasionally are, and Uber never is. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you all so much for watching. We'll catch you in 2026.